Donbas Media Forum був заснований журналістами-переселенцями у 2015 році. З 2015 року форум відвідали майже 2000 учасників.
То, что называется в России телевидением, но по сути является пропагандой.
А перший онлайн-форум подивилися майже 25 тисяч глядачів.
Forum welcomed speakers from 20 countries of the world. It was the opportunity to get out of its information bubble and to understand what other people think about. We invited to discuss different issues which are related to media. Welcome, Donbas Media Forum 2021, on the 5th and 6th November. Good morning, everyone. This is Donbas Media Forum, which is held for the 7th time in a row. We are organizing this event for all those journalists who are interested in Donbas, in peaceful negotiations, humanitarian, in the East and in the Crimea. This is the unique opportunity to get together once a year, every year, to discuss all those issues. My name is Alexey Matsuka. I'm a co-founder of Donbas Media Forum. We are located in this wonderful studio of Hromadske TV. And let us start our discussion today. Let me start with providing short talking points, short introduction, where we are and why we are organizing this event today. Starting from 2015, after the forced relocation, journalists from Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast have been organizing this event for the colleagues from the regions, for IDPs, journalist IDPs, and all those media experts that work with the situation in Donbas. This forum gives the opportunity to discuss issues related to the profession in the region and to bridge the gaps in our community. So our participation here today, our presence here today, means that our fight goes on, and our forum is a bright example of this fight. Every year we invite employees of the editors' offices, media managers from top media outlets in Ukraine and abroad. Today we traditionally will have a discussion, we'll exchange our opinions. We are here safe and secure, and we respect each other. It's not a secret that today our journalistic community faces many challenges. There are problems with freedom of speech in some parts of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast and in Crimea, which are the foundation for totalitarian regime which exists there. Second, there is a contraction of the market for content in our region. Starting from 2014, these events which are happening in the east of the country have changed all the processes and have changed the media situation in our country. Second, this is politicization of the content instead of paying attention to humanitarian issues. The Mass Media Forum will help us implement in life the idea of safe dialogue. Unfortunately, social media provoke other types of communication. In most cases, journalists, especially those who write on difficult topics, they confront internet bullying all over the social media. There are some facts that some social media they promote this kind of rhetorics. Our community of journalists that care for themselves and for the others are real value to our Ukrainian society. Within these past few years, we have understood that it is very important because we need to build this community of those who respect each other, who are ready to hear and understand each other. This is exactly what we and I personally value in Donbas Media Forum. During these 2 days, we will discuss our safety and security, media regulation that we demand from the state, the influence of politics on our activities, on how to stop disinformation, on how journalists work in exile. We will also discuss different stories of our journalists, of our colleagues, how we help them to carry out the work, how our community can help them in this day-to-day hard work. Tomorrow I will be moderating a panel about the media landscape of Donbas journalistic community. Are there any independent media outlets left? How media try to survive and to build their business model? These two questions are cutting through the topic of our discussion today and tomorrow. Thanks to inclusiveness and uniqueness of the forum and to interdisciplinary approach which unites on one hand traditional journalists with programming, with design, with big data, algorithms, social media and search machines, with efficient management of different organizations and civil society initiatives. This forum will become an event which will let all the participants to change their outlook on the professional ethics and to get new knowledge. And in this short intro, I would like to say that I hotly anticipate to present you the topics of our discussion. The first topic of our discussion is responsibility before the audience. What journalists must do to gain new audiences or to get the audiences that have been lost. Second general direction of our discussion is responsibility to the community of our colleagues. This is very important. What changes we have to initiate within the professional community to kickstart changes in the media sphere in Ukraine in general and in those of the Joint Forces operation in particular. Third area of our discussion is co-regulation and self-regulation. What are the ways to regulate the media? How do we use this experience in those who work in the non-controlled areas? And next area of our discussion is education, self-education, efficient navigation using the opportunities to learn targeting, design, managing communities and initiative groups. These are four key directions of our discussion today. You can see them on the website, on our forum, in our Telegram channels, on our pages in social media. As for the all logistics areas, you will be able to get in touch with the organizing committee. On this, I would like to wrap up. I'm happy to see all of you here in this studio. Good morning, happy to see you. And of course, we have our partners of the forum which have been with us for the past few years. They support our values, ideas, opinions. Unfortunately, not all of them could take part here physically because of the lockdown limitations. That is why we have a hybrid format, online and offline. So we have our first video from Marty Malsika, EU ambassador, head of the EU delegation to Ukraine. We also have here with us two heads of Donetsk Regional State Administration, Luhansk Regional State Administration. So Serhiy Haidai from Luhansk Regional State Administration, and Pavlo Korolenko from head of Donetsk Regional State Administration. We also have with us Karin Rurke, senior program coordinator at OSCE, project coordinator in Ukraine. We also have here with us Taras Shevchenko, my dear colleague and partner, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine.
And also our guest is Press Officer, U.S. Embassy, Daniel Langenkamp. Hello, greetings. And my colleague, friend on all projects that we are implementing in the framework of the DMF, that's Lyubov Rakovitsa. Thank you all for being here. You will all get a word. We will give floor to all of you. I hope that our audience is looking forward to hearing from you. And let's begin with Mati Masikas. The floor is yours.
of the Donbas Media Forum. Although the COVID pandemic still does not allow us to meet in person, I am honored to greet you virtually. It is very symbolic that this year the Donbas Media Forum takes place a few days after the Global Media and Information Literacy Week. According to the recent Media Literacy Index research presented by Detector Media, while 57% of Ukrainians believe that disinformation is a relevant problem for them, about 42% of Ukrainians never check information for its accuracy. And only about 8% of Ukrainians are considered to have high level of media literacy. In reality, all this allows a rise of disinformation narratives, including dangerous anti-vaccination campaigns and Russian propaganda. That's why the EU continues to express our solidarity with the Ukrainian fact-checking organizations and media. We are working with many partners across the country to stimulate a sharper sense of urgency about disinformation and encourage critical media consumption and resistance to disinformation. Overcoming these challenges also demands consistent development of objective and independent media outlets, especially a national public broadcaster. In this context, we welcome the progress that the Ukrainian broadcaster Suspilne demonstrates. This September, with the support of the European Union, Suspilne presented a new cross-platform multimedia newsroom. Modern production systems and equipment will help the audience receive high-quality news on websites, social media, TV, and radio. The EU will continue and even increase its support to Suspilne as one of the pillars of independent journalism in Ukraine. However, its development will not be comprehensive under pressure from various domestic actors and restrictions of its funding. Only with the joint support of the state, civil society, and the international community, Suspilne will contribute to a highly professional and truly pluralistic media landscape in Ukraine. That is one of the crucial tools that move Ukraine closer to the European Union in the broadest sense of the word. So, I wish you very productive discussions during these 2 days, and let no viruses, informational or biological, stop you from using all the useful knowledge obtained during the forum. Thank you.
Indeed, I also hope that nothing will preclude us from talking about important topics, and we shall speak already offline, not only watching it online. So now I would like to give floor to Oleksiy Haidai, who is the head of Luhansk Oblast administration. We appreciate the participation of the state in this forum, and most importantly, we appreciate that you are from the region, that you are head of Luhansk Regional State Administration, and that you can now tell us here and describe the situation in the east in our two regions for which Donbas Media Forum is held. And then I would like to give floor to Mr. Kirilenko. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, for us having this chance to communicate our opinion on such platform as well. You know, recently I had a meeting with the students, pupils of the 10th and 9th grade, and one of the questions that I was asked by the pupils of the school: what is it like to be the head of the regional state administration? Well, in brief, that is to bear responsibility for all the processes that happen. And for me and my colleague, it's a lot more complicated than our colleagues in other oblasts, because we have also we are at war. Half an hour ago, I received information that right now there is a shelling between the Shastya and Turkhizminka, which are two settlements, and such things, thank God, are unknown to our other colleagues. But what is happening from the point of view of the informational policy, I recently marked second anniversary of my candidacy, and I can tell you that for 2 years there was a big breakthrough in Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts from the point of view of refurbishment, repairs, improving infrastructure, but still today we can state the fact that we are losing the informational war even now, because this year we have opened and launched the highest TV tower, 150 meters. It has certain capacity for the 50 kilometers in the area to spread radio waves up to the border with the Russian Federation, but so much money that Russian Federation invests in the information war, in the propaganda. I think we are in different definitely in different on different levels. When I pass by the contact line, I hear anything. I hear the radio, the Red Star, Red Army, whatever, but not our radio waves, because there are either very few of them or they are just shut down. So let's take a look. Under the motto fighting the pandemic, they have closed all of the Stanitsa Luhanska, so of the checkpoints, and Stanitsa has been closed too. This was the only possibility for people on the 8th year of propaganda, when crossing from the temporarily occupied territory to the controlled by Ukraine territory, so that they could see with their own eyes the changes, not just in the words, not on TV, and that it's not some Ukrainian rhetoric that has nothing inside. But then just go through the checkpoint and they see roads, kindergartens, schools, centers of administrative services, hospitals, and they can see that with their own eyes and see the better changes, or changes for better. But still, Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, even when there was an economic raise, they were not very well financed, and not so much attention was paid to these oblasts. But now all people see that the changes are happening. And before pandemic, via Stanitsa Luhanska, 15,000 of people passed through this checkpoint. If all of the checkpoints functioned, I think that together with Luhansk Oblast, so together Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, we would let at least 50,000 people pass, and they could see those changes with their own eyes. And then going back to the temporarily occupied territory, we would have the work of them telling about these changes, spreading the news, so to say. They would tell about these things to their relatives, and then propaganda wouldn't be so powerful. And the same now Russian Federation is also trying to break this connection with us. So such platforms like this one is giving us one more additional opportunity to communicate our message. Thank you. Thank you. Pavlo Kyrylenko, head of Donetsk Regional State Administration. Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, co-founders for invitation. I'm very pleased to be here for the 3rd year in a row to this event, a very important project, and that I can participate in important discussions. And I'm sure that this year that this is going to be like a tradition where professionalism and awareness of all of the participants of the panel discussions, different other online discussions, that they will aim and they will achieve this aim, that's fighting disinformation, that is constructive dialogue, fruitful discussions, and no matter how acute they are based on the basic principles that we are even promoting today, because we know the risks of disinformation, which is constructivity, professionalism, and providing verified information, no matter how maybe difficult it is. So that is why today I am, as my colleague mentioned, Serhiy Haidai, we both are ready to discussions of the development of the regions, of some problematic issues in our regions, maybe political issues in the regions if such questions will be raised. But most importantly, it's something that I have always said, the volume of work that is done in all directions, it gives the possibility to me to speak and follow my life principles, which are open and clearly and with understanding that information and actions that follow after this information, they might not be to everyone's liking, but most importantly is to bear responsibility for for its true nature. And so I would like to thank you one more time for the invitation. I'm ready for the discussions, fruitful discussions, and the only thing I can wish us all is so that such initiatives, that this one initiative is already 7 years, and that this kind of initiatives, I want them to be only progressing, and indeed the audience of professionals with understanding of their case and matter would only go higher. Thank you, Pavlo. Yes, you will participate in the panel discussions. We appreciate very much your deep involvement to those processes in which journalists participate. And now I would like to give floor to Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister, who is also an old friend of Donbas Media Forum, and your Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine also dedicates a lot of attention to those questions which are in the agenda of the journalists. Thank you all. Greetings to all of you. Indeed, all of the questions that make agenda of this DMF are very relevant, and they are very reasonable, starting with the word responsibility, not in the context of the legal responsibility, but a responsibility to the audience. We recently celebrated on the state level the Day of Responsibility of a Human Being that has been initiated in the anniversary of the birthday and is connected with a text written by Bohdan Havrilishin. And the word responsibility or responsible person is in the mission of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. That is why if journalists, if the level of their responsibility to the audience and to each other is going to increase, that's only going to be to the benefit of the freedom of speech and democracy. Self-regulation, amalgamation is also a very relevant topic. But unfortunately, in these topics, not so much progress that we can observe. Our ministry want to have powerful networks of journalists who have powerful self-regulation, because this can decrease the need by the state to intervene into any relationship and to set any laws or rules. You mentioned the social network that is doing something harmful, potentially harmful. They also have the discussion about the self-regulation within the network. Maybe there is a necessity of setting some higher laws, because there's an assumption that self-regulation is something not they're doing so well.
Speaking of journalist organization, the question I would ask, in which organization journalists from the best media outlets with the highest reputation, those media outlets which are called ENG or Liga or journalists of Suspilne, in which journalist organization they are talking to each other, what kind of journalist organization they belong to, with whom they discuss all these questions related to self-regulation, ethics. Are there any organizations like that? If there are no such organization, then for the past 20 years as a lawyer in the media area, I have been studying this issue. There was only one attempt, quite a proactive journalistic attempt, to create an independent media union as a platform for discussion, for high-quality discussion. But I don't remember any other attempts. I've heard many times that we tried, we failed, we don't need it anymore. But it's quite a strange position, because something failed first. I think there is a high need to do that, and I am happy that we are going to discuss this issue later today. There are there shall be more attempts to create such a community. There is a need of the journalist community, but it shall not be done by the state. It shall be done by the journalists themselves. The state can help with some kind of legal framework. However, self-regulation is the task of the journalist. To end with, I would like to tell you that I was very happy to hear such topics as fighting fake news or disinformation, because these are two strategic areas of our work also at the ministry. We have a media literacy week which happened just last week, and the fight of disinformation, it's going on. I disagree that we lose in this war. Unfortunately, we won't be able to have budgets like our opponents. However, not only money does matter. Thank you so much. We are starting our first discussion, and the question is, do we win or do we lose in this disinformation war? But in any case, it is obvious that there are many topics for discussion. And let me give it over to Karen Rurke, Senior Program Coordinator at OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine. Your organization has been cooperating with Donbas Media Forum for many years in a row. For our community, it matters a lot, because those principles that OSCE uses now, I mean, a special monitoring mission, are also near and dear to us. I mean, from the point of view of monitoring and collection of information. So, Karen, the floor is yours.
In this studio and be able to take part in the opening of the Donbas Media Forum. It is worth recognizing and praising the efforts of the organizers to do all things possible to make this event happening, despite all the challenges that are posed by COVID-19. Because these challenges do highlight the importance of public trust in media, and this forum is a perfect place to look for ways on how to enhance trust. In crisis situations, people are looking for information they can rely on. However, in today's world of social media, they are tempted to draw on shadow channels exploiting fear and promoting conspiracy. We see how detrimental this can be to efforts to combat the pandemic. There are no simple solutions to this problem. But I do believe that good journalism can be a strong ally in overcoming disinformation. Independent media provides a platform where expression of different opinions can lead to mutual understanding on how to solve problems. I encourage all the forum participants through discussions to challenge and inspire and support each other to find ways on how to deal with current and also old challenges. The OSCE is supporting several discussion platforms for this year's forum. One of them will provide the possibility to brainstorm on how media can help reduce growing polarization in society. The other reviews challenges of gender-sensitive reporting, a sphere where ethical journalism is crucial for dispelling stereotypes. And we also encourage dialogue between community and authorities on regulatory approaches. Keeping the balance between freedom of media and the needs to defend public interest is never outdated. This is the real meaning of journalistic self-regulation through dialogue, establish do's and don'ts, share best practices, and ensure that people have growing confidence in the media as a source of reliable information, especially in crisis times. So I wish all participants a very fruitful and self-regulatory discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Це дійсно
Thank you so much, Karen, for your inspired words. Of course, it is very important to discuss these issues during the media forum. We also have with us Daniel Lenhenkam from the U.S. Embassy. Daniel, we are also happy to see you here today. For many years, the U.S. Embassy have been cooperating with the DMF as a partner. We really value your cooperation, and we think that it gives us the opportunity for carrying out our professional duties. This cooperation gives us the opportunity to grow, to develop and strengthen our values. So please, over to you.
Раді бути тут сьогодні. Я буду говорити
So thank you. I'm happy to be here today, and I will switch to English.
to the journalists that are in our audience here. So I used to be cool. That is to say, I used to be like the journalists that are here. I used to be a reporter. And one of my favorite stories from the time when I was a reporter was when I was a freelancer. In July of 2000, 21 years ago, I drove down from Hungary, where I was based, to Srebrenica in Bosnia to report on the first Muslims that had returned to Srebrenica 5 years after the massacre there. And for those that don't remember the massacre in Srebrenica, it was a situation where there was an enclave during the war. Bosnian Serbs rounded up the men and boys of the area, put them in buses, shot them, buried them in shallow graves, and then expelled all of the Muslims from the area, from that enclave. 5 years later, there was a peace deal in Bosnia, and the first Muslims began to return. A huge victory for the Bosnian people and for the international community. So I went down to report on that, on those Muslims that were returning. I drove down in my own car. It was a crappy Mazda 323 that would overheat every time I would go up a hill. And if you know the Balkans, it's hilly. I didn't have even an email from my editors, because we didn't have email back then. And as insurance, I put 4 $50 bills in my shoes in case I got into a sticky situation. To make a long story short, my car did overheat as I was going up a hill in a very sticky spot. One of the most hostile parts of Republika Srpska. Police stopped me. He looked at me, tried to figure out what I was doing, and he let me go. I got to do the story. I went back to Hungary. Everything was fine. But nowadays, when I look back at that story, I often think about what could have gone wrong. They could have arrested me. They could have accused me of being a spy. They could have thrown me in jail. They could have tortured me. They could have forced me to confess in some poorly lit state TV studio with a bunch of thugs standing by. I didn't think about that story very much until I became a diplomat. And I began to work with people that reminded me so much of myself 21 years ago. Getting paid too little, to take too many risks, to work for publications that weren't big enough, to write stories that not enough people read. But that is what journalists do. I tell this story, and I think of all of you out there in the field today who are just like I was. Nobody knows what huge risks journalists take to do their jobs, to get us information that society needs to make informed decisions, to hold leaders and criminals accountable, and to be the best democracy that we can be. And when I think of this story, I think of all those reporters who faced exactly the nightmare scenario that I actually avoided. So when I worked for Reuters, I worked with, distantly, a legend in our company named Kurt Schork. He was a guy who at 43 decided to become a journalist after working for the New York Metropolitan Transit Authority. And he was a notorious reporter for his powerful reporting, people-centered reporting in the Balkans. He was later shot in the head in Sierra Leone in an ambush by rebels. And while I was in Bosnia, I was there because I was reporting for the Christian Science Monitor. And the reporter whose beat I was covering was named David Rode. He was a reporter who won the Pulitzer Prize working for this paper. And he was the reason that my paper cared about me going down there and cared about this story. David, who won the Pulitzer, again, for his reporting in Afghanistan, later was held and kidnapped by the Taliban for 9 months. And he escaped, but he faced that nightmare scenario. Most of all, in my work now, I think of Stanislav Asayev in the Donbas, who was held for 19 months by Russian proxies. I think of Vladislav Yasupenko in Crimea, who's being held unjustly by Russian authorities there. I think of Roman Protasevich in Belarus, forced to confess with hands that are clearly swollen and a bruised face in a poorly lit TV studio with thugs standing by. I think all of us know something about the courage of all of these reporters, their idealism, the heroism that they embody, even if they never thought that they were signing up for anything like this. False accusations, torture, confession, and conviction. All of this goes to say that few of us really understand, I think, how dangerous reporting is in the public. They don't understand that, especially in zones of conflict, especially in countries with high levels of corruption, where there are challenges with rule of law. And the funny thing about reporters is that while they do think about these risks, they go ahead and do their work because these risks are not as important as getting the story out. The truth is, I would have done most of my work voluntarily because I loved it so much. Now, while I moved on from being a journalist to making foreign policy, doing foreign policy as a diplomat, there's not a day when I don't miss being a reporter, actually. I miss the adventure, the ability to learn about things that no one else knows, and to be a voice in this society, reporting on the truth. So when I talk about this story, let me tell you that I am your friend in the U.S. Embassy, and a friend who knows a little bit of what it's like to be you, a freelancer or a stringer like Stan or Vlad, risking everything for a story that you must tell the world. But let me say more than that. Let me also say that in the entire U.S. Embassy, we care. The U.S. government as a whole is dedicated to a free and independent media in our hearts, because a free and independent media has been such an important part of our U.S. history. We think about the Pentagon Papers, we think about Watergate, we think about Vietnam, we think about reporters like Walter Cronkite and the role they've had in our history. So that causes us to really appreciate what the free press is. And while journalists cause us a lot of headaches, we know what an invaluable asset they are to our society. And that's why we support the Donbas Media Forum and other media throughout Ukraine. What you are engaged in as reporters, and I say this to you, Alex, and all the reporters in the audience, is a struggle not only for a free Donbas, but a struggle for the prosperity and the future of the Ukrainian people, and for your friends, neighbors, and community who have been unfairly isolated amidst this aggression. So I want everyone to know that the United States will continue to do everything possible to help you in this struggle, and to do what Stan Asayev says, is keep this dream of a free Donbas alive. This includes not just supporting this forum, but also the support for media organizations around Ukraine. We provide millions of dollars in assistance to help the free media. It also includes supporting journalists in fighting against Russian disinformation, the scourge that we all know about, the support for free journalism in the controlled territories, Donbas and Crimea, and support for journalists' rights and safety while they get the truth out about the conflict out. So translated into concrete action, this does mean financial assistance, but it also means our political support for people that have been unjustly imprisoned, and for advocating for free press and for independence of the media. So does that mean we're going to support all organizations? No, of course not. Organizations need to be independent even of us and their financial donors if they're really going to be independent. But that does mean that when reporters get in their cars with little more than a few dollars tucked into their shoes and a laptop as insurance, that the United States is there with them in spirit, with you in spirit, supporting your critical role in society, making Ukraine freer, more democratic, and more prosperous. Thanks.
Дякуємо, thank you very much. Дуже цікава доповідь, насправді, дуже.
Thank you so much. Such an interesting report, but also separate thanks to you for remembering Vladislava Sepenka that has been also imprisoned in Crimea and Protasevich in Belarus. It's a good reminder to all of us about work of our colleagues where they are where they have to face arrest, prosecution only for just doing their professional work. Such professional work is also done by the Donetsk Institute of Information. This is the organization that is implementing Forum for many years and is in the unique situation working including in the non-controlled territories, collecting everyday news from there and also reporting news there, and organizing very difficult processes on highlighting the situation in the East. And Lyubov, who is the representative of our Donetsk Institute of Information, and she's the chairperson of this NGO, and she is also the head of the Forum Organizing Committee. And me, as a moderator, I give the final speech to Luba. Yes, greetings to all of our guests in the studio and also our viewers online on their 7th media forum, Donbas Media Forum. We always, every year, as a team of the forum, we set tasks ahead of us to gather journalists, experts, and other our partners to discuss the situation in Donbas and also very important and relevant issues that rise in front of the journalistic community who unite around the topic of conflict in the east of Ukraine. But of course that the good quality professional journalism and such things as freedom of speech and new tools for effective work of the editorial office, these are common values. Our Donbas Media Forum every year is a kind of a platform for experts of the media sphere to discuss their urgent issues and gain new knowledge for further effective work. Before pandemic, this could also be arranged offline, and it was a big platform for meetings, face-to-face, for exchange of the latest news from the fields, from the ground, and new acquaintances, and we hope a lot that further on we shall be able to do this again and again, and this gives us the inspiration to everyday hold Donbas Media Forum. For all these years, our forum has been visited by almost 2,000 participants, and last year up to 20,000 of viewers joined us online. So I'm greeting you at the 7th Donbas Media Forum, and I'm encouraging you to be active, to join our discussions both in the studio and online, ask questions, and be strong. Yes. So greetings. Thank you, Luba. Thank you, dear colleagues. We are a bit, over the time, but that's normal when the discussions take place. So I would like to also speak to all of our participants and viewers, both men and women. We invite you to all of the events which we offer within the forum. So dear colleagues, thank you so much for the opening, for this honorable mission that you have just fulfilled here for our audience. And this whole thing has been recorded, and this is going to be watched both online and after the forum. And I hope that this 7th DMF is going to have a historic role in the general case of bringing back Ukraine to having only controlled territories and bringing back those uncontrolled territories home, and help those people who are there, giving them the signal. We are waiting for them at home, and Ukraine is open for everyone who lives now in Crimea or in Donbas. And there isn't a single, concern, not on the side of the stakeholders or politicians or public activists, for Ukraine to be, to be a unity. So thank you for your time, and I'm inviting you to visit next panel discussions.
Война на востоке Украины забрала.
The war in the east of Ukraine took lives more of the 13,000 of people. Tens of thousands were wounded. Hundreds of thousands have survived shellings and got traumas. We live 5 kilometers from the contact line. Several millions of inhabitants of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast had to leave their homes. It was a shock. But the war touched not only the residents of these regions. So it touched everyone. For several months, the person has changed its viewpoint completely. The project DMF tells unbelievable stories of people. Generation Donbas. I remember very clearly there was a separation, like two flags of Ukraine and of Russia. They were spread, and between them there was police. Just like many inhabitants of Donetsk and Luhansk in spring 2014, Yevgeny didn't expect that events would develop so rapidly and the armed conflict was going to start. So you look at it all and you're thinking, what is happening? How come? How could this happen so fast? And his bar has only started generating some profit. But together with the Russian flag, stones went into my bar. And I could see that actually Ukrainian side wasn't aggressive at all. They had the same messages that people had when they went to Maidan. Alexei, before 2014, was looking for the remnants of the soldiers after the Second World War in the mission The Black Tulip. So I was in the village Prishep at the time when we were refurbishing the monuments, and the airplane flew over us and we couldn't understand what was happening. And then we got calls and they were telling us that our city is now in chaos. Many cars are there. People with weapons are running around the town collecting youth and just giving everyone the shields and some weapon. And there are already police officers with guns. And we could see that they were checking all of our passports. So it happened just like in the blink of an eye, like half an hour after we got those calls. In 2014, we managed to go in the Carpathian Mountains for a small festival. I call my colleague, my friend, and she says that, what is happening there? So, no, it's okay. They were just shooting yesterday in the center, but everything is fine. As usual. And I'm in the Carpathian Mountains, saw how much this was not normal. That it started developing per some very weird scenario. When we went back from the Carpathian Mountains, the situation started escalating, and we decided to spread the Ukrainian flag. And she asked me, are you sure that the passerby with the gun is gonna notice it and knock on your door and won't do anything to you? And I told her, no, I'm not sure, because there is no police, not in the streets, nowhere. No police cars, no police officer in uniform. They just disappeared. But at that moment, I made the decision to take tickets for the day after tomorrow, packed our bags, sent them via mail, and then took the train on the next day. I took only 4 dresses for 2 weeks to go in Kiev. And Yelena was also in the similar situation, didn't suspect that she was leaving her native town forever. Here in Bobrova, I had a home, a small house, and I just went to my country house. So I left in my flip-flops and wasn't thinking about anything. It was the May the 10th, and I thought that I would come back on the 12th and everything will be the same. I had a call from work, and they told me that I didn't have to go back to work. So this is the peasants, you see. This was something I had before 2014. I have peacocks there. When on Monday I understood that I had nowhere to go and nothing was there, and I'm staying here. I never lived in the village. I didn't know how to do it, so this was my shock. It was like a cold shower when you wake up early in the morning and then, hello, the village Bobrovo. And there was no pharmacy in this village, no school, no library, not a club, nothing at all, but for one shop. In 2014 it was even closed, so nothing was in this village. When the shelling started, we also went out of electricity, no what. And I took 4 bricks where I could make my kettle warm. I didn't even have the kettle to put on it because in the country house I only had one electrical kettle. Alexei remained in the occupied Slavyansk and was helping to take out the dead bodies. In 2014, in June, I was arrested. They brought me to the security service, and there was a small interrogation. As they said, a few physical remarks they had to do before shooting me. So they hit me for a few times, and then one guy came to me and said that a death warrant has been signed for you. It's sabotage that you were guilty with. It was such a nightmare. And when they started bringing out a body from the basement, they put it on the stairs and they shot it twice. The body moved. It was a man. And that's when I realized that things are not going to end well for me either. But after that, they read my conviction and then they were pulling me out and placed me at the entrance to the security service near that window I was standing, put me with my head to the wall, and they started shooting. Oh, and the shelling started. So they had to run into the basement and everything was exploding and banging everywhere. And I thought that it could even kill me with a piece of a shell. So there were many, many different shots. And I started moving back and I fell into the hole. So the shelling stopped. They pulled me out of it and put me in the car. And they checked my pockets. I had a phone. And they checked the phone number and started calling somebody. And that man picked up the phone. And they said, who are you trying to kill? These are the only people who are not going to, damage you. They are digging on the Second World War. So they brought me to the security service.
And they say, listen, bro, we didn't know. You are not to blame. So time flew really fast, and it seemed to me like an hour has passed. Back then, I managed to get out of this koshmar, of this catastrophe. During the occupation, wife and children of Alexander have left the city, and he was left there with his elderly parents. In Slavyansk, he didn't have internet or mobile connection. Every year, he traveled around the city on a bicycle. What helped me in Slavyansk, I understood that I felt that we would be liberated soon. I don't know why I felt like that. There were challenges every day. The most difficult situation was during when these peace talks were the ceasefire was introduced. It was very difficult. I woke up one day. I went on my bicycle to the first checkpoint. It was the first checkpoint on my usual way. So I came there and I saw there was no one. I saw there were rifles laying there. There were a lot of arms. So I remember that there was a short like a cattle. I took it away, and I saw there were a lot of things just laying about, and I understood that there were lots of people going there. There was a crowd. I couldn't even imagine that there were so many people. They were in Slavyansk, though before it had seemed to me that there hadn't been anyone left in Slavyansk. However, I saw this huge crowd, so I went to my parents first. I said, "Ma, Pa, terrorists are gone." My mother was crying. She was so happy. Then I saw the battalion Kiev 1 to my parents' courtyard. Someone said that there is a well, so they can take some water. And I was so happy that Ukrainian soldiers came in. I came to them and I said, you know, in my apartment house there was a terrorist living, and I'm afraid that probably there are some mines. Can you please see it? So they came to visit us, and unfortunately they couldn't open the flat where these terrorists had been living in. So I asked them to climb the roof, and when there were heavy shellings in the area, then of course there was a response from this area, and I saw everything because my apartment building was located nearby, and but our house wasn't shelled by the Ukrainian army. However, there were a lot of particles which flew over the area. When Ukrainian soldiers came in, they were surprised because they have never seen something like that. Together with them, we probably spent half that day. I remember it very well because back then internet connection and mobile connection didn't work back then. So my parents couldn't understand what was happening. The neighbors said that Ukrainians came and they took away your son, so they were afraid that something might happen to me. A tipping point for me was when there were soldiers who came to Sloviansk from there. So I read in the papers that Slaviansk was liberated, and the next day I saw that there was a huge line of tanks and soldiers going in the street. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear friends. I am happy to see all of you here today at our panel, which has discussed the safety and security of investigative journalists. It is called New Threats. Today, I will tell you more about what is happening with safety and security of journalists and why it is a huge challenge to the journalistic community and to investigative journalists. We will speak to Anna Babinets, editor of Sredstvo Info, and Fedor Sudruk, editor of Schema program Corruption in Detail at Radio Freedom. We also have with us Antonina Torbic, editor of the Regional Editor's Office of Force Power, and we also have with us representative of the Press Secretary's General Office, Anatoly Kovalchuk. If all of our participants are here with us, we can start our discussion. I will be moderating this panel discussion. My name is Lyudmila Pankratova. I am a lawyer and head of the Regional Press Development Institute. This is an organization which has been working with journalists, investigative journalists for many years in a row. We provide legal aid to these journalists, in particular when there are threats to their professional activities. Today I would like to discuss a couple of questions. Well, first, how big is a threat which is posed by which is that journalists are facing. How many resources are spent into different criminal cases faced by the journalists? I would also like to ask a representative of the General Prosecutor's Office of how the office and law enforcement in Ukraine try to help journalists tackle these situations. What is happening now? There is a surge in attacks on journalists, and I think that it might be related to the fact that unfortunately there are no court decisions that would bring those guilty to responsibility. As a lawyer, I would also like to tell you about those cases which have gone to the European Court on Human Rights, because journalists do not have enough safety and security in Ukraine, and the state unfortunately doesn't carry out their responsibility to investigate crimes against journalists. Therefore, lawyers will bring these cases to the European Court of Human Rights. I can tell you that the latest statistic is quite pessimistic. Every year in Ukraine we have about 70 to 100 cases related to journalists prevented from exercising their activities. There are criminal cases, there are investigations. However, a very small percentage of these cases end up in court. Last year I saw there were 9 cases brought into court, and this year General Prosecutor's Office said that there were more cases like this, and Anatoly Kovalchuk will tell us more about these statistics. There are cases like this. 2 years ago, journalists of Magnolia TV were prevented from doing their work, though they were recording a fire. However, they were inhibited from exercising their activities from representatives of a local church. Today we will also discuss a case which was related to an assault on a journalist at Ukreksim Bank, and what are the developments in this case. I will ask Anya to tell us about the cases of inhibition of activity of journalists, and what kind of atmosphere it creates, what your colleagues feel knowing what is happening in Ukraine. Thank you so much for raising such important issues, because it seems to me that this current trend that we are about to discuss is quite a dangerous thing when journalists are not safe and secure, especially young journalists. They think that probably they should discontinue their career. However, as for us, we started working in 2012 at Sredstvo Info when Yanukovych used to be the president of Ukraine. However, we remember harder times when nobody cared about journalists, nobody listened to them. It seems to me that most of us present here at this discussion panel remember those times very well, when our work was so difficult, we couldn't get anywhere. We were stopped everywhere. However, the situation improved slightly, but what we see within the past few years, it seems to me it poses a threat to us. Communication of the state with a journalist is very complicated. I'm talking about investigative journalists. This is quite dangerous. I would like to remind you of a case at Sredstvo Info, a report on the offshores of President Zelensky. It was part of the international investigation about the offshores. However, journalists were completely ignored. Nobody could answer our questions. This was quite serious question about the way Zelensky builds his business, even before he became the president of Ukraine, whether he paid dividends or not. However, the president and the people who worked with him in his business and later in the authorities, they just ignored journalists. They seemed to say that nobody happened. So let's remember the case with offshores of Poroshenko, about all the other world leaders who were brought to responsibility. This ignoring of journalists. We remember the pre-election campaign by Zelensky when we were told that we do not owe you anything. So it's quite bad that this trend doesn't stop. When we are talking about attacks and assaults, there was quite a comic situation when we present offshore 95 investigation. We often present our investigations online, so in a cinema theater or something like that. We invite people to take a look at the film to have a discussion afterwards. So more than 1 month ago, we also had this presentation of this film, Offshore 95. So we paid for the facility. We invited almost 200 people to take part in this presentation. However, 3 hours before the premiere, the owner of this facility said that, no, you won't be able to come here. I saw your posters, there was Zelensky on it, and he told us about different reasons why it couldn't be held. There was a huge scandal afterwards. Then they started saying that no, we were not guilty, it wasn't our decision, and so on and so forth. However, we do see that they tried to stop us from preventing us, and finally we managed to organize this presentation. However, law enforcement agencies didn't help us to investigate who was to blame. However, then we made our own investigation. We talked to a representative of the State Security Agency, and we see that they try to inhibit our activities. Somebody put a pressure on this person. Then we published the results of our investigation. However, we didn't see any comments. Probably there was an excess of the person who was responsible for renting out this facility. So it was quite difficult, and this person who prevented us from organizing our presentation, probably he was a great. Though before that, we told him who we are, what are we going to do. So I think at this point, this bad trend in a relationship between journalist and state start. So in our case, we did organize this film screening. We carried out our investigation. So for us, it was like a tragical comedy. However, it's not a laughing matter. We need to think what to do with this, because we don't see an adequate response to assaults on journalists. For example, what happened with journalists of this Ham Info. So it's not right. It shouldn't happen. It happens for the third year in a row, and we think that probably advisors to Mr. Zelensky tell him that it's right. However, it's wrong. This is a way that Moscow and Azerbaijan have chosen. However, we don't want that our relations with the state push us to these bad developments. Thank you, Anna. So my next question. I understand that you are very experienced editor's office, so that your editors are very experienced. They managed to show that you were prevented from doing your professional activities.
Because in these premises there was so people have to be indeed punished here, or at least brought to disciplinary responsibility. Did you apply to the NPU, Lias, and said that there was this unwarranted interference? Not in this particular case. We had a paid premises. They brought us back money before the show. So I don't know if there was formal signs of whether or not we could be based on it, but you know very well that in all the previous cases we do apply, and our accreditation was taken by Verkhovna Rada because we don't highlight it enough, so they have cancelled our accreditation. That is interference, but then everybody put back to normal and gave it back to us. But in this case, we didn't, but I think that we should. But here we just found the man showed, justified, and it happened. But so I just see it as a negative bell. We just want those who could do our case, they would switch to colleagues from SCAMI and so on. Okay, dear audience, you can ask your questions and you can leave your comments and we will answer them. Thank you, Anna. These are really indeed very dangerous threats, or I think that the state had to already understand that ignoring journalists is not the way out. And thanks to your rapid reaction, I even understand why you don't go to the NPU with this case, because you solved all, and the NPU, unfortunately, even we open this proceeding, there are not many chances that somebody will be brought to responsibility. I don't like these words, political will, but it's hard to avoid them in this context. Because not all the possibilities used by lawyers show that these cases just are being ignored, or they submit for the court in the way that the court doesn't give a sentence. And that's where the big role of the NPU that is investigating and the prosecutor general and the court system. I would like to give floor to Antonina Torbic. Tonya, please share with us, how do investigative journalists work in the regions? How often such interference happens? How do you fight it? And perhaps tell us a bit more about your case and how it ended with the arson of the editorial office, even though it was a while ago. But such cases, when there's a big aggression, like an arson, it's a very serious thing and it's very dangerous. So such cases have to end in sentences. Hello all, thank you for invitation. You know, they said wise people learning from other mistakes. But unfortunately we had to learn from our own mistakes a few times. I hope this will give us more wisdom, and maybe somebody can use our example, because there are two gaps in the security system that we have detected in 2018. First was the digital security, and second was physical security. Digital security, when one time when we couldn't go on the webpage of our website, and we called the admin, and his question was, but do you have the backup version of the site? And we asked him, but you are to store them. Well, and then we found out the server with our website was stolen. The servers were in Rivne, and this was the experience that is still echoes for us, because information stored in the web archive, but to give it access on the website we still have to spend our time, although it's been 3 years. Well, most important information we managed to restore, but not all of it. Second gap in the security system is physical security. In 2018, our yard was where people could go in and out, and the doors were not locked. But it seems like these are very, regular things. But back at that time, we thought that maybe some lawsuits could be something that we were afraid of. We couldn't imagine that somebody would want to have an impact on us in a different way. And the impact was that there were organizers who found the clients who put our first floor on fire while journalist was in the office. And now police is investigating this case, and it turned out they even found the performance and they gave it to the court. But I will go back to the digital security one more time. This experience was very important for us to find the responsible admin, to do backup versions of the website. And it's 2021, this summer, after publication of some, material, we had DDoS attack. And our website wasn't even available for a while, but we didn't care because the backup version was done on the separate resources, and we're sure that things are okay. Even if they hacked the site, we still could put back it to work. But at the same time, we don't know how it is all developing, because the Institute of Mass Information spread the information that the criminal procedure was opened, but when we started to dig in, we didn't find this proceeding, not in the prosecution, and no information in police. But instead, the case on arson of our office is now in the court. They found people whom they suspect, and though they found people whom they suspect in organizing it. So these are two separate court cases. The problem is that it takes some time, these courts going in the court. It can be 2 sessions a week because we have to follow it. If we don't go to several cases, we find out that, for example, the restraining order was removed. Such surprises. Thank you, Antonina. Well, the situation with your digital performance, with your digital security, I'm glad that you took some measures. And as for the arson, this happened in 2018, now it's 2021. And I think the court hearing are not going to finish soon. So you're still in this stress, all your office, because you have to go to interrogations, interviews, and use your resources, because it's journalist time of lawyers, funds. I know there are programs, our program, other programs, providing financing to the lawyer, and he can give you free legal aid. But it still takes lots of resources and no specific results. Which has a negative impact on your state. It's a very unpleasant when you do some work but it will have no result. But I'm sure we will move step by step to change the situation. I would like to ask Fedor Sidoruk to tell about the situation. One more case with emphasis, because I know this case has been investigated very fast. It's now in the court. Do you have expectations that the fast investigation can end in sentence on this case? But you should describe the situation in brief, which happened to the journalist of a Schemi program in Ukr-Eximbank. And then we'll give floor to the representative of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine. Well, our journalist and our crew, they went on to have an interview with the head of Ukr-Eximbank, Yevhen Metzger. It was in his office. We have agreed on this interview several months in advance. It was not spontaneous. We did not just enter there. We were invited, It was an agreed interview. The questions were sent in advance to Yevhen Medzher, and during interview there were several clarifying questions, and one of them caused a weird reaction by the chairman of Ukreksimbank, who, after explaining that he was not willing to answer its question, he ordered his representatives of his security to erase the video shot by the journalists, made by the journalists. They used force against the journalists and the cameraman by the representatives of the security on the order of the chairman, and it was recorded how the bank's representatives did not let the journalists out of the premises. So the journalist was asking them if they could leave, but they said no, you can leave nowhere. During this incident, when physical force was applied, after pressing the button, automatic closure of gates happened, and it became dark there because Ukreksimbank is in the center of Kiev and it's facing the residential buildings. So we think they tried to hide what was happening in the office to do some things afterwards. As a result, the representatives of the famous and legendary IT specialist of Ukreksimbank tried to erase the video material. The journalist recorded all of these activities with the audio using his phone. And when they took cameras out, the video was stored. So they didn't turn off the cameras until they took out the recording. So you can hear all the voices of people and how we were moving. So we managed to restore the record. The journalist managed to leave the premises, after which the editorial office team came to these journalists and asked about it and went to police. Police arrived in time. The investigative team was in place, and then the investigative actions started. So far, the result is the following. Ivan Medzher has been fired from his position, and 3 persons like Press Secretary Pikalov, head of the security service Telbizov, and the 4th person we know is the representative of the security service. They are now removed from their or suspended, and the person who physically attacked the cameraman did not get the restraining order, and I would like to underline on this, which is weird. Also, those people who applied physical force against journalists, they got very mild restraining orders. I mean Telbizov and 1 more, which is, and those who gave these orders, they just have to stay at home at night. So it's a night home arrest. As we found out recently, this case was submitted to the court without the key evidence, which is the record, the video of what was happening, and the audio file of what was happening. And it was submitted to the court without one of the articles that was considered the previous stage. It's 146 article about the keeping a person under the
In our opinion, it proves the fact that it really happened. Without an audio and video recording, it would be difficult to prove that. So when we got to know that video and audio are not submitted to the case, we decided to inform about that. However, we are badly informed right now from the prosecutor's office about that. We don't know whether there are some kind of procedural activities going on to join these audio and video recordings to the case. Thank you so much, Fedor. This case about Ukreksimbank, it was the tip of the iceberg, because there are a lot of cases, criminal proceedings open by request of journalists, including journalists of the Schemy program. They are now being investigated. From time to time, these cases are closed. For example, last year there was an arson when a car of the driver of Schemy program was put on fire. In 2019, there was a case of when a cameraman and journalists were beaten up in a village council of Chabany near Kiev. This case was also closed. If lawyers didn't work well, this case would be just buried and forgotten about. Mikhailo Tkach, yes, this is separate case. The situation is still very difficult. And I would like to give it over to Anatoly Kovalchuk, representative of Prosecutor General Office of Ukraine, because Irina Benediktova, General Prosecutor of Ukraine, have launched an initiative to have all these cases against which were related to obstruction to journalist activities were brought into court. So Irina Benediktova got together representatives of civil society organizations. They had several events and signed a memorandum of understanding between civil society organizations, between media organizations, and the General Prosecutor's Office. In this memorandum, it is written that General Prosecutor Office does its best to investigate and these cases and bring them to court. As one of the people who signed this memorandum on behalf of the Institute of Regional Press Development, we think that this is a step forward to speeding up finding ways, finding solutions, so these cases are investigated and they are brought to fruition, they are brought to sentences, and that all the guilty are punished, because otherwise people will feel that they can prevent journalists from exercising their political activities. So, Anatoly, can you please tell us about the efforts of the Prosecutor's Office to investigate crimes against journalists? Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you here today. You rightly pointed out that the General Prosecutor's Office does its best to influence the process of investigation of criminal cases. You also rightly pointed that a memorandum was signed on the 14th of September between the Prosecutor's Office and media and civil society organizations. There are 7 institutions, I mean media institutions and civil society institutions, signed this memorandum. By an order of the General Prosecutor, working groups to analyze and monitor criminal proceedings related to crimes with obstruction to journalists' legitimate professional activities were formed. By an order of the Prosecutor, we have created an intra-agency working group to analyze the pre-trial conditions in cases which are related to obstruction of journalists' professional activities. The General Office, Prosecutor's Office, the State Security Service, and DBR and the National Police of Ukraine joined this initiative. We have also carried out a series of meetings where we discussed different problems related to pre-trial investigations. heads of the relevant structural department of the Office of the General Prosecutor of Ukraine and law enforcement agencies have discussed the situation with pre-trial investigator over the most notorious cases to make sure that they are brought to fruition. I took part in several round tables related to these issues. In these problematic cases, we hope that we will find ways, we will find solution by giving written orders and controlling these orders. On top of that, several months ago, the General Prosecutor's Office had a series of meetings with the representatives of NGOs and mass media. This discussion was related to obstruction to journalists' professional activities. This meeting included representatives of OSCE unit, which aims to help freedom of the press. This month, we have also had a joint presentation of a UNESCO Ukrainian language publication with information about journalist activities. This was quite a productive meeting, productive round table, where we have raised several important issues and where we presented this magazine, which included recommendation for prosecutors. In May, Deputy General Prosecutor of Ukraine have carried out a roundtable with representatives of the regional prosecutors' offices. There was intra-agency group meeting. There were meetings with representatives of the media and civil society organizations aimed at increase the quality of law enforcement activities related to these questions. There were also orders and letters sent out from the General Prosecutor's Office to the regional units of the Prosecutor's Office with recommendations. And now let's proceed to statistics. Ludmila, you said that last year there were 9 proceedings which were brought into court. This year I will tell you about the figures. According to the information in the regions of Ukraine, as of 15th October, there were 383 lawsuits, 55 in DBR. As of now, pre-trial investigations are taking place in 246 proceedings, 229 of which are in the National Police of Ukraine. We have 77 proceedings within the last 3 years, 32 proceedings within the past 6 months, and 75 proceedings within the past few years. Most of them happen in the east of Ukraine. Most of them happen in Kyiv, Poltava, Odessa, and Donetsk oblasts. This year, thanks to the efforts, our efforts, your efforts, or our joint efforts, this year we have better statistics. This year, there are 93 cases in the court. So these are cases which are related to obstruction to journalists' professional activities. The National Police of Ukraine has 22 proceedings, DBR 21. It happened in Kyiv, Volyn, Dnipropetrovsk, Poltavska, Kharkivska, and other oblasts. There are 83 criminal proceedings in courts. National Police 81, DBR 1, SBU 1. There are 12 criminal proceedings which are more than 6 months in the course of Ukraine, Закарпаття, Київ, Черкаси, область. So, Anatoly, I'm sorry, we don't have any time left. Thank you for the statistics. I have one question. I am happy that statistics has improved. It means that this question is now more important to you. I am very happy that recommendations were developed for the prosecutor's office. So my question is the following. Are these recommendations for the General Prosecutor's Office implemented by you in practice? We hope that the case related to Ukr-Eximbank, when it will be brought to court, there were necessary evidence to brought those guilty to the responsibility, because this is the crime which was very public. I would say that it is there was a high-profile cynicism. Thank you so much for the question. Recommendations provided to us are studied at seminars and different trainings which were held at the General Prosecutor's Office. As for the lawsuit related to Ukr-Eximbank, this is one of the proceedings which was initiated very fast, which relates to high-profile people, which was brought to court. And I think that it's already a victory. By victory, I mean that thanks to the efforts of the law enforcement agencies, thanks to the efforts of those people that were the victims in this case, they have raised noise at the level of Ukraine. They started talking about it. They refused to be silent. And we saw that during these 2 days there was a lot of information about this case, and everyone talked about the situation in Ukr-Eximbank. So I'm sure that because this lawsuit was brought into court very fast, I hope that those guilty in this crime will be brought to responsibility, and there won't be any delays in the proceeding. As for the statistics, I wanted to tell you that there are several proceedings which were not brought to fruition. So I hope that this case will be investigated and that we will have a final sentence, a final decision of the court very soon. Anatoly, thank you so much for your optimistic forecast. I will also be optimistic. However, as a lawyer, I will be quite cautious, and I must say that lawyers will do the best for this case to be heard in court, and we will do our best so the people who are guilty will be brought to responsibility, will get a sentence. I think that these fast pre-trial investigations won't harm the evidence which we have in this case. We also have 2 questions. That is why we have a couple of minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, and I will try to answer those questions. One question is asked by Larissa Olsenchuk, who says whether journalists follow their investigations where they take part in.
As far as I know, they do. Those journalists we are with here in the studio, they always go back to those investigations that were held and inform about the results of what has been done. It can be an open criminal proceeding or maybe other results of the investigation. And it's, the kind of a standard for journalists to trace the results of what we wrote about and then to inform about it. So my reply is like this. And then the question continues, if it's dangerous, how well the journalists are protected? Here we can open a new discussion and speak about this for an hour, because protection for journalists, well, first of all, it is envisaged in the law Second, as a pub NGO protecting journalists and other NGOs, lawyers, they're always willing to help the journalists. As far as I know, in the editorial offices, they also take some measures. Anna, do you have such preventive measures in your office? Or maybe at least are you instructing them? I'll be brief. Well, first of all these dangerous things that can happen to us is part of our work. When you journalists come in and start working, for me as for editor-in-chief, for these people it's important to realize that it can happen. We cannot protect from everything. Because, just like that example, we went on for the agreed interview. So we take care of the digital security. So there are certain channels of communication, messengers. So it's a separate panel actually about the digital security, because we know very well that today it's just enough to get access to the phone of the journalist to know what he's doing, who he's communicating with. And you know that case when the judges tried to get access to the phone contacts of our journalist who filmed the story about the birthday of the judge, to know which sources they contacted with. So digital security and physical security. And there are many ways when somebody goes to work on some assignment, and we know that journalists can be stopped there except for their accreditation. They can have the letter they are in this place, because so it's not some special document, but it always helps if there are some cases or problems. So if there is some not very safe meeting, then other colleagues can also be there for them. So even the young journalist who has recently joined to Scheme, he, when being stressed out, turned on the audio recording, which is now an important evidence. At least it has become an important public evidence. There's a big contrast of public evidence and those that go to the court. The bigger is going to be the gap created by the LIAs for us. So there are these minor, not so big things, but still they are important, and it's a separate discussion topic. Okay, thank you, Anna and Feder. I wanted to add one more sentence. The question of absence of trust, to the ability of LIAs help the journalists and protect our legal rights, make us to have a special attention to the security questions. Yes, thank you all, dear colleagues. Anatoly Kovalchuk, Antonina Torbich, who were online, Anna Babinets and Fedor Sidoruk, who were here in the studio with us. And as for the security of the journalists, the European platform where the investigated cases go, and then the state of Ukraine shall bear responsibility in front of the European community, because then these cases will require reaction from Ukraine. And while we were talking, I was just informed by the correspondent from Khmelnytsky that for her investigation about the local MPs and studying their declarations the day before yesterday, she was attacked. Some very stinky substance was poured on her. So while we were talking, there was another attack on the journalist. So I would really want, when we meet a year from today, our panel to be more optimistic, and the sentences that we're waiting for, so that they could be possible and the level of impunity dropped. Thank you, dear colleagues.
вроде как бы читаешь вечером о том, что Стрелков оставил там Славянск, ушел, а на следующее утро ты выходишь, и по Университетской идет вот такая огромная батальон, колонна, нескончаемая просто вот людей там, ну, и ты понимаешь, что все, теперь эпицентр здесь, и сейчас военные действия начнутся именно здесь. И просто в твой...
And then there are tanks and soldiers, and you understand, wow, that's the end. Because of the war, the family of Evgeny lost their house, which they were building near the airport. In the occupied city, he was forced to close his bar.
Мы не выпускали из города. То есть был перечень вещей, которые можно вывозить, и перечень вещей, которые запрещено вывозить вообще. То есть макароны, там какие-то радиаторы, то есть лампочки. Естественно, у меня все это было. И во-вторых, просто так даже пустая машина не может выехать, большая, тебе нужен пропуск. Пропуск ты можешь получить в министерстве каком-то, хер пойми каком. Было там уже масса министерств. Вот как раз мы были в исполкоме, стоим в очереди в коридорах, и в этот момент был один из самых больших взрывов. Взрыв просто сумасшедший, вот так вот, ну, прям стены в исполкоме дрожат, это центр города. Кажется, что это прям вот в дом, блин, да, вот. И начинается сумасшедшая паника, то есть никто не говорит, что происходит. Все начинают бегать, со всех кабинетов повыбегали вот эти все. Куча сразу военных, так, все кого-то прикрывают, там, я не знаю, уже взорвалось, что вы прикрываете там. Всех, кто находился в этот момент, всех в бомбоубежище туда. Я думаю, да мы выйдем отсюда вообще когда-нибудь или нет. Мы в бомбоубежище просидели, наверное, часа 2, и самое интересное, что я настолько устал, я там заснул. Прошло там пару часов, они выяснили, что произошло. Все стало на свое место. То есть все вышли, опять заняли те же очереди, где были в коридорах. И мы продолжаем стоять дальше, получать пропуск. Дождались своей очереди. Зашли к какому-то министру на собеседование. Он начал спрашивать, что мы везем, куда мы везем. Мы, естественно, рассказали о том, что мы вывозим пока к родителям свое имущество. Там. Что он нам делает? Он берет лист А4, вставляет его в принтер, нажимает кнопку, и оттуда выезжает флаг ДНР с названием «Пропуск» цветной. И он нам дает бумажку «Счастливого пути». И я такой стою, серьезно? Ну, типа, так можно было? Ну, это, ну, тупо. Он даже не ламинирован, ну, хотя бы, да? Не у всех есть возможность заламинировать. А он просто вот такой листик. Я думаю, ага, ну, хорошо.
Началась война. Это было, конечно, сурово, это было страшно, это было невыносимо. Мы впервые услышали, как бьют грады. Наш внук, сейчас ему 10 лет, при любом разрыве снаряда он скажет номер снаряда, какой снаряд рвется. Потому что вот мы живем от 5 километров от линии фронта.
Ирина переехала в Боброво еще до начала войны. В Северодонецке у нее остался швейный цех, куда они с мужем ездили каждую неделю и контролировали работу.
Когда шла бомбежка, обстрелы градом с той стороны, мы где-то недели-две мы не могли выехать. И неделю мы просидели в подвале, маршрутки не ездили. И когда приехали в Северодонецк, на обыкновенные, вот идет война, мы людей распустили. Узнали, что многие эвакуировались, уже уехали на Западную Украину, кто куда, кто в Киев, кто на Западную Украину. Ну, все отсюда побежали. Мы хотели забрать оборудование у Боброва. Ну, так как мы уже здесь живем, у нас первый этаж, мы здесь чуть-чуть порядок навели, поштукатурили стены и хотели, ну, просто забрать оборудование, чтобы оно никуда не ушло, чтобы, если вдруг что, мы тут могли выставить швейные машинки и работать дальше, потому что вот, ну, надо как-то жить, по-другому у нас не получалось. И когда мы открыли дверь, ну, как вам сказать, инсульт, не инсульт, инфаркт, не инфаркт, но, слава богу, мы это обошли. У нас был шок. стояло три стола, 3 рулона ткани и штук 5 водолазок. Все, и цех был полностью пустой. Мы вызвали следственную группу, завели уголовное дело. Ну, а потом вызывает нас где-то месяца через 3 следователь и говорит, ну вы же понимаете, что это война. Это глухое дело. Вам никто ничего не может помочь.
Виктор прошел Майдан и ждал призыва, но не дождавшись, поїхав воювати добровольцем. Його служба почалась з трагедії.
Ми, коли заїхали вперше на наші позиції, був туман. Ми мали заїжджати вночі. Перша частина колони заїхала на позиції «Маяк», повернула туди, куди треба, а друга частина колони заїхала прямо на позиції бойовиків, на позиції терористів. І загинув цар. Позивний цар, наш старшина, якого я дуже добре знав, і ми напередодні з ним спілкувалися про його пасіку, про його мед. І тут його вбиває снайпер. В тому ж бою гине герой України Усач. Мужичок інтелігентний, надзвичайно інтелігентний чоловік, який вчив нас стріляти з РПГ. Який передавав нам досвід Іловайська. Він в Іловайську підбив там 2 одиниці бойової техніки.
Наталья, у которой сейчас свое бистро в Мариуполе, переехала из Широкина. Именно там она стала свидетельницей страшных ночных обстрелов.
Так ежедневно же были эти обстрелы, а потом нас накрыло вот это 12 февраля. И мы в подвал. Очень были сильные обстрелы. Возле нас мы чувствовали, что это прямо рядом. Мы сидим, обнялись, и я понимаю, что мне нечем дышать. Вот знаете, я не знаю, с чем сравнить, просто не было такого никогда в жизни. Вот как газовая камера, как вот в каком-то фильме, что вот такой вот пыль, дым, не видно друг друга. Муж открывал вот так пальцами.
Шановні гості, шановні глядачі, рада вітати вас сьогодні з нами в студії, організатори форуму.
Dear guests, I'm happy to greet you here in the studio. The organizers of the forum have raised many interesting topics. I'm happy that we continue these discussions. One more time, we shall speak today about the self-regulation. It is raised quite often these days. I'm glad to greet here in the studio and online our guests. We have Valentin Koval, First Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Television and Radio Broadcasting, Tatiana Lebedeva, Commission on Journalistic Ethics, Svetlana Ostapa, Deputy Chief Editor of the Tector Media Portal, Chair of Supervisory Board of PJSC, National Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine, and Antonina Cherevko, Head of Independent Media Council, and Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko. I'm glad to greet you all. Let's begin. We speak a lot about it, but today, Taras, I shall start with you. You were at the opening speech and you mentioned that self-regulation, it's something that is for the journalists, but not so much progress in it. So from your experience, because you were the representative of NGO, now you work in the state sector. What is to happen for self-regulation to be working? What the state to punish for, and what can be left for the self-government authorities? Taras? Greetings. So it's nice to be in my office now. When I spoke about self-regulation in the beginning, it has many angles, and one of the most important ones, with a special emphasis on, is not only about existing certain body, commission or council that go through common questions and issue decisions. We have these elements. There's the Commission of the Journalistic Ethics and Independent Council. Both of them are in the panel today. The emphasis I wanted to make is that such bodies usually are part of the bigger structures or big membership organization that unites journalists or media employees. In some countries, media and PR can be united in one organization. And on the basis of this membership, the decision is made about ethics, where the worst decision can be exclusion from the organization. So, depriving of press cards, that's something that is issued by one or two powerful journalistic organizations. That is why self-regulation, to have the journalistic association, is not self-regulation. But as I said, it's both the membership organization and the selected body that goes through common questions and which is competent among the community of issuing decisions about ethics. And lawyers have a National Association of Advocates or National Bar Association, but they have a different specifics. They do not follow under the freedom of amalgamation, which is envisaged by the European Convention on Human Rights, because forced unification of lawyers doesn't violate the membership because they are special, but they can't do it with journalists. You can't say in the law the mandatory membership of the journalists. That is going to contradict the standards of the peaceful unifications, because only lawyers and doctors make that exception. And that's what Ukraine lacks. Of course, there are, some unifications of or unions of journalists, but there are media which are considered to be, according to studies, the ones who stick to standards the most, who are have the most powerful reputation, and some outlets refer to it, and Suspilny is one of them. So my question, in the framework of which unification the journalists of these media communicate, speak about ethics, is there such organization that unites journalists, and whether they are members of it? And when the topic of the forum as the responsibility in the context of their responsibility to the community, so it has to be viewed in the framework of the journalistic union as a legal entity. Moving to the topic of what for the punishment can punish, and the journalistic community itself, but it depends upon the problems. The state shouldn't make a punishment just to have it. It has to look at the problem. Maybe there's no problem with some accreditation of the journalists. The big organizations would issue a lot of them to get some weapon maybe, or to advertise, like you will have more rights, you can enter any office and so on. This is a problem which could be solved on the level of self-regulation, but it's not. And then there's a question, maybe the state should solve this problem. So that's all from me, and I will be ready to discuss it more further on. So the competent unifications and press cards, we understand that free media, the media do not fall under the influence of the state, but still there are questions that which ought to be regulated. So I started with the word punishment first because I wanted to get to the business. So Valentin, you represent the regulator. And from your experience and from your work, from what is happening on the media market, do you see the possibility for the regulator to respond to some recommendations or solutions of some self-regulated organizations? Can it be the ground for introducing some punishments by the National Council, for example? The question is if there's in the law such a right or possibility for the regulator to make the documents that are in some self-regulated organizations. So far, the law doesn't know about self-regulated organizations. And of course, from time to time, we go to different organizations which are part of the civil society and we ask their opinion. But in any case, the ground for any of our decisions, and we speak about possible sanctions, is only the violation of law. No other reason can be used for sanctions imposition. Okay, thank you for starting with this. Svetlana, now I would like to hear from you, because here you represent the National Public Broadcasting Company. There's always a conflict between the representatives of the communicators from the state and representatives of different media and journalists. So do you think, and what is to be done for self-regulated organizations become mediators to solve certain maybe conflict situations between media and state bodies, business and so on, so that they can be influential and their solutions could be important for them? Greetings one more time. I shall start with the last conflict you mentioned. In this conflict, self-regulated organization, which is in Ukraine, is the Commission of Journalist Ethics, can join the working group and develop some rules or recommendations in which way to communicate for press services and political forces with media. As for our mandate of the Commission of Journalistic Ethics, just like Tatiana Lebedev, I'm the member of it as of 2013. We have different functions a bit. We consider complaints on violation of the Code of Ethics of Ukrainian Journalists. So we are going through the published materials, video, stories, or articles on the internet or in the printed newspapers, and we are to see if the journalist or this media outlet have violated articles of the Code of the Ethics of Ukrainian Journalists. So your first question, you asked Taras, what can the law or the authorities regulate? So I told you what we do. Commission also does some announcements if the violation is repeated, addressing all of the media community. And as for what can be done in the framework of legislation, it seems to me that one of the problems was already mentioned by Taras. It's about fake press cards, because it's not a single case when such activists, so to say, decided to make money on these press cards and those preferences given by it. They don't just issue them to those who are journalists, they sell it, announcing all of the benefits of the person who's going to have it. Since this has repeated for many times and now the parliament is aware of it, in the Committee of the Freedom of Speech in the last meeting they said about creating working group and recommended to even include the criminal responsibility for the sale of the fake journalistic cards. So the process has been launched, because what we did, what the Commission did, our colleague Oksana Romanyuk has written about it, and what we got in advance, those who were doing it, they just filed a lawsuit against those who wrote about the press cards being sold. According to the law, the press cards are to be issued by the organizations or editorial offices, journalistic organizations, and there are not so many of them in Ukraine now that can give those. It's the members of the International Federation of the Journalists, but not all journalists. We have 1,000 of journalists in Ukraine, but not all of them have trust to these organizations. That's why they are using only either the accreditation of the editorial offices, or if they are freelancers. So as a freelancers, they get it from some offices. So I think this question can be regulated by means of law. And media community knows that in the parliament there's registered, but wasn't considered the draft law on media. I think there has to be something about self-regulation, at least some brief remark, without describing what the self-regulated organization is to do. I think the journalists can deal with this themselves. Another thing, self-regulated organization differs from other similar structures of state bodies, because the code of ethics is something that the prosecutors have, the judges have. So we do not have such severe punishments like they do. And at the meetings with the prosecutors and judges, they ask, why do you have such soft punishments for the journalists? And when I tell them that other countries don't even have this, like such a thing as the public censure or condemnation, because the aim is to teach them to work in the way not to violate it. So they always are surprised, saying that it has to say in the law, if the journalist has violated the code of ethics, he's to be fired. And so in opinion of the leaders or officials, something like this has to be reflected in the law, and I tell them that it's incorrect, and if some solution or decision made against the journalist, then the commission is to think whether to give him a bonus, maybe to fire him. But unfortunately in Ukraine we don't have such an institute, but I think it's another step of development, as of not doing the handshake. Yes, thank you. Those who raised a question of press cards, I think something that is very urgent now. So, Tatiana, you have big experience as a member of many councils and many organizations, former, and now you represent here the Commission of the Journalist Ethics too. I'm confident that everyone is observing the activity of self-regulated organizations, and maybe your opinion. So Svetlana said that maybe something has to be envisaged in the law. What is it? What should it be done for self-regulated organizations to be more efficient?
Thank you so much. Welcome, dear participants, dear guests of our discussion. So any discussion usually is planned as a battle between two opponents. However, it seems to me that today we are not opponents. We are united by the same goal, by the same aim. Our key goal of the National Council of the Ministry for Information Policy and the goal of our organization is to protect our audience, is to protect our citizens from the inflow of manipulations, fake news, disinformation, low-quality journalism. It's quite an important issue recently. This is a question of mental health of our nation. we see the last case demonstration of anti-vaxxers, of those absolutely crazy messengers, people who are under the influence of absolutely negative, not justified messages of low quality journalism. And this is the problem that we need to tackle all together. I would like to remind you that during my speech at Lviv Media Forum, Taras Shevchenko referred as a paradox of getting back confidence. It's an interesting phenomena. This is exactly what we all do today. We try to restore confidence to high quality journalism, which was lost, unfortunately. And thanks, because of some kind of digital challenges and due to some of our colleagues, which understand their mission in a different way. So today we try our best to explain to people that they can trust us. So this is the key mission of the Commission for Journalism Ethics, not only to review complaints. I'm surprised that Taras doesn't notice a different attitude towards self-regulation authorities that we have now. I understand that it is a lengthy process, it requires patience, it requires understanding. The key driving force behind this process is education, is raising awareness. This is what differentiates the Commission for Journalist Ethics from the previous years, because we don't only review complaints, we also provide our recommendations, explanations. In every complaint, we provide our recommendations of what could have been done. We meet with regional journalists. We are very active in this area. A lot of journalists from regional media outlets take part. Of course, it's much more difficult in the region as in the capital of Ukraine. We organize online meetings with the stars of Ukrainian journalism, and we use concrete cases where they explain what are standards of journalism, what is ethics, and how difficult it is to maintain their reputation, how it works for the journalist and for the audience. This is a very important process, and I think that, for example, my point of view is the following. We can talk about self-regulation in the legal framework of Ukraine, but not because to provide a larger mandate. We don't have a larger mandate. We are quite happy with what we have. However, we need that to convey our opinion that we need to have these ethics, that we need to have well-balanced information. But this is not the mandate of the National Council. This is not what we shall do. Those questions are raised by journalists and journalist union. So answering your question, I think that the society would should have this signal that there is regulation, there is self-regulation, and it must exist in a democratic country. I would like to highlight what Tatiana and Svetlana has said. They told us about the journalistic activities, about self-regulation in this profession. However, the National Council almost has nothing to do to the activities of journalists. We are entering this area when journalists start talking about issues which are aimed at destroying the statehood, nationhood, at spreading some kind of dangerous topics. However, we mostly are in contact, are in touch with TV and radio organizations. What Svetlana has said, she referred to the internet and other areas. So while in the Ukrainian media law, we don't have the mention of the internet. If a TV channel has an internet unit, an internet department, and something happened online, if it happens online in the internet, then we cannot even get involved, because internet is now not regulated at all. That is why this new media draft law that we referred to, it does have first attempts to regulate activities in the internet. Then it has a big article on co-regulation and self-regulation. This draft law, this last version of the draft law, it's now in its fourth version. So we will discuss that later. We will discuss the draft law on media later this day. As for the self-regulation, we cannot avoid the question related to the legal framework. We have with us Antonina Cherevko, media lawyer and expert on media development. Antonina, we are happy to see you today. I know that you work a lot at these topics, so you have heard our discussion. We are happy that you joined us. Speaking of the draft law or any other legal act, do we need to, what must it contain, and what are the criteria of self-regulation for a media organization so they have an impact? Thank you so much. I am happy to represent here the International Independent Council. This is one more initiative in Ukraine. I do agree with you. I do support the position of all the participants of this discussion panel. I would like to say that there are a couple of points. First, we're talking about online activities, and of course it does change a lot. One of those changes which we have seen recently, this is the question whether it is possible to have this pure self-regulation online. For example, if we refer to those documents which are now developed by the Council of Europe in this area, then the position of the Council of Europe is the following. Where it comes to moderating of large content by large media platforms, then self-regulation in its pure form is not regarded as such which can efficiently work. So this is mostly about co-regulation. Now we are at the stage where there are no perfect answers to difficult questions, and we just need to have discussions like these and to define what we need to have now, what Ukraine needs to have now. Taras was right to say that state regulation is based on the problem that exists in the society. Of course, there are traditional spheres where the state has to act as a regulator according to the international law, for example, as hate speech. The state has international commitment to regulate in this area. The state also has to provide all opportunities for free development of the media to help develop pluralistic discussion in the society. That is why there is a number of areas where the state must work efficiently. As for the self-regulation and about the ways it can or cannot be prescribed in the law, I remember that this discussion has been very long. This is at least second discussion where we discussed similar topics in a similar company. So we discussed that with Tatiana. We also had a discussion about that. I think that some things can be stipulated in the law. I don't see why they cannot be there. I understand the value of this signal. I don't see any problem if these regulations are stipulated in the law. At least for us, a couple of things will be important. For example, to have safeguards which will prevent the self-regulating bodies from being persecuted because of their activities. This is what was discussed when you discussed those fake press cards, when people try to prosecute these self-regulating initiatives for this issue which was raised back then. Then what my colleague from the National Council has said, that the National Council might have grounds for using these decisions of the self-regulating bodies. I think that we could have this position in, we could have it in the new draft law on media. So all of this is optional, because it makes sense to have these provisions in the draft law. However, if you don't have these provisions stipulated in the draft law, we will have our own will to do that. As for my personal opinion, I think that it's better to create an element of cooperation which would be more similar to self-regulation between the sector and the state. To me, it is related to those challenges which we face, which are related to the internet, to online ways. So I think it would be much more efficient in this area. This is a classic and very powerful idea which was discussed by Taras Shevchenko, which is related to some kind of unions of journalists. I'm just not sure that it will work in Ukraine in this historical period of time. It seems to me that those traditional professional links would have existed before, so-called workshops, industrial workshops, which have existed before. They have existed since the medieval times, though traditional links, they are partly destroyed by the internet. So we have interruption in this tradition. Now a person can be a journalist, tomorrow a communication manager or a PR manager. One person might have different career path. Because of that, I doubt that it might exist now in such a form, in such a classic historical form in which it has existed before. However, this is the question, this is a point for discussion. This is about finding compromises and finding best solutions between those who are participants of this panel discussion. So Media Council is open to any suggestions, to any ways of developing of the situation. For us, just as for Tetiana, the most important these are the interests of the society. Thank you so much. It's very important that we are all saying that the audience is the most important. So I don't know if Taras is still with us. We get back to the question related to legal acts, to legal framework, where all this shall be stipulated. So Taras, if you are still here with us, I would like to ask you a short question. Shall we have this self-regulation stipulated in the law? Shall there be a series of criteria or a separate article or a list of recommendations? What shall it be?
We know there are different models. For example, the model of Denmark, when it's regulated by the law, including with the regulatory commission and the members of the commission, which are which approve it in the order according to the law. So it's the extreme position when self-regulation is in the law completely. In other countries, they do not put anything into the law, but there are some organizations who united themselves and fulfill some certain function, and then the state doesn't interfere. But there is still the possibility where the state can maybe issue the criteria of which organizations can be referred to as self-regulated, and then maybe in theory there could be some register for these criteria, which can be very useful if the self-regulated body solution has legal force, or if some personal support can be given to self-regulated organization via Ukrainian Cultural Fund, for example. Then it's also important to understand which organizations have the status. There's a draft law on self-regulated organizations in general without link to media. It envisages the criteria of what a self-regulated organization is. So if we speak about the Ukrainian realities, before you answer, I would like to remind that we have a chance to ask a question. We still have several questions, but the audience can add them to on the Facebook or on YouTube. Taras, in Ukrainian realities, for Ukraine, should they be in the law or not? I think this is the last option I mentioned. It could be useful for Ukraine. Thank you so much. I know you need to go. I was very happy to hear you. See each other again, I hope. Thank you for participation. I would like to continue because in our national council we'll have to work on these new amendments to the law. And I would like to say that lately in the Ukrainian legislation there is a habit to do maybe some general provisions or very specific ones. And in case if it's some very general provisions, they don't work. If they're specific, they seriously restrict the possibilities of the organizations. In this situation, we speak about self-regulation. So I suppose in the law, and that's what it is now in the law, you just have to put the possibility of existence of self-regulated organizations with the minimum parameter, the way they should look like, because otherwise we will just would over-regulate it or over-formalize it. And to give the state bodies the chance and the right to use the results of the activity of these self-regulated organizations. Then we will be able to use what these organizations have developed and will participate in the work. Now there are more details there listed than necessary, but the law is still it's still in process, and many things will probably happen to it before it gets to Verkhovna Rada. But although we haven't met any deadline yet, and this law is becoming so perfect that doesn't even look like a win-win one, which is traditional for Europe and the States, but it looks something like not for you, not for us. Thank you, dear colleagues. So from your side, in which way, what organizations are ready to be useful, help, and do you agree with the opinion that the self-regulation question of the organizations is to be in the law in some way? I'm grateful to Antonina because she said two most important things, not only for organizations or self-regulated organizations, but for the expert organizations, because those cases, criminal cases that were on the members of KZE, if they go to the court and somebody wins, they made it possible any expert decisions on the publication and assessment of the ethic nature of the content, which is very dangerous. As for what has to be in the law, I also agree with Valentin. It seems to me that the structure of the organization, the principles, the self-regulated organizations do not need this, but to give a signal to the society and media community that There are such things which are regulated by the sphere itself, by the journalistic community itself. It would be just a step, you know, in the direction to democratic principles of media existing in our country. It would have been support. And if it's a commission on journalistic ethics or independent media council, doesn't matter which organization it is, most importantly for media to feel responsibility, the media themselves, the journalists, the editors, that they to feel responsible for the content they produce. And for those problems that they cause for the audience if they don't think about ethical standards or some punitive possibilities. It's not about this. It's about rebirth of reputation that Taras mentioned. It's about reminding about responsibility. And I absolutely agree with Valentin that the National Council of Ukraine can be guided by what is in the law because it's a state body. And very often there is a temptation to say where the National Council is looking at when something was misspoken on the radio or something was miswritten. But the National Council is limited on the one hand, but on the other hand, there should be someone who can say, indeed, this was a mistake, this is incorrect, you shouldn't have said this. If you care about the reputation, please correct this and in no case repeat it. That's all. This is the educational mission, and if something like this will be mentioned in the law, it will be a powerful signal for the society. Thank you, Svetlana. Yes, I will answer in brief that you are to maybe lead certain organizations which are to do self-regulation. No, not now, because we have a big lack of trust for each other, for the organizations, and such attempt was in the project that under the title of counteracting disinformation to lead certain organizations, and we noticed the trend, people saying who are these organizations, why are these organizations. So I think not yet listing specific organizations. And secondly, what Taras mentioned, he listed several outlets, and from which organizations are all these outlets. In fact, there isn't such organization with certain outlets. Maybe their representatives can be members of it. But I'm convinced that if there's a threat to profession, all of these outlets will unite and whether will go outside and defend themselves, defend their colleagues, journalistic activity, profession. It happened many times. I can give you an example of the movement. It will not be some specific organization, but such unification exists in the movement, like Stop Censorship, or now there's a media movement. And if there is a threat or some incidents that happened from scheme journalists, and as from the previous discussion, how they were interfered to work in the bank, you know, the journalists very fast using social media have organized a protest. So journalists are mobile, they can unify fast and they can protest. And as for listing specific organizations, I think no. Okay, thank you so much. We have many questions about press cards and about which organizations and what to say in the law, but let's go to the questions sent by our audience. I will ask a question. I don't know who's going to answer it. How to defend people from creating, you know, some aggression online. This is the question from Olga Vesnyanka. So Svetlana and I, we can answer. Among those principles which are in the Code of Ethics, This is our main document. Non-discrimination is one of the most important principles, and unfortunately it is often violated. We maintain statistics. Here I have a collection of what's been done by the Commission of the Journalistic Ethics for the past 2 years. And we have some general principles here and examples of our decisions. And among these, there are a few decisions made by us using this topic Olha Vestyanka is mentioning. Discrimination per national sign is a breach of Ukrainian journalism. We know very well, especially regional journalists, they agree that it's not allowed to discriminate anyone, but when something happens in the city, they say, oh, this man of this nationality has committed a crime. They forget about the common principles. That's why every time when we face such examples, we write a well-grounded analysis of this situation, of this publication, and give very specific recommendations. And we have prepared videos using specific examples in plain language explaining how to perceive such cases, how the journalist is to highlight these problematics. Thank you. Antonina Cherevko, Taras Shevchenko, please turn them on for a couple of minutes. There are comments from them. I wanted to respond and comment on what Svetlana has said. That example of unification when something has happened is not about self-regulation, it's about survival. It's about solidarity. But one case is when near the house there's illegal construction and go and break the fence, and another is to create the service of the owners of this condominium. Tonya, I also support Taras. It's what we all ought to move to the next stage. We are very successful when fighting against something, but we have certain difficulties in starting building something. And by the way, there's another question. What for? There's certain work done by the authorities for the sector itself, some, guidelines, professional orientation, but there's something they do for the society. And it would be great if journalists for society and social responsibility united more often than when they have to defend themselves or defend their interests. I wanted to also respond to the question of the hate speech, because for the past 2 years I'm member of the expert committee on counteracting hate speech of the Council of Europe, and I represent Ukraine in this committee. This question is very important and very relevant. There isn't a single answer to it, because for the past 2 years the committee was developing the new guideline in the sphere of counteracting the hate speech online, and this online aspect. On this aspect there is a draft document. It hasn't been published yet, but it was voted in the beginning of this year. It's a general guideline to the states, member states of EU, on how to counteract hate speech in online sphere.
There are recommendations which are related to the internet, to media outlets that work online, and we know that we are all have a part of the responsibility. There are some parts which shall be regulated by the state. However, there is a number of things which shall be regulated by the civil society and the media, because as a rule, in a situation with hate speech, the state responds when the situation has already happened, when the harm has been done. There are other education campaigns which are also very important. We can join this process we can join this process of education and raising awareness. Thank you. We have a comment from Svetlana and one question from the audience. Well, I don't mean that I'm against such union. I'm for this. But in Ukrainian realities, where 2/3 of the journalists work for the media which are financed by the oligarchs, which are not really interested in self-regulation, because we see by the answers, if there is a complaint to your a TV channel, to a program, there are only a few journalists, a few lawyers of this TV channel who responded to the Commission of Journalistic Ethics complaint. So others just ignore us, and it seems to me that it's difficult to speak of self-regulation or some kind of a union. As for the two organizations which are now working in Ukraine, there were no attempts to unite their forces because there is high level of there is a decrease in confidence. There is incitement of national hatred. It goes out of the scope of this self-regulation. We can journalists stop censorship movement, which was created until 2014. In 2012 or 2013, there were also cases of self-regulation. This is the studio of Hromadske, where journalists were united around the principles and around the logics of the journalist activities. So we do have problems with oligarch-owned TV channels. So my question is, how we can influence those TV channels? As a member of the Commission of Journalistic Ethics, together with Svetlana and Tatiana, we are always discussing that issue. So it seems to me that it's important for the audience to understand that this discussion is happening right now. Can you please share your insights with the audience? How we can influence this, not as a National Council, but as the self-regulation authority. Even in the current legislation of Ukraine, it is also related to so-called oligarch-owned TV channels. There is guidelines of the editorial councils. However, these editorial councils are not well functioning. At the Suspilne TV channel, this council is efficient because it was elected. It wasn't appointed from the top down. They have editorial charter. They are reviewing complaints. So this is an example of how different broadcasters regard self-regulation. However, these examples are scarce. I'm really sorry we don't have any time left. I'm really grateful to our colleagues who were in the studio and who joined us online. Today we have discussed self-regulation, co-regulation and regulation as fast as we could. I hope that this topic will be raised further. The key functions of the self-regulation bodies is to protect the audience. My colleagues have said that we need to unite our forces for something, not against something. So stay with us. We are waiting for you to join our next discussion panel. Thank you.
Мы вызвали следственную группу, завели уголовное дело. Ну, а потом вызывает нас где-то месяца через 3 следователь и говорит, ну вы же понимаете, что это война. Это глухое дело. Вам никто ничего не может помочь.
Виктор прошел Майдан и ждал призыва, но не дождавшись, поїхав воювати добровольцем. Його служба почалась з трагедії.
Ми, коли заїхали вперше на наші позиції, був туман. Ми мали заїжджати вночі. Перша частина колони заїхала на позиції «Маяк», повернула туди, куди треба. А друга частина колони заїхала прямо на позиції бойовиків, на позиції терористів. І загинув цар. Позивний цар, наш старшина, якого я дуже добре знав, і ми напередодні з ним спілкувалися про його пасіку, про його мед. І тут його вбиває снайпер. В тому ж бою гине герой України Усач. Мужичок інтелігентний, надзвичайно інтелігентний чоловік, який вчив нас стріляти з РПГ, який передавав нам досвід Іловайська. Він в Іловайську підбив там 2 одиниці бойової техніки.
Наталья, у которой сейчас свое бистро в Мариуполе, переехала из Широкино. Именно там она стала свидетельницей страшных ночных обстрелов.
Так ежедневно же были эти обстрелы, а потом нас накрыло вот это 12 февраля. И мы в подвал. Мы в подвал. Очень были сильные обстрелы. Возле нас мы чувствовали, что это прямо рядом. Мы сидим, обнялись, и я понимаю, что мне нечем дышать. Вот знаете, я не знаю, с чем сравнить, просто не было такого никогда в жизни. Вот как газовая камера, как вот в каком-то фильме, что вот такой вот пыль, дым, не видно друг друга. Муж открывал вот так пальцами открывал банки с компотом, и мы запивали. И когда так, знаете, оно долго-долго-долго оказалось, и потом так раз тишина. И он говорит, сиди тут, а я выйду посмотрю. И он при этом включает телефон, снимать. Там ровно 2,5 минуты тишины, и нам удалось прыгнуть в эту машину и еще соседку забрать с собой, пожилую женщину. Мы когда выехали в Мариуполь, мы выехали до знакомых в чунях, в шубах, все грязные в земле, и документы на дом, на магазин. Но мы выезжали, когда уже с Широкино, не по трассе, вот трасса просматривается со стороны ДНР, а по улочках, то сзади так падали, мне казалось, прям за машиной падают снаряды, что нас вот так закидывало. Я просто молилась.
Эта машинка нас вывезла, девочки. Спереди даже там есть чуть-чуть, она такая, как бы...
Да, вообще на такой древней машине ездили, нет?
Да.
В это же время Виктор был не просто свидетелем боев за Широкино, он был их участником.
Обстріли були надзвичайно потужні. Так мікро-Сталінград. Стільки вилито було заліза на наші голови. Ми розуміли, що Росія просто вистрілює по нас свої старі боєкомплекти. Це хороша утилізація, насправді. Туристичні будиночки для відпочинку смугою йшли на узбережжя. Там юрмились собаки, вони грілись там. І це нам, українській армії, було дуже класно, тому що як тільки диверсійно-розвідувальні групи ДРГ хотіли нам зайти в тил, собаки гавкали, вони спрацьовували як дзвіночки, і ми були насторожі. Чеченці, коли зайшли, вони всіх їх порізали ножами там, ми чули скавчання.
Но еще в 2014 году мне просто были слезы, обида, и там был твой дом, куда съезжались все равно на выходные, приезжали дети, понимаете, мы собирались все вместе, у нас все эти были обеды, и вдруг на тебя этого ничего нет. Сын в Днепре, дочь в Одессе. Все.
Только в 2015 году Алина решилась поехать за вещами в оккупированный Алчевск. Кроме того, в городе остались ее пожилые родители.
Я понимала, куда я еду. И вроде бы тоже как психолог, вроде же понимаю, как психика устроена. Но что я настолько буду ошеломлена, в принципе, ошеломлена – это очень культурное слово. Едешь по Луганску, и тут в дырках, в снарядах, обгоревшие, разрушенные. Машинки, видишь, что они военные, без номерных знаков ездят. Люди в форме с оружием наперевес. И ты не знаешь, они кто. Полиция, милиция, военные, ополченцы, еще кто-то. Мужики одетые просто с оружием. И я помню, что я приехала на квартиру, я вообще никуда не выходила. Вот, когда референдум этот организовывали, я помню, как мама потом мне рассказывала, говорит, ехала в маршрутке, и говорю, люди, вы куда? Какой референдум? Она такая, говорит, я думала, говорит, меня забьют в маршрутке. Говорит, я вышла. Такая позиция была на тот момент, когда мы выезжали. Когда отключили украинское телевидение, месяца через 4, через 5, мама говорит, а что Порошенко войска сюда привел? Я такая, мам, ты о чем? Мою страну, мою родину. Ну, они ж оба родились в России. Я такая, о, говорю, а что это ты, говорю, про родину вспомнила? И когда я съездила в 2015 году за вещами, и 3 дня там побыла и покурсировала около телевизора, я поняла, почему буквально там за несколько месяцев полностью человек поменял свое мировоззрение. Я помню вот эти обрывки из новостей, когда я уже на второй день понимаю, что очень даже и я бы могла хорошо ненавидеть Украину благодаря всем этим, там, удивлению тому газетам местным. Я такая беру, думаю, ой, господи, прям совок. Молодая республика накосила столько-то тонн зерна. Я вот просто, я читала газету, такая, боже, это реально? И я помню, когда я приехала в Киев после той поездки, я понимаю, что у меня тревога поднялась, со мной происходит что-то не то, я быстрее на личную терапию, и вот это напряжение за 3 дня там, ну там за 2, дорога еще там что-то заняла. Я, наверное, его прорабатывала еще месяца 2. Но вот я приняла для себя решение, что вот все. Это последний раз, когда я еду только по крайней необходимости и нужде, туда буду ездить.
Ну, я бы хотел бы приехать хотя бы походить. Мы там жить уже не будем. Я не смогу там жить, но хочется же походить. Просто пройтись и назад уехать. Все, мне больше ничего не хочется. У меня папа с мамой там похоронены.
Та завдяки турботі вас, нашої церкви-матері, зросла і утвердилася.
А потом Томас дает в Украине, и мы принимаем решение перейти в православную церковь Украины.
Владимир переехал в село Веселое из Таха.
Доброго Good afternoon, dear friends, dear participants of Donbas Media Forum 2021. Today we will speak about the elections that were not there. Last year we have a panel discussion on elections. However, last year it was the post-election year. In 2019 we had a lot of elections. All the media were writing about that. That is why we had a lot to do. However, we don't have elections happening this year. However, the topic is very relevant, especially for Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. So I'm very happy to welcome here our esteemed guest, Yuri Moroshchenchenko, member of the Central Election Commission of Ukraine, Pavlo Kyrylenko, head of Donetsk Regional State Administration, Civil and Military Administration, Serhiy Haidai, head of Luhansk Regional State Administration, Civil and Military Administration, Olga Ivazovska, head of the board of Civil Network Opora. We also have with us editor-in-chief of Novosti Donbasa, Bogdan Karkachov, and probably we will joined online by a representative from a media outlet from Luhansk. My name is Katerina Zhemchuzhnikova. I'm a communication manager of Civil Network Opora, and today I will be moderating this discussion with our guests. To kickstart the discussion, I would like to tell you a little bit about the background of our discussion, because these events are protracted in time. In 2020 we had all Ukrainian local elections, first elections which happened in the newly amalgamated territorial communities after the decentralization process on the territory of all Ukraine. However, in 18 communities in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, the elections didn't take place because civil and military administration have submitted their requests, have submitted conclusions that it is impossible to hold elections in these communities. That is why the Commission hasn't organized the elections that year. In spring, there was another attempt to hold elections, and in autumn, there was a third attempt to do that. It is necessary to say that the first attempt in 2020 was appealed in court. The decisions which was made at the beginning of 2021, when all the election process has already ended, when everything was over, when there were new mayors and local councillors elected in the communities. It was very difficult to carry out the decision of the court because though in any case the decision said that it wasn't possible to hold these elections. What are these 18 communities? These are 10 communities in Donetsk Oblast, Svitlodarsk, Toretsk, Myrne, Olgine, Volnobacha, Vuhledar, Sardana, Ocheretine, Avdiivka, and Mariinka, and 8 communities in Luhansk Oblast: Yerske, Lysychansk, Popasna, Severodonetsk, which is now an acting Oblast center, Nizhnoteple, Stanitsa Luhanska, Shiroke, and Shchasta. Sorry for such a long intro, however, we all need to be on the same page to understand what we are talking about. And now I would like to give it over to Yuri and to ask you, what's your stance as a member of the Central Election Commission? We see that the situation looks like a vicious circle. You want to hold an election. There is an announcement from the military and civil administration that it is impossible to hold elections, and you as the Central Election Commission, you cannot initiate those elections. What do we do to prevent the situation from happening? Okay, so what I would like to say, for me it's a great honor to take part in this forum because the problems of Donbas, you're talking about media, communications, about trust from the population of Donbas, especially those who lived on the non-controlled areas, are very important. For us as the Central Election Commission, it is very important. The fundamental, the root right of any democratic state is the right to elect their authorities. I would like to say on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Central Election Commission, on behalf of the colleagues who represent civil and military administration, those constitutional rights are the top priority to us. The elections didn't take place in those 18 communities. But it happened not because we didn't want to, or they didn't want to hold them. And you know, the Central Election Commission announced first elections in all communities using the procedure that you rightly pointed. We had this before holding elections in those communities and in general the territory of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast. We had to ask first civil and military administrations because life, health and security of elections is the necessary precondition for holding elections, so they are free, democratic, so all people can take part and to elect their local authorities. According to this procedure, we referred the civil and military administrations. We have here both heads of Donetsk and Luhansk regional state administration. This was their responsibility. They consulted with the military, with the SBU, with the National Police of Ukraine, and based on the consultation, they provided their conclusions about the lack of opportunities to hold elections in those communities where they deemed it dangerous to hold elections. There was a resolution where those 18 communities were listed. This resolution was appealed. Well, you know, before snap elections can happen twice a year, on the last week in March and on the last week in October. And because we dropped out of the schedule of choosing local authorities before each of these dates, more than 60 years before we reach out to the administrations, we try to understand whether the situation has changed, whether we can hold elections, and if there is such opportunity, then of course we can launch the election process. Unfortunately, each time we reached out to the administration, they told us that it was impossible. We needed to provide full-scale analysis on the local and national level. We reached out to the central bodies such as SBU or other law enforcement agencies which were present locally, to the central office, to the headquarters, law enforcement, the Council of National Security, Safety and Security, to the National Police of Ukraine, so they also can take part in analysis and get the conclusion that it is impossible to hold elections in those communities. Let me be honest, as for the legal part of this question, I would stop at that, because we did everything and it was necessitated by the procedure. We did our best. We understand that before we have positive conclusions from the civil and military administration, we won't be able to provide local population the opportunity to elect their councillors and mayors. So I want to ask a tricky question. Do you think that the responsibility is on the shoulders solely on the SBU, RNBO, and representatives of civil and military administrations? Well, you see, I consider that the responsibility in a democratic state is on all institutions. It's different. Each institution has its own scope of responsibility. As you know, we have several branches of power in Ukraine, and each of the branches has its own scope of responsibilities, and it becomes the precondition for future work. The analysis of the civil and military administration became the precondition for us to make a decision. By answering to your provocative question, I would like to say that I think that we will discuss this later. We were asked this question many times, why they were allowed to elect the president, the MPs of the Verkhovna Rada, and they couldn't elect local authorities which would directly manage the local communities. So thank you so much for your question. In this context, in public discussions, in letters to the Parliament of Ukraine, using decisions of the appeal court, of the Court of Appeal, that said that we need to hold elections. However, this decision was brought to a halt. We used criteria because otherwise for the head of the administrations it would be like a beacon, because they asked the law enforcement said no, it's impossible to hold elections, and they answered us. However, if we have a clear criteria, we will be able to hold elections, because we cannot hold elections without state procedure, without proper criteria. It's not our whim, it's just what we need to do. There is a procedure that needs to be sustained, because we are a democratic country, we have rule of the law. So we have what we have. We hope that for the next year, last week in March 2022, the situation will be better. And me, as coordinator of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, I even prepared a draft resolution for Donbas. However, we received the decision of the Supreme Court of Ukraine that stopped the decision of the Court of Appeal. That is why we have to postpone elections once again. Probably my colleagues will add something to what I said. We will get back to the question of criteria and media. It is important that people understand what is happening. Thank you so much. in our audience, we have participants who will be able to ask questions in the Q&A session. First, we have a round of speeches from each and every participant. Now, I would like to reach out to representatives of the local communities who know really well what is happening on the ground. So, I have quite tricky questions, provocative questions to you. When do you think this situation might change? What might lead to this change? And there is a series of counter arguments why elections are not held. The first is related to safety and security, and second is related to economic conditions. It is better to have civil and military administration because it is easier to budget those processes in those cities, villages, and other communities. So, how justified are these points? How do you think? Thank you so much for your question. I welcome all participants who are present in the studio and who watch us online. I can start with answering your last question, which is related to the budgeting processes from the civil and military administration. Civil and military administration undertake the responsibilities to they undertake the responsibilities of the community councils, which were there before the creation of the military and civil administration. The responsibility is on the shoulders of the head of civil and military administration. The only thing that changes is the procedure. As for the simplified budgeting, it is directly proportionate to increasing of the responsibility. Budgeting is not only about making decisions at the local level at allocation of budget costs. However, I think that this is complete bullshit. I'm sorry for this word, that there is corruption in the civil and military administration because they have direct access to budget. That's not what happening. Budget is controlled. It is the responsibility of the head of the civil and military administration, and not by collective lack of responsibility. I understand very well how it shall be according to the legal framework. I know who is responsible for distributing that money. I know that that MPs might vote for something. I have investigated several times during situation when I ask a local councillor why you voted for this or that particular act. In this case, the head of the civil and military administration has direct responsibility for all the actions taken. We have 10 civil and military administrations along the contact line, which are close to the front line, depending on the area that they occupy. So in this case, we often make faster decisions. It is necessary to make those faster decisions, and of course we can easily make those decisions thanks to the mandate that heads of the civil and military administration have, on top of the law on local government, where they act based on the law on civil and military administrations. As for how this decision was made, Yuri clearly said how this procedure was going on. As for the dates, I remember that it was on the 8th August 2020, then on the 12th of January 2021.
21st of the August 2021. And the procedure is still the same. The request of the Central Executive Commission and conclusions. The conclusions of the heads of the military and civil administrations, before which there was the common meeting with the managers of the authorized bodies, who provided their own decisions, their vision on every function or direction of their work, of if possible or not possible to hold elections. And such conclusions and visions um, that it wasn't subjective, but it was provided statistics on the number of wounded or shellings or military, and I'm ready to answer all of your questions. I have another provocative question for you. The question is the following. In Slovyansk, the elections took place in 2020, but then the civil and military administration was appointed a year later. So does it mean that they also had to include the Slovensk into that list? You are right that in the beginning of the discussion, elections were not held in 18 civil and military administrations of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast. Now, on the territory of Donetsk Oblast, there are 11 military civil administrations where elections in 10 of them were not held and one of it were held. The head was selected. The composition of the deputies corpus was created, and then there's blocking. Introduction of this civil and military administration in Slaviansk didn't happen on the basis of the safety components. It's a different situation. Introduction was made based on Article 3 of the law on the civil and military administration, when the people deputies did not fulfill their obligations. There's the court's decision about this. But when the city mayor of Slaviansk was selected in the second tour, and he already got his powers in December 2020, and I every month, I have the applications of in the framework of 1/12 of the budget. The budget is blocked. The making the key decisions of development of the city was under question as well, and this happened until 26th of May 2021, when, on the basis of non-fulfillment by the people's deputies their powers, there's a norm envisaged in the law on the civil and military administration. On the basis of this, this administration was introduced. Military civil administration was introduced, in which, not on the basis of the safety components, elections will be held on the decision of the Central Electoral Commission, and elections take place either last week of September or last week of October. Thank you. Now I have a question for you. It's also provocative. I hope you can give us an interesting reply. In Luhansk, there are several communities where elections didn't happen, and some of them are small. For example, Popasna, we always hear about the information from the front line, but Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, where there's a peaceful life happening, but elections were not appointed there. So in what way? It's a big community. Severodonetsk is now fulfilling duties of the Oblast Center now. So what are the main safety criteria there if the rest of social activity of the community can be held there? Children can go to school, but elections, no. I will then divide my reply into several blocks. First of all, you always say, I'm asking you provocative questions, but they are everyday questions for us. They are routine questions for us. We live in conditions of constant provocations, something like this. Secondly, as for how children go to school, and how do they do it in Zolota 4? It's where I was officially introduced by the president, Volodymyr Zelensky. They go to school under the shelling. But you introduced that, then it's probably possible. And then when I was introduced, we heard shelling on the right and on the left. And almost every day, I now unfortunately get references about those shellings. And we know how in on Shastia, mines were thrown on it. And it's a surprise it was thrown from drones, and it's a miracle nobody got hurt, because when the first mines went off, there were 30 people standing near the hostel. As for the so-called peaceful cities or towns, what do you know about the Russian drone Karlan? Well, most importantly for you to know about it. What do you know about Selitra? That is based on nitrogen in tens of tons. It's a kind of a liquid that exploded in Beirut, and we all saw what happened with Beirut. And in Severodonetsk, it's 3 times more of it than Beirut. So you moving away from the topic of elections. No, you touched upon the topic of the peaceful towns. But well, what do you know about trying to do explosion in the hospital, military hospital? And do you know that the ground thrower was stopped also near to the vessel with the nitrogen? There are some examples among our militaries. And I suppose there is such a difficult situation. So on account, by the way, some big activity of people when they say that freedom of speech or democracy were like taken away from them. Frankly speaking, I haven't seen these people on the front line helping our military to correct to operate the machine gun or helping in the hospitals or something like this. And maybe they could give some advice for example, measure temperature with the electronic thermometer. Well, tips like this. And as for economics, at the end, you just take a look at the dry statistics in kilometers, in the number of repaired stadiums, schools, centers, service centers, kindergartens, hospitals. I can give you a big list. And if you compare everything that was 10 years done, I'm speaking about my oblast, and what has been done for these 2 years, believe me that if to put it on scales, for 2 years they will overweight what's been done for the past 10 years on the number of works that was done. And as for responsibility of the military and civil administrations, I completely agree with my colleague, because responsibility is on the one person, on the manager of this administration, when some decisions are to be made. Because indeed, there is no team responsibility, no collective responsibility, and you can't point out your finger at anyone. There's clear decision by one man, and it doesn't matter if it's Nizhnya Tepla or it's Shastia or Severodonetsk or Lysychansk. There's a man who bears responsibility. Oля, I want to talk to you, but not to be blamed, since we are both from Opora, and so that nobody thinks that this could be, some kind of a setup. So I'm asking this question for you. People, when the military and civil administrators are created, people get some benefits. Maybe don't need that self-government. And hypothetically speaking, they do have some safety questions on the election. So you, as a head of the organization that works on the development of the criteria that can be suggested to define these safety criteria for appointment of elections, you always say that it has to be done and that these elections have to be appointed. But are they really necessary there? You know, I think that none of us who's present here today cannot substitute the Constitution or the General Declaration of Human Rights. Constitution defines that the source of power is the population and doesn't delegate to the managers of oblast administrations, any kind of administration, the representative function. If the people don't have the powers to delegate via self-government bodies to manage properly these territories, the effective managers, local heads, mayors, which is secondary, because with all my respect, I know that many roads were built and infrastructure has been improved, but nevertheless, nobody has a right or authority to speak about constitutional democracy with arrogance. That's how all authoritative mode starts, because there are smart people and there are stupid people, and there are wise people who define that somehow they are more effective managers, but people didn't delegate these representative functions to them. So speaking frankly, when we mention 18 communities, we understand well it's not about 18 elections in the perspective, because all these communities have different situations. But now I'm extrapolating the situation to avoid emotions to 2015 in Mariupol, where they also had to define whether it was going to be self-government or this administration. We also heard shellings from the city. And in the city there was the heavy equipment on the day of elections or voting. Separate political groups under very patriotic mottos considered that the elections shouldn't take place. They made provocations, they destroyed the bulletins, or they broke through to the printer houses where they were issued. But they have a lobby, and lobby is Akhmetov, is big business, unlike small towns where there is no such lobby. This town got local self-government. Go to Mariupol, if it's bad or good, if they shoot there or not. You know that the distance from the contact line, so in fact it's closer than to the 18 communities we are talking about today. So if you, Serhiy, say that, do you know? But the problem is that we don't know, because the society does not have access to the information that should have been added to the letters in which you sent your conclusions to the Central Electoral Commission, so that the society had the understanding that you operate a bigger list of data. But when you say whether it is needed or not, I have worked in Minsk for 2 years. I'm no diplomat, but I think that all people of goodwill who have the understanding of certain political processes, peace building and so on, they are to join it. And if you think that the public cannot express their opinion because they don't know about the selitra in the volumes and the risks, well, this information is to be published, actually, made public. It's not, and then all of it is it's not a secret information. The problem is, or it's not classified. But there is a matter of war, and there's the question that goes after the question of war. Nobody lies as much, as the classics would say, as after the fishing, during the war, or before elections. There are two factors that coincided. Elections should take place in the framework defined by the law, and I hope this spring, because I can bet you, I can make a bet, the next parliamentary elections on these territories will take place, but the fact itself of voting will be held there, despite the difference. For today in 2019, the parliamentary elections in July is very insignificant. Summing up, I think we cannot just state the fact of the problem. We are to go together to solve it where it's possible, because it's safe, and we respect our citizens equally, and we don't think that the head or of some council or the mayor or the president has to have a wider circle of powers to define who is more important people. And now there's a draft document that has been sent to the OSCE and the Venice Commission, because we have been discussing criteria all year long, but no one saw them.
these criteria need to be measured. There is green zone, there is yellow zone and green zone. So the same shall be related to the security issues, not length in kilometers, not some kind of a secret information. However, there shall be clear criteria to define the level of safety and security. In December, this group will provide conclusions. So there will be some kind of responsibility to the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, because there will be requirements to the documents provided by the civil and military administration, because based on these, the State Election Commission will have to make decision based on that. I'm sorry for taking too much time. However, it happened even during the previous discussion. Well, you understand that you don't have the right to carry out investigative actions. You were talking about the local government, local councillors. There are different branches of power with different functions. As for the local councillors, this is not the function of the head of the civil and military administration. You told it yourself. So let me finish, please. After evaluating this draft law, we really want to have a visit with the MPs from the Profile Committee of the Verkhovna Rada to both regions to visit the selected communities, to meet local stakeholders. I hope that heads and representatives of the local and civil military administration won't only provide the facts, but will also engage in dialogue, because it must happen with the interest of the community in mind, because if it's not ready, it is impossible to hold election there. However, we'll need to know the facts to make an informed decision on whether not to hold or not hold elections. I hear a lot of opinions, however, all of them are related to humanitarian dimension, not to security dimension. I remember your progress on Suspilna when you said that there's not enough food for local kindergartens, but it's not due to the war, it's due to inefficient management at the local level. I'm sorry for being too emotional. However, since 2015, our organization have carried out a dialogue in relation to IDPs. We suggested different decisions to have a special provision in the law which would describe the procedure. Many people said that no, it's impossible, these are wrong people, they will vote for someone awful. However, it doesn't work like this. We need to let these people the opportunity to hold elections. As an IDP who exercised my right to vote, I'm really grateful to you for this initiative. So I will give you the opportunity to answer to what Olha has said. Well, first, probably you didn't listen to me attentively about the investigative actions. I can explain you that I have carried out a lot of investigative actions when I worked for 11 years in the prosecutor's office. I have carried out these actions with employees of the Verkhovna Rada. If you understood me as I was carrying out investigations as the head of the civil and military administration, so that's completely wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't be part of this discussion. But I have carried out a lot of actions like this when I had the relevant mandate. Because you misunderstood me. It was said in a context when I understand who is responsible for which. So I don't want you to think that I'm trying to justify myself. I just want to say that I know who is responsible for different issues. That is why I tell you about this collective lack of responsibility, where each person might say that I was told to do so or so. I'm telling you how it was in practice, in real life. When you ask a similar question to a person who knows for for sure that, for example, they have the mandate to take this or that decision. It doesn't have a direct connection to whether elections shall or shall not be held. So I just wanted to explain what I said about investigative actions, and I hope that I explained it to you. As for the access to information, I fully agree with you that they need to have access to more public information. However, this access cannot be based without taking into account for professional use, without taking into account the law of Ukraine on state secret. I don't want to distort your information related to the fact that the law enforcement provided this information. So first, the information related to this thing, it was provided by the Joint Forces Operation Headquarters because they have direct access to the information related to the military action. They have full information. I don't have access to this information that they have. May I add to that? We are talking about elections, right? Elections in Donetsk and Luhansk and Kharkiv Oblast. So I feel tension in our studio. That's a too vivid discussion, and I think this situation is quite natural because I'm very honest opponent to my colleagues who represent civil and military administration about elections in these 18 communities. I call them very often. We talk very often. This dialogue is not that easy, but I can tell you that Oleg and Sergei, they really helped us carry out election campaigns. For example, with Pavlo, we had a situation when we couldn't find a facility for the election committee. So the same was with Sergei. They help us a lot. Olga, I understand what you're talking about. Democracy is about a clear following all the provisions of the Constitution of Ukraine. And those collective authorities, whether they are responsible or not, cannot be limited in their responsibilities according to the legal framework. However, I would like us not to try to put a blame on the opponent. I want all us to do our best so these elections are held. Many people asked why these two governors don't let you hold elections. Why? So what's your answer to this question? We, as lawyers, know qui prodis, who will benefit from this. Because you think that for the governor it's not beneficial that elections are held in this community and in others not. No, that's not true. It cannot happen. There is a deeper thing to that. It's not about emotions. It's not about their desire to obstruct this process. There are conditions which force them to make this decision and decision not to hold these elections. On the other hand, we need to see ourselves in the shoes of the heads of local administrations. They get together law enforcement and they provide their expert opinion on whether elections can be held or cannot be held. What civil and military administration shall say? We ignore the position of the local enforcement, of the law enforcement. We ignore the position of the National Security Service of Ukraine, or the National Police of Ukraine. So we are on the same page. This is exactly what Olga has said. We need communication. We need this forum. We need this dialogue. We are all for saving lives of people when they go to vote. people must understand that they were not provided this opportunity to cast their vote because there was a clear danger to them. We need to unite our forces, we need to unite our efforts, because this is a challenge to us, to the Central Election Commission. A lot of MPs reach out to us, and it is also a challenge to you because you are directly blamed. This is a challenge to all the civil society because it cannot indifferently see the situation when constitutional rights are not protected to elect public authorities, and where there are no arguments proving that there is a real danger. Bogdan, chief editor of Novosti Donbas, and with whom we have with us Anna Nikolaenko, chief editor of TV channel Irta, which is located in Severodonetsk. So, Bogdan, other colleagues said about the lack of communication, about problems which stem because of that the lack of criteria based on which decisions are made about the decision to hold elections. You, as journalists, as editors who write about events in Donbas, you always face the situation every day. Do you think is it a threat to the level of confidence of the local population? How do you think they feel this feedback? Do they, because they want to have local government and they are not fully explained why they cannot have it? Yes, for the part of the local population that we talk to, they do feel that the situation is unfair. This fact that the elections were not held are used by opponents from different political camps. They speculate, they manipulate using this topic. In those areas where elections were not held, that is why I think it would be right to have better communication, at least in part of those communities. And I think it would be necessary to hold elections at least partly in those communities where it is possible. What you can do so people can convey their position, their stance to the civil and military administration, to representatives of the Central Election Commission. I think that we all have to pay more attention to this, not only during the pre-election and election period, but all year round, because there is a lack of such information in the media. Why do you think there is this lack of information? That's because journalists don't have enough access to the speakers, because we know that we have speakers among us, they are ready to speak openly. So what's the reason behind this lack of information? Usually heads of the civil military administrations, they are based on the decisions of the law enforcement, and the law enforcement doesn't always explain the criteria. They only provide hard answers to why these elections cannot be held. That is why it's very difficult to get in touch with the law enforcement agencies or the civil and military administrations. And now I would like to give it over to Anna Nikolaenko. She's here with us via Zoom. Anna, thank you for joining us. You, as a person who lives in one of those communities where elections were not held in Severodonetsk, as a journalist who works with this topic. So, what do you think about what is happening to communication on this topic? What prevents all of us to explain those people why elections were not held, and what prevents people from the regions to convey their position why they need local government? Well, if you let me, I will start from my personal opinion as a person who lives in Luhansk Oblast, in the community where elections were not held. That's true. The constitutional people have this constitutional right, which was removed from them, but it's temporary, and we need to take a look at the situation from two sides. So the same as with vaccination against COVID, the two sides have their own opinion, and partly that they are right. There are different pros and cons of vaccination. The same is with holding election. As a journalist, I need to be neutral. However, as an inhabitant of Severodonetsk, I would like to say that I'm for postponing holding elections here. Well, you know, there is a unique terror threat, in my opinion. I don't want some kind of Boyko, Murayev, and other people who are very corrupted to take power over in these communities. I see that in a neighboring community, people elected a person who was part in organizing Russian Spring in Donbas.
I think it's a terroristic threat. To me, as a Ukrainian, it is. So it's such events that can happen. So here I support, you know, postponing the elections. As for constitution, I will repeat myself. They did deprive us of expressing our will, but the notion itself of constitution, it's something that is used by politicians who just were moved away from the feeder. So they just organize some meetings. They're using their bots in social media, add some oil to the fire, and from time to time trying to get a wave of dissatisfaction in the communities where elections didn't happen. And moving to my professional activity, to my journalistic work, what I am observing in the communities, what I observe in the society, is that our people are so tired from the lockdown, they don't care for elections anymore. Maybe it's my subjective point of view, but I collect ideas of my colleagues, systemize them somehow. I don't know any, you know, person from here who has filed a lawsuit against violation of his constitutional rights. If there is some meeting, yes, people are standing there, but they forget about elections because they have other things to care about. I have another clarification, but in what way does your channel highlight this problem? To full extent, or should you just go to, or do you only highlight it before the elections? No, we monitor the decisions of the Central Electoral Commission, of our politicians, officials. We highlight, we tell the community. We actually broadcast to all the territory of the Luhansk Oblast. We do it not only before the elections, it's our conscious citizen position, and we always tell people about the electoral process. But you know, going back to the previous thesis of mine, the people are just not very curious anymore to have elections, because I upload videos on YouTube and I see the number of views. Even if I use some bombastic, you know, title for the video, maybe you can have a couple of hundreds of views, but people just don't find it interesting. We try to involve experts to our materials on the electoral process, but who are our experts? Even if there is some lawyer, then he will have to do something to do with some top politician who has something to do with the electoral process. And can we show this his opinion as the expert opinion? Probably not, because he's somehow, you know, engaged and cannot be biased. So there are experts in many areas who say they are experts, but they're not. They're just some commentators. Okay, thank you, Anna. Right now, I would like to go back to the topic of the criteria, but first I would like to ask our audience in the present journalists here questions. If so, please give me a sign. Oh, we always have questions. So give me the microphone, please. Alexei Matsuka, organizing committee of the DMF. I have a question on account of the existing of the civil military administration. Isn't it the ground for why the elections are not held in the amalgamated communities? Because if we hold them elections there, then they will be obliged to get rid of the military civil administrations. How is this thing regulated? Because we can't quite understand where the collision is. If there is the Central Electoral Commission, then what's going to happen to it then if we hold elections? Okay, let's speak about such a thing. that somehow nobody has spoken about yet. When the notion of the military civil administration has been introduced, when the military armed aggression of Russian Federation started, when the war started, somehow they forget about the war, especially those people who discuss certain things. The thing is, it's the thing that I have already told. I somehow don't see that there was a communication with the military on expression of will of some soldier who is standing a meter on the left or meter on the left or meter on the right on his position. We are at war. People die. Today, for several hours ago, another time, the region of Shastya has been shelled, and the electric supply was cut out, and the water supply, and they have just restored working of the single checkpoint. It's Donetsk and Luhansk. Somehow we don't talk about this. We remember how the wonderful elections were held in Crimea. There was the expression of will of people. Do we agree with it now? Or do you mean the referendum? Why not election? Okay, but the Russian Federation thinks that it was the elections. We know what it was. We understand it. We saw it with our own eyes. Those, green men who were at first who? Some guard. Yes, a civilian guard. And then they told the entire world that it was their special forces, right? But let's not confuse it with the, current democratic terms. No, we are not. So one more time, in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, there's war, and unfortunately our positions are shelled every day, our settlements are shelled every day. Unfortunately, people still die here, and we have many wounded every day, and we indeed have war going on there. It's not on paper or in some imaginary world. Anya Nikolaenko, she had when she expressed her opinion, I understand her, because I see another war, a war for vaccination, and I see the results. The results look like overcrowded hospitals. Okay, given this question is very important, you raised the topic of Crimea. Sorry for emotional way. You don't look emotional. Well, first of all, the civil Netskopura was the applicant in 2016, and later, when in the Russian Federation the elections took place on Crimea, because admitting the OSCE elections in Russia included the Crimean territory together with the voters and districts and candidates who participated and mandates that were played there into the report. And trust me, there was no sign of democratic process there or the referendum. There is an expert evaluation and speeches on the international platforms. If I may, please let me finish. But you cannot compare the territory that are controlled by the government of Ukraine with the non-controlled territories. It's the same thing to recognize that Ukraine is incapable to provide security of its citizens in those communities where there are no active hostilities, but the possibility of some explosions, arsons, or other measures. So correspondingly, if it is so dangerous to live in this community, maybe you have to warn the citizens that they can't go to schools, that they can't visit hospitals, and so on. The problem is that on the number of communities, there's only political reason, and everybody knows about it, including the present experts. And unfortunately, the journalist who has spoken up, she has the right for her personal opinion, and I respect her a lot. but her arguments that she voiced there only in the political sphere, and you cannot replace it with the other notions, because today you are patriots who are in powers, you are motivated, you work well with the budget, with the management of the territory, but tomorrow after this another authority shall come, but they will use these methods but against other type of population or in a different way. And this is the biggest problem, because the wise population cannot be substituted for goodwill of people. So first of all, comparing elections that don't take place in the communities where they can take place with Crimea or some occupied territories of Donbas, you are recognizing incapability of the state and irresponsibility of the state there. Because if we say that those territories are occupied, then jurisdiction there on the efficient control is whose? Not of Ukraine. When we manage the territory that is 100% under control of Ukraine, they are to be provided with all the least of the basic possible rights for citizens, population, services, and so on. If we grant civil services but take away political rights, so there's a question whether after the civil services there's reference information on the hostilities from. Unfortunately not. And you are smiling, but you know it well. Everybody who's following this media forum, they also know this information, and it is a big problem you have to deal with dignity. And you can do it only in one hand. You have to define the criteria, the list of criteria. The society is to be informed as what is happening in the criminal situation. If there are crimes connected with the armed conflict, because we know there are many other crimes, just like in many other communities, including Kiev. If the regular civil infrastructure is functioning, if it is functioning, then is it in the question of whether it's possible to open school to do the voting and do the proper electoral process. Regional councils, where are they now? Aren't they in separate buildings? Where on the territory of those communities where you cannot hold elections, but they're functioning there. So the selected regional councils in the regions separately from Luhansk, they are in the buildings where, or in those communities where politicians cannot function or hold elections. So you have to be honest from the point of view of risks, and risks is concentration of responsibility on the political groups that further on shall bear political responsibility for any failures, and it's not division of the branches of power. Armed conflict is not a secret for anyone. Thank you, Olga. You led us to discussing criteria. Maybe you can take and give us a few words on your vision of the criteria, what they should look like, not to have this misunderstanding of miscommunication when people are either willing or not willing to have elections in their community when we cannot provide it. Which criteria are to be publicly voiced and made available for the big circle of people. So as far as I understand, Olga has seen this draft law with the list of this criteria, right? A group of criteria. It's hard for me to comment on it. Criteria per which the safety component was decided, I can tell you for sure that those were not criminogenic general situation in those communities where elections didn't take place. I completely agree with you. What does it have to do with the everyday all categories of crimes which are committed on any territory of our state? Main criteria are its military actions and those threats, and its probability of these threats for holding or not holding elections. Can I understand? I'm just answering this question at the same time I'm posing a question, if I can do this, because I indeed did not see the draft law. And who did they develop these criteria with the military aspects, foreign European states, or did they involve military practitioners who are the participants of the war. It's the blocks of criteria, and something that refers to the military area, to the safety, as together with due to the armed conflict on Ukraine, they are to define. So there's a procedure of the Security Council of Ukraine. So it's on the stage of preparation. Yes, the draft law sets the framework, deadline, terms, responsible parties, and the Security Council is to give the list of clear criteria and requirements to the documents, analytics that you collect, and you give your conclusion to the Central Electoral Commission. So the criteria to be developed by the Security Council of Ukraine.
Because it accumulates all the law enforcement agencies. Of course, the civilians cannot do that themselves. As for these criteria, there is a concrete list of criteria, concrete responsibilities. So I understand you now. So we will be able to approach this issue to see who is responsible for a concrete criteria, if it will be stipulated in the law. As for you has said about situation in the regions, no one says that life has stopped there. What kind of life it is, what kind of security it is, that's another question. Well, in some areas, if we take a look at some of the areas such as Volnovaha Council in general, on the territory where elections were held, where Volnovaha civil military administration exists. However, in this region there is Myrnenska civil military administration, where some of the position of the forces were held, where there were shellings of Granitne settlement, where children go into school, where elections were not held. As for the criteria, I fully agree with you. Let's define the criteria and let's move towards meeting them. I have organized different meetings there. I invited Sergei, I invited other people to take part in it, because we need to hold them all together. Personally, I heard information provided there. All of us, participants of those meetings, have access to confidential information. So we have special access to that, to this confidential information. Why I'm telling that? When these meetings were held, there were conclusions made after each of such meeting. There were conclusions provided by the law enforcement agencies. As for the criteria, whether they will be public, we need to stipulate that in the law, because we will also have to provide conclusions. Thank you so much for telling that. You're talking about criteria. These criteria were not made public. They are now being developed. Bogdan, over to you. I'm always ready. Once again, you see, I absolutely agree with the content of the speech by Olga. Why? Because democracy, some people might dislike democracy. Democracy even might be not the most efficient way to manage public life. However, this is the form of government that we chose, and because we chose it, each authority has its own responsibility and mandate. We are in the same boat, because the most important resource of each branch of authority, I represent I represent the Central Election Commission. Olga represents the civil society, which takes part in implementing those rights and exercising those rights. However, we are in the same boat because confidence, this is the foundation we all act upon. I like the key message by Olga. The most important what is killed during this process of solving this problem is confidence. When people don't know, they don't trust, and that's the root problem. Not because we or you are corrupted, because you want to let some people come into power or not. I disagree with our colleague from Severodonetsk who says, well, as a journalist, she really says that these politicians are bad, we won't let them take the power. So it's better that those good politicians rule over. We don't need to have elections. But it's not democracy. This is not the argument that we would like to use in our communication strategy. Our communication strategy is the #1 challenge. In order to have this strategy, we need to take a couple of steps. First, to draft an action plan. I think we need to have this action plan on how to take control over the occupied area. We need to have this action plan on how everyone must act. We don't say that regional administrations haven't organized those elections because most of these regions are controlled by the terrorists. We did our best. We held elections to Rayon district councils. And here I would like to say thank you to our colleagues who represent the civil and military administrations. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold elections in some of the communities if both governors were very active, because there were a lot of problems. We are really grateful to all those people who made part of the territorial election commissions. We only provided certificates to those people to thank them because they worked 24/7. That's true. But another part of the truth is that we cannot say that there is something important that we won't tell you about. In this case, we will lose the trust of the society. If we are talking about the reintegration of Donbas, those who live on the non-governmental controlled territories, for them it is important to show that Ukraine is the state that welcomes them. This is their motherland where they are equal in rights. They will be able to elect authorities. Their needs are met. Their representatives will take part in implementing decisions at the regional or district level and local level. They will be implementing those decisions which would be made by their direct representatives. So today we have a general strategy. We need a communication strategy. I would like to jump on this opportunity to say to heads of Donetsk and Luhansk civil administrations, please do create a working group who would be responsible for communication. I am ready to be your partner from the Central Election Commission to help you. Katerina, you're talking about criteria. Why we are not ready to list those criteria? Because there is an actor that needs to summarize all positions of the experts engaged in this process. Even in the draft law, which was mentioned by Ola, it doesn't stipulate the criteria. It only stipulates the requirements to those criteria and dates. If we take a look at this, the main criteria that we shall have is for everyone to be able to elect their representatives in safety and security without feeling of interference from other people. So these elections are fair and just. This is the one and only criteria that we can evaluate the possibility or impossibility of holding elections. We need to hold elections or not to hold elections because we want to do so. This is the requirement of the Constitution. We are obliged to do so. If people can come and vote, they need to come and vote. If people cannot cast a vote because it is a threat to their life and health, it seems to me that Serhiy has told about it when he mentioned ammonium nitrate, and another representative said when he mentioned these reconnaissance and sabotage groups, we need to demonstrate whether the situation is safe and secure. The society must understand that this decision was made not because they don't want to hold elections, but because it is a direct threat to my life, to the life of my family, to the life of my children, to my neighbors. And this is the only precondition, this is the only threat which prevents us from holding elections. All the rest is subjective, it's politics, but it's not constitutional when we are speaking of implementation of the rights to vote. As a moderator, I would like to say that you listed the right criteria. However, the way I heard it about that it is impossible to falsify protocols, that people need to cast their vote. So using this principle, then probably elections in Kharkiv shouldn't been there, because we know that there are a lot of violations of the election rules and there are information attacks to observers. What I wanted to say is that context is important. The security, life and health, this is our utmost priority. Article 205 of the Election Code of Ukraine says that the Central Election Committee can delay or put to a hold elections out of preconditions related to threats to health and life. Thank you so much for clarifying that, because we need to be on the same page, because I see that Ola is looking at me. I understand. I wanted to tell it to you based on the security and not on the basis of political risks, which are always there. I would like the situation not to be normalized. I don't want us to get used with the situation where we cannot hold election there for the past 2 years. I don't want it to be a precedent, because we have this long border with Russia, but is not only limited by Donbas, also Chernihiv and the Kharkiv regions are also on the border in Russia, and there also might be some problems. So I hope that there won't be situations when they wouldn't like to hold elections there in these new regions. So this is about a clear understanding of the criteria. That is why this criteria must be public, because everyone must understand why elections are not held. Do you want to add anything? Maybe there are questions from our audience. I only have one question. I could read out all the questions. Do you have any questions in the audience? If there are no questions, I would like to ask all participants, or some of them, to explain their stance. When there were elections to the State Duma of the Russian Federation several months ago, they also happened on the non-controlled areas of Ukraine where people could vote through internet, and we don't know whether it was real or fake of the Russian propaganda. We don't know what really happened. Probably Ola, as a representative of an observing organization, can comment on that. I can start answering. Well, you know, for us, these elections were not there. They simply don't exist. From the point of view of the Ukrainian state, these elections were not there. And I could stop at that if we were not talking about communication, media, forum. We cannot limit ourselves with purely legal violations or legal conditions. Let me reiterate, it is very important to us to draft our media strategy and to define the role of each and every institution within this strategy, to give clear, unified, joint and easy to understand messages for our citizens who live on the territories which are not controlled by the government of Ukraine. We need to tell them that they are citizens of Ukraine. Ukraine is your home. Ukraine is your motherland. You need to cast your vote in Ukraine. Your future is in Ukraine, and you need to do your best for Ukraine to recover control, to regain control on these territories. Consequently, we don't only need to tell about that, we need to put that into action. For example, to held elections in 18 communities.
But we don't know, you are ensuring me. Yes, yeah, you're right. As an example, that Ukraine, for maximum, making efforts to implement all rights. And now we speak about electoral rights, there are social rights, educational rights. There's a number of measures that we are to take, but to speak and discuss and in some way admit those elections which take place on the territory of Ukraine in the parliament of another country, we cannot, facilitate it or support it. Of course, we cannot facilitate it, but I think it's a dangerous precedent, even more dangerous than Crimea currently, because 610 citizens who got Russian passports, they have become the tool in hands of Russian Federation for the potential open mass aggression on the territory of Ukraine. You know very well that in the framework of the referendum held online, I would suggest the government of Ukraine not to use the experience of the Russian Federation. We had big amendments to the constitution, and the citizens of Russian Federation, where they are, there is the territory of Russian Federation. Russia thinks that they have legal right and they are authorized to take some aggressive measures in order to protect their own citizens, so to say. That's why for Ukraine it's very dangerous. Online voting is a method, a tool to bring in Ukrainian citizens who got passports of Russian Federation but didn't quit the citizenship of Ukraine, to become the door, the entrance to the territory of formally on the territory of Ukraine, Russian official order. Not only for effective control as defined by the international law as the definition, but physically. So here I completely agree. Summing up, that state of Ukraine, authorities of local self-governments, they are to be effective, act in the legal way, and to be open to show how much we differ or how much we are different from Russians, not ethnically speaking, but as methods and form of society management. So we are to quit this. I think that the representatives of both civil military administrations, I don't mean heads right now, but I know that you participate in the discussion in the framework of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on a separate measure, and we all had a consensus on a clear procedure, responsible parties, not for it to be formal, but fact, and to gather good quality information that can be verified by the third party, for example, Security Council of Ukraine, because it's important to have the situation when the parties that make the decisions, they have a conflict of interest with the final solution, so that the society doesn't, blame anyone. There must be a good legal definition and regulation, because we have now, it has been established in 2015 when the contact line wasn't defined, when it was moving, and at elections of 2015, I remember well, we demanded via Security Council and under the Prime Minister, the representatives of the Central Electoral Commissions were gathered, because we didn't know on Thursday, 2 days before the voting, we didn't know where are the occupied territories. But in such conditions, it was difficult to trust the results. It doesn't matter who the candidate was and whatever the rating he has. So here, the principles, criteria, and the minimization of the human factor is important, because leadership lies in going to implement the right of the citizens when it is possible, not under the impact of emotions or the decision of central bodies. We have 1 more minute left for our discussion, but I have a very symbolical question sent from not controlled territory of Donetsk Oblast, from our Donetsk. I will ask it, and maybe some of the speakers is willing to answer it. And the question is the following: how will the elections take place in Donetsk, and when will it be possible? I think it's a rather rhetoric and symbolical question. So the representatives of the authority and the state, we will put all the efforts so that the residents of Donetsk, Luhansk, and all not controlled territories as soon as possible could select Ukrainian authority and could live in peaceful country. Thank you for such a patriotic summary. Thank you all for watching. Stay with us. We'll have a wonderful, many more wonderful discussions and more top speakers. Thank you for joining for this discussion. But it is one of the most important questions for the residents of those communities where the elections didn't take place. Stay with us. Add your questions to the chat for the next panel discussion, so that the speakers could also voice your position, so the moderators could voice it and the speakers could answer it. So thank you for your attention.
Я думал, меня поддержат. Ну, конечно, все с чистого листа. Я знал, куда шел. Я шел за свободой.
И 354 жителя села и 54 ВПО. Знаете, сначала смотрели на нас, как понаехали тут. Посмотри, какие у них машины, и какие они тут все модные приехали. А потом это все стерлось, понимаете, вот эта грань. Когда мы вместе пьем чай, вместе убираем во дворе, мы все делаем вместе, нет этой грани.
Вот эти картины, которые на стенах, это ж все девочки рисовали.
В 2017 году, когда Карітас открыл здесь проект «Зміцнення соціальної згуртованості населення», меня просто взяли как бы на работу для реализации этого проекта. В этом проекте были и тренинги, всякого рода семинары.
Нам у ВКБУ ООН, вот это они нас балуют картинами, это они покупали нам картины по номерам, и сейчас пообещали еще купить нам к Пасхе вывезенные яйца.
Вот первые встречи начинались вообще очень удивительно, между прочим. Знаете, приходит одна, назовем ее так, бабулечка, приходит, я говорю: ой, вы знаете, а вот вчера, и я знаю, она с вами по соседству живет, а чего вы с ней не пришли? Так я с ней не балакаю уже 18 год. А чего? Что я помню, что я не балакаю, мы не здороваемся уже 18 год.
Девочки, масочки во всех есть?
Да. Она не здоровкается 18 лет, она уже не помнит, что она не здоровкается, но это воно так. Все, сейчас этого ничего подобного нет.
30 сентября на Луганщине прошла волна массовых пожаров.
Но вот пожар вообще показал, что эта громада, именно згуртована громада.
Практически одновременно вспыхнуло более 30 населенных пунктов. Среди возможных версий – умышленные поджоги.
1 числа у нас начался пожар, Муратова начала гореть на сутки раньше. 1 числа тут уже были женщины, мужчины, которые спрашивали, что будем делать. Что будем делать? Будем готовить и кормить МЧСников. Мы когда видели, что случилось с Муратова, с Капитанова, то просто это был шок. Я звоню в МЧС, она говорит: ваше село стоит на эвакуацию, все эвакуируйтесь. Я говорю: милая моя, в 2014 году я уже эвакуировалась. Меня государство не защитило от войны. Я приехала сюда. Теперь вы хотите сказать, что оно не может меня захистить від пожару? А в мене остання хата, я нікуди не поїду, мені їхати нікуди. Я буду в цьому селі і буду до останнього вместе з МЧСниками боротися з пожежею. Беда показала вообще то, что это нужно делать, это должно быть в каждой громадице. Вот это как раз згуртованість, вона повинна бути в кожній громаді, іначе по-другому не вижити. Окружение моих людей и вот окружение, вообще вот моя работа, я говорю, да, о том, что оно мне дало возможность вообще выжить даже. Говорю, может, должна была война начаться, чтобы я изменила вообще свое отношение к жизни или изменила свое мировоззрение. Я никогда не общалась в таком количестве времени, честно вам скажу. Вот никогда с людьми я не проводила сколько времени, никогда.
Вернуться к пошиву постельного белья вопреки продолжающимся военным действиям всего в нескольких километрах Ирина решилась только в 2016 году.
Делали здесь, поставили столы. Столы, кстати, мы собирали на помойке, чтобы сделать свое производство. Реставрировали их, красили. Вот это классное. Мы продали машину, закупили машинки, закупили ткани и начали работать. Так начинали шить.
Выигранный грант помог Ирине выйти на новый уровень производства. Свою продукцию она продает на северодонецком рынке и отправляет почтой во все уголки Украины.
Этой весной до ковида мы хотели сделать вот там вот в гараже, снять гаражную дверь, поставить туда металлопластик и сделать там дополнительно цех для пошива женской одежды. Но у нас этого не получилось. Ковид нам помешал, но остается это все равно, остается в наших мечтах. Так, буду я собираться. А так вообще я как оловянный солдатик. А мне 18 лет умерла мать. Отец от нас отказался. Брат учился в институте. Пришлось учиться и работать, чтобы помочь брату отучиться. Брат на 6 лет старше. Но мы же женщины. Мы должны помогать мужчинам. Но по-другому никак.
– 2020 год по многим причинам был сложным. Алине снова предстояла поездка в оккупированный Алчевск.
9 декабря мама умерла, и мне на похороны. И там же правило, не раньше 30 дней ты можешь в следующий раз приехать. И я помню, когда я выходила через блокпост ЛНРовский, мне такие, в следующий раз, мол, типа, через 30 дней только можете попасть. И я такая, папа, пожалуйста, вот давай не раньше, чем месяц, чтобы к тебе на похороны приехать. Ну, почти месяц. Через 27 дней он умер. 6 января умер папа. Да, меня пропустили, зато когда назад, там 17 числа я выезжала, мне такие, а мы вас не выпустим. У меня слезы накатываются, мне же много не надо, в принципе, отец-то недавно умер, да, мама недавно умерла, а до этого что же у меня брат 29 октября умер. Я в Черновцы ездила на похороны. Получается, я на блокпосту такая, я начинаю реветь. Идите, говорит, ну, чтобы 30 дней вас здесь не было. Говорю, я уже всех похоронила. Говорю, до свидания. Вот если сравнивать там с 15-16 годом, люди научились пользоваться, условно говоря, тем положением, которое есть, да. Теперь, получается, Министерство Республики, оно же находится вот в 40 минутах езды. А ты знаешь, что там Леша стал замминистра такого-то? Я говорю, да ты что? Говоря, был выученным менеджером снабжения. Вот. И ну, люди сильно повзлетали, да, там, кто был более-менее активный. В январе плюс еще, получается, там поездила по инстанциям, пока там эту справку получила. Перестала возмущаться бюрократией Киева и Украины. После того, как попала в Зазеркалье, да. Вот, честно говоря, если бы у меня произошла такая вот козьба смертью в прошлом году, я бы не знаю, как я бы справилась. Потому что в прошлом году у меня еще было вот это ощущение, блин, а деньги будут, а мы заплатим за квартиру, а, блин, не придется ли возвращаться туда? Даже для меня возвращение туда, это ужас-ужас.
Восени з'явилася оця перша організація гуртом «Слов'янськ», громадська організація. Це не було там якоюсь структурою, яка себе заплямувала, а це люди були об'єднані єдиним бажанням щось змінювати. Але ніхто не знав, як і що ми маємо робити. В нашому парку, оцей парк наш, який вже будується, до речі, досі будується, от це був перший взагалі у Слов'янську реалізований проєкт. Ми там оце побудували волейбольний майданчик з нуля. USAID гроші надали, знайшли в Харкові фірму, яка забезпечила нас матеріалами. Тобто USAID давали гроші цій фірмі, фірма нам матеріали давала. Оплатили там пісок, привезли. Все це робилося нашими власними руками. Є купа світлин, де ми тут з возиками, з лопатами. Кілька вихідних витратили. Не кілька, а достатню кількість. Для всього Слов'янська це було дивом. Ось щось воно бац, і ось воно з'явилося.
В 2020 году Александр решился выдвинуть свою кандидатуру на пост депутата городского совета Славянска и выиграл выборы.
Коли оце 7 років тривала вся ця боротьба, так би мовити, різними способами ззовні, то прийшло розуміння, що ні, лише ззовні неможливо. Я раніше казав, приходив в кабінет, зробіть, владний кабінет, зробіть ото, і вони ставилися до мене, та прийшов з вулиці хтось, активіст цей прийшов. То я так само зараз буду заходити і казати, зробіть ото. І вже від них залежить, чи в них залишилося ставлення до мене як до активіста, чи тепер будуть мене сприймати як депутата. І я так розумію, що це більш ефективно спрацює, бо вони зобов'язані вже, їх закон зобов'язує вжити певних заходів. Я скромна людина, я ні з ким намагаюся не сваритися, якщо зі мною поводяться чемно і поважають мене. Я не був прив'язаний до партій, я не був відвертим там, як то кажуть, ботом чиїмось. Тому і люди, мабуть, я їм не брехав ніколи, і вони повірили, що можливо я щось здатен змінити. Але я їх, мабуть, розчарую, що я не здатен змінити, бо я стою на тій позиції, що лише ті люди самі можуть щось змінити. От як ми хотіли змінити там, щось, і ми брали і робили це. А якщо ти сидиш на дивані і пішов, проголосував раз на 5 років, і тепер вважаєш, що все за тебе хтось зробить, нічого не зроблять, абсолютно. Політика, досягнення результатів політики – це не стаєрська дистанція, це марафонська дистанція. Бігти треба бути довго і далеко. Я завжди себе називав соціофобом. Мені не подобаються, людство мені не подобається, якщо можна так сказати. Воно по суті своїй таке якесь незграбне і недосконале. А я, мабуть, десь там все ж таки полюбляю форми досконалі. Але я розумію, що людство – це та єдина потужна сила, і люди – потужна сила, яку треба, можливо, десь підштовхнути, і вони принесуть значно більше користі.
Я так понял, что будет более эффективно все-таки делать дома. Все знают, где я живу. Все равно ко мне приходили домой, а не туда, потому что там раскольники служат. Почему я и говорю, что я бы не рекомендовал переходить священникам ПЦУ, они все потеряют. Плюс проклятие, плюс это. Если они не готовы, как я, по большому счету, моя церковь у меня в кармане, я ничего не терял. А самое смешное, это что же мой приход из Фейсбука купил нам этот дом. Нам люди купили, помогли построить все, весь Фейсбук. Что вы думаете, у меня деньги были? Ничего у меня не было.
К концу 2020 года Владимир окончательно перешел в служение в интернете и решил вести свой собственный подкаст.
Вот подкасты. Я включаю, Жадан читает стихи. И мне понравилось. Я беру проповеди, у меня друг прекрасный священник с Кривого Рога, распечатываю его проповеди и начинаю читать. И я понимаю, что я не могу сдержаться, меня пробивает на ха-ха.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Мне начали писать, начали давать советы. Самое главное начать. А люди подтянутся и не отвергать никакого человека, кто тебе будет давать совет. Как самое главное, чего я хочу, чтобы было в нашем подкасте, это когда человек послушал, понял, не понял, но поймал кайф. Как обнимашки, вот. Вот это я хочу, чтобы минимум религии. Если будет одна религия, люди отравятся просто или станут дурачками. А тут я уже надо подготовиться. Монтировать, учиться, все это. У меня был ТикТок. Что ты, меня недооцениваете, я не смог. А там кто его знает, может вернусь. Я продержался там месяца 2.
Ну все, аминь. Рад был вас всех видеть. Пока.
Выход из этого состояния какого-то бессилия, постоянной тревоги за то, чтобы не оказаться на улице, это вот, наверное, полгода. Как я начала выходить из этого бессилия, и эта тревога ушла. Я с ней справилась. Только-только. Выжила, справилась, дети выжили, справились. Особенно после поездки в ЛНР я такая: Господи, да я в шоколаде, спасибо тебе, у меня вообще все замечательно. Вот. Несмотря на то, что у меня столько потерь моих близких, по большому счету, лично у меня все хорошо. Я сейчас в более безопасном окружении, состоянии нахожусь, потому что я поехала туда, мне там незнакомые люди помогают, мне там знакомые люди помогают. Я вернулась сюда, мне здесь помогают. Получается, я вообще в сильном выигрыше сейчас. И получается, я там вот за эти 2 похорон адаптировалась, и для меня это уже не такая уже пугающая территория. Окей, да, там свои законы. Да, я там не хочу жить, я выбираю там не жить. Вот. Но там люди живут, я их понимаю. Да, они там адаптируются. Но я хочу здесь.
У нас бойцовских клуба 2.
So the flip side of social media, how disinformation propaganda is spread and how the media should fight it. So we shall speak about it with the leading Ukrainian experts and very famous foreign experts. The studies of Thomson Reuters introduced networks testify that Ukrainians, they preliminary take information from the social media. At the same time, the academic community is complaining that it's very difficult to evaluate how information is spread in social media, which impact it has, and what it looks like. Yesterday, my colleague showed me an ad with a fake on coronavirus, and this ad was easily spread in Facebook and social media, and no algorithm could trace it, because right now the manipulators, the disinformators, they found the ways to circumvent all these, political signs of political ad and so on. And if the person who spreads information has the so-called natural behavior, then it's a lot easier for him to order such ad, to pay for it. It costs very cheap, and just to disseminate it, and it will be very difficult for us to trace it. How currently, for today, disinformation looks like in social media, and what are the challenges in front of the researchers? I would like to ask our first speaker, who is Dmytro Teperik, who is the ICDS Chief Executive, Program Director, Resilient Ukraine, which is in Estonia. Dmytro, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Good day. Tell us, please, how the disinformation picture look like today, and with the also surveys of disinformation, can we assess the impact of disinformation? Can we describe what it looks like? Thank you for your invitation. Я перейду тепер на англійську мову. Це дійсно є виклик. І це виклик не лише для звичайних клієнтів, але також це є викликом і для дослідників, для аналітиків. Отож, доступ до таких так званих великих даних, Big Data, він є дуже обмеженим. Я пам'ятаю ті часи, коли ми починали аналізувати різні такі публічні дискусії, а також акаунти у соцмережах на Балканах, а також в Україні. Особливо якісь публічні обговорення та акаунти користувачів на Фейсбуці, але також ВКонтакті, це російська соціальна мережа, а також Окей, Однокласники, але ми потім перейшли до Інстаграму та Ютубу. В той час, як це було зроблено 4-5
The data is much more limited. Well, again, for our consumers, we can send a signal that any publicly available information on social media can be manipulated. So social media environment is not safe. It's not a safe information source. So therefore, any information, if it's even look trustworthy, cannot be verified quickly on social media. So therefore, our advice for media consumers is very simple. So do not trust the information found on social media. And in that regard, I think the role of so-called classical media and the role of newsrooms and the role of journalists, I think, has a paramount importance for explaining the complex context of different crises and different problems our societies are facing. And this is the problem we cannot solve just technologically. So if we look at the situation in technological race, well, human abilities will always lose that kind of race. So therefore, this challenge can be solved either politically or with some very strict regulations imposed by the governments on big tech companies. That would be a short or midterm solution to regulate social media market and to oblige big tech companies to provide big data to researchers and analysts. For a long-term solution, it seems to me that we should apply so-called demand and supply approach, which means that it's our duty of researchers, also duty of journalists and educators to train young generations and to train next generations for demanding more qualitative media, more qualitative content, and demanding actually the control of information sources. So in that regard, labeling social media as unsafe environment for information consumptions, it's also our task to provide quality information through other media channels and media sources. And therefore, I think everything which is related to media literacy, information literacy, and communication literacy will be actually in high demand for knowledge and skills for future generation. But this is again a very long-term solution and adaptation of education and training curricula is needed. Just to repeat myself that for short-term solution, we are not able to solve it technologically. So algorithm will be and are actually so much smarter than we, much quicker, much more adaptive. So the only way to regulate it is again a political decision, which means we should raise the awareness of our decision makers and policy shapers that big data from the social media is not accessible. Well, again, we have to understand that disinformation spread in social media, it's not a new phenomena anymore. Well, politicians might be even aware that many social media channels basically are full of different kind of disinformation. But the problem is that some politicians actually might benefit from that. So they are also using social media instruments in their political communication. They are also using social media instruments for manipulating of public opinion of their electorate. And that makes this game even more difficult, because the politicians should be actually responsible for regulating the interactions with the big techs, but then they have this conflict of interest because, as many studies showed, that social media is being used irresponsibly by many politicians in different countries for manipulating of public opinion. So not just spreading disinformation, but also giving them some electoral preferences. And this is again, I think, the task of civil society, and together with the media community and experts from different fields to raise public awareness that it is unfortunately not a technological challenge. It is it has become a political challenge to be solved by policymakers and decision makers, and together, of course, with researchers and civil society. Thank you.
Дякую, Дмитро. Дякую. Дуже цікаво. І насправді з початку
Dmitro, thank you so much for such an interesting presentation. Our research has shown a spike in Russian disinformation in traditional media. Then there was a decrease at the beginning of this summer. And starting from August this year, there was an increase in Russian disinformation, especially in relation to coronavirus, to vaccination, especially in regional media, especially those which work in the east of Ukraine and in the south of Ukraine. I'm interested how it is correlated with European research, because if they also follow that Russian propaganda related to vaccination, coronavirus, then we need to make this decision probably at the level of several countries. It shall be a joint decision rather than making a decision in each and every country. This is a threat to public security. So we are now joined by Adam Sibera, Kremlin Watch analyst, European Value Center for Security Policy from the Czech Republic. Adam, can you please tell us whether you see in the Czech Republic a spike in Russian disinformation which is related to coronavirus? Can you follow this in social media? I'm not talking about traditional media. In traditional media, we somehow try to follow this disinformation. But what happens in social media? Can you please evaluate what is happening there? Thank you.
I'm very grateful to be here. It's a wonderful forum. So in regards to coronavirus in Czech Republic, I would start off that following the Russian narrative or the Russian disinformation narrative, one must appreciate that we have a very common history with Slovakia, and within the last 2 years, or since the start of the COVID epidemic, you can notice the narratives vary between the two countries, and the only reason why they're different is because Slovakia has accepted Sputnik 5 as the vaccine, as an official vaccine, or Igor Matovich's government. I would say more. Correct myself, because I don't think a there's also a good part of the population and the government that goes against this hybrid tool. But you can see that since Slovakia has accepted the Sputnik 5 vaccine, the disinformation narratives takes a spin and is actually explained how important it is to get vaccinated, because then the society picks up on the narrative and is essentially inclined to go with the Russian strategy. Whilst in Czech Republic, due to various reasons, the Sputnik 5 didn't get the license, and you can immediately follow the social media groups changing and taking a spin within the narrative and pushing the anti-vax sort of disinformation route. And this, to me, I think is interesting because you can see how quick the different groups or different disinformation groups on social media can react to current events and immediate developments, because it hints at how well organized they are and how quick the direction within their hierarchy can get twisted. And we must sort of acknowledge that due to social media and how information is transferred and obtained in the 21st century, we have to accept that we're not just only the consumer. We help to form the social reality because we all interact. We share the content. We send it to our friends. We put our opinions right in the comment section, and we must acknowledge that the civil society and every single one of us is a part of the information warfare, and we must react or adapt our strategy to do the same. So what I mean by that is the disinformation strategy, or not disinformation scene, I'd rather say, is they're very clear. They know what they want to do and very organized. And I think the media strategy or of the regular scene, not the disinformation scene, should accept this reality. And we have to realize that the social media public space, let's call it, is not going to be any different. So we need to take not just personal incentive, but also a combined maybe approach to how we react to disinformation. And if you look at disinformation in general, not just regarding the coronavirus, its upper hand over the regular consumer is that it is how would I say, it's tempting. It's tempting to fall into the belief, and also you can see on different analysis what kind of groups of people are more inclined to get targeted by disinformation. And the disinformation always comes from an obscure area, some company owned which is running through an insolvency and is very untransparent. And we have to realize that our upper hand is that we may be transparent. We can show where the information is coming from, that it's not a conspiracy twist. And me personally, I think this is a great way to counter disinformation, is authenticity, putting faces behind it, showing people or actual signatures under the not actual signatures but name, as in who wrote this, that it's not some obscure web, conspiracy.net or something, but an actual blogger and everything. And the media platforms should respect this and should push the authentic opinion as much as possible, because I still believe that the general population is more inclined to believe a person who's speaking to you than an obscure internet profile.
Дякую. Да. Дякую, пане Адам. Насправді...
Thank you so much, Adam, for such an interesting comment. It's interesting to take a look at the behavior of those people who are consumers of this disinformation. What exactly they respond to, what are the triggers, what are the hooks that trigger them to share this information which contains some kind of not verified information. So we have with us Vitaly Rybak, analyst and Internews Ukraine. They have carried out a research on this topic. It's difficult to us to follow and monitor social media because as of now they are like enemies of the scientific community, of the academia. What we can do, we can follow the opinions of just average users. So Vitaly, can you please tell us about your research? Do you think that it is necessary to explain who wrote a particular post? Is it the right way to go? It seems to me that it's very important to understand that in social media, as our colleagues have said, it's difficult to trust the information which is spread there. But I would like to go further and say that it's difficult to trust whether the information is fair, because when analyzing the content, different fake news and disinformation, who spreads and who consumes this kind of news, I must say that in all social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube, a part of the users are bots, and they can be used to spread some kind of narratives to make them relevant, and then real people share this news. Thanks to bots, you can even make a topic trending, make something viral, and people will think that it is viral indeed. This problem is very serious. We can see that among Ukrainian politicians, their audience is not always true. Most of them are bots. Last year, we had a research, Fake Fans, where we monitored popular pages of some politicians, such as Viktor Medvedchuk, in social media. Now his Twitter account has about 140,000 subscribers. It seems like a good number. However, in July 2020, he had 400,000 subscribers. So about 300,000 subscribers were just disappeared. It turned out that that time Twitter deleted several 100,000 accounts which were related to Russian bot farms, and there were a lot of pro-Kremlin pages that disappeared. For example, Russia Today lost about several 100,000 subscribers. The same happened with the account of the president of Russia, who lost about 10,000 subscribers. So if you take into account that, for example, what Viktor Medvedchuk spreads on his social media, it can be distributed further. So there are tools which help us monitor the number of real and fake accounts. We can see that. However, we cannot be fully sure that those are real people. For example, this year we have analyzed German-speaking social media which spread pro-Russian narratives about Ukraine, about the war in the east of Ukraine. And when we started analyzing the situation, there was a series of public groups and pages. One of them was called Civil Initiative for the Peace of Ukraine. In Ukraine, it was in German. However, it spread completely pro-Russian narratives that Ukrainians are Nazis who punish the population of Donbas. There were other accounts, some kind of fake, non-authentic accounts without avatars, without friends, which were recently created. So in social media, it's difficult to believe that a topic is true, honest, and really viral. Of course, in traditional media, it's much easier to follow this. That's where the threat of social media lies. We don't always know whether there are real people among our friends. It seems to me that in this area, such countries as Ukraine, which are located in such a critical condition because of the war, we have a lot of security threats, a lot of threats related to our life, to life of our inhabitants in the east of Ukraine. We can develop a series of research, a series of tools which can be used and used by other countries. I read a lot of international research from the Western countries. Those research which are published in the West, they reiterate what we already know here in Ukraine. That is why probably we will develop some kind of a decision which will be relevant to everyone. I do agree with you. Ukrainian researchers and Ukrainian media are a step in front in this hybrid war. The key problems that we have is how to convey our knowledge to the Ukrainian and population of the other countries.
Unfortunate level of vaccination in Ukraine shows that it's the critical level of the way the information is communicated to our citizens. Our previous speakers have suggested three key solutions, what to do, what social media should do with the problem of disinformation. The first short-term decision is to regulate. Second, long-term is to develop the media literacy. And third decision is probably, it's a component of media literacy. It's to simplify the fake news and to explain everything. Not to simplify, but to probably, expose it. And together with us we have Gidris Yaropolk Brenih, a representative of the American Bar Association Rule of Law Initiative in Ukraine. What do you think about regulation? Because internet has always been seen as an open space, and I remember several years ago there was an initiative to include the access to the internet in the constitution. There were even such ideas, but right now, in fact, we are in the situation when social media are not a free space. They are regulated by private corporate companies and by American legislation. So how should Ukrainian user be in this situation that cannot defend his rights in the court if they are violated by a big global network? Or the social media that is very foggy and you don't know who's behind it. So what is your opinion? Thank you for your question. Yes, 10 years ago social media were a bit different. It was more for friends, but now it's a lot of useless information too. This year in June, the American Bar Association have held the first international conference that is on about internet bots, and part of this information was dedicated to the topic of disinformation, what to do it and what can be done in Ukraine. It was an interesting discussion, and the Facebook representative, she said it was very difficult for Facebook to fight disinformation. I'm sorry. Facebook cannot do it. They're trying, but they need help by the state. They need the regulator. To translate from the business language, it says that Facebook doesn't want to spend any money to fight disinformation. And the same opinion has been expressed by representatives of Finland, Georgia. And they say, what can we do? We can collect fake news together with the organizations. We can try to use AI, but it's even a bigger threat because, yes, we can see how AI is working now. Many questions. Yes, of how it's going to work, because technologies develop very fast. Even the IT specialists, they cannot follow how fast it's developing. So what can you tell about me? And I'm a humanitarian. The only way out that we saw is, despite, of course, increasing awareness, which I applaud, but it can only help win only in effective format in the very far future. So I think state regulation, but it's not a very popular opinion because you want to see internet as a free space. But altogether, Ukraine, for example, other countries, when there is a threat to the civil threat or national threat, it's better to show it on the example of Ukraine, because we're at war and we have pandemic, and it's a direct threat to the civil security and the state security. And this security is getting out of Facebook and Telegram from social media. Don't know about Instagram though, and that's where it's coming to Ukraine, and there's something that must be done with it. This topic is not very popular among Ukraine as the state and experts, but it's not it's popular among experts but not among politicians. So it's being criticized, and they say that the state wants to introduce censorship. But here it's important to understand that regulation and certain restrictions and obliging the business of big corporates influencing lives of everyone but not just a small part of inhabitants, they have an impact on life on every person in the country. And here it is important to understand that the country has the right to interfere with their activity. And according to the Convention on Human Rights, in case of a threat to the public security or state security, the state has the right to restrict. Yes, freedom of speech is not an absolute category, clear. But I have a question. Social media do not have legal entities in Ukraine. If we adopt the law in Ukraine, how can we make them fulfill it? You have to do it via dialogue, and you have to explain it to them, because we don't mention Telegram, because the Telegram, it's a very commercial story, a fake story. We have investigated. It's just something that is done by PR companies who are selling Telegram channels to their channels and say, look how many the audience is very big, but it's bought, and it's very easy to check it. Yes, it is the fact. The same happens in Facebook, even though Facebook is regulating and is trying to control the situation, not to let it happen like this. But Ukraine, on the one hand, doesn't have a big impact on what is happening in the American company, but on the other hand, these companies are working in Ukraine, providing their services in Ukraine, and they can pay taxes in Ukraine. So here it is necessary to have a wide dialogue among specialists of different directions, both lawyers and politicians, journalists, to have an agreement to find the way out, because the situation seems to be like deadly, and not so much is said about it. We are happy to support such initiatives, such discussions, our program to facilitate internet freedom in Ukraine. But yeah, it's funny that I say it, because I'm also saying that we have to limit the freedom on the internet. But we are to support such discussions both in Ukraine and also involving international experts. I don't have a ready script or scenario. I'm not as arrogant as to say what to do. What needs to be done is to hold effective discussions. We are ready to support these discussions. So we are inviting you, colleagues, and people who are watching us, perhaps. We are inviting to have such discussions because we are to decide what to do. Because to understand where it's a fake information, how many people can understand it. You probably have to work with the fake news. Even myself, I cannot say that I can always tell where it's the fake news and where not. It's somebody who has to do with informational technologies. You have to create the way out, and to convince the state that this regulation is necessary, because despite war, despite COVID, we have only 18% of vaccinated. Oh, it's almost, no, it's 23% of vaccinated. So Ukraine still is not fighting disinformation. It's unbelievable. And it's weird, because public organizations are, screaming about it. They're fighting it, but the state, in fact, is ignoring the fighting disinformation. So we will watch a talk show in the evening, and we will see what they look like on the channels owned by oligarchs, and that's when we can understand the answer to this question, because politicians benefit from it. Populism. And the previous colleague mentioned that disinformation has also been like a weapon, a tool. And in our situation, when we are at war and it's ongoing and people dying now also of coronavirus, and to keep on using it, it's ridiculous and also disgusting. We have to sit and decide what to do with it, but not to wind up their political interests. It's an important, of course, viewpoint, but it has to be put into heads of those who are decision makers. Okay. I think until as they say, until the rooster kicks you, you won't start doing anything. Well, I think that at the moment some regional division of big corporates, including Facebook, at least for some regional clusters. And we have Roman Kulchinsky, and he is the editor-in-chief of Texty, and they do many studies of social media. And do you think that on the one hand social media is innovations, but on the other hand they put us into some archaic times when we respond to emotional irritants and we turn off our logics quite often? And in fact, social media, which should have been the innovative tools, they vice versa transform or turn the citizen into some kind of society that lags behind, but that is only emotionally responding to things. And maybe the media literacy campaign could be effective here. And it's a philosophical question. You can say this about any invention, about atomic bomb and so on. Now Tzu or some philosopher said that science brings use, but if bad people use it, it's going to make it worse. But we have bad people prevail. So, but this achievement differs a lot from all the previous ones. For example, when the books were invented, they added to progress. So, but people said, wow, now everybody will read. Well, indeed. For some people who are rational, they can use social media for self-organization, for participating in interesting discussions, for new ideas to be born. That's what I do. I can just post something and people comment on it. I can have a new idea for the new article. That's on the one hand. So people use it in different ways, but in its bigger mass, it decreases the level of society to some tribes level. When they see some threat, they don't even know what is happening and they're just running away from it without even speculating on it. There is a threat like this. People just stop thinking rationally. They respond to emotional triggers. So they choose some emotional trigger. They know that some people, let's speak about vaccine. They know that it's a painful matter for some people. So they study them, they develop messages, and throw many messages at this targeted audience, very emotional messages, more emotional than other people would say it. And they just throw them at people, and then people get very agitated, and there's a wave. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fail, but it's always possible to do it, especially when there's a hot topic. So it's cheap, it's fun. It's the principle of disinformation in social media, because they can disseminate information very fast. There are no preventive mechanisms. It's like 10 years ago, the editor would read the article and say, what a fool has written this down, we're not going to publish it. But what about social media? Well, Ukraine can't do nothing about it. Well, even if we can do something, well, it's not much. We can ban some Russian media. We can of course ban. We have banned the Russian social media. But what should we do with Facebook or, for example, TikTok? It's clear evil. Wall Street Journal, they have analyzed TikTok, and they say that in TikTok they show the child pornography and they give the ad of the drugs. What can Ukraine do? They can increase the informational wave. And in India, for example, there were cases when via Facebook people were killed. We didn't have it, but it's because of these algorithms which lead to this and that. We have the American allies. They tell us that Facebook is bugging everyone now, and there are many scandals connected with Facebook, and they are very harmful to the strategic partner of Ukraine. Let's decide something and regulate something. What do How can we regulate it? Their algorithms are not transparent. We don't know how they worked. Part of the internet activists say if the public campaign is so influential, it should be based on the algorithm that is in open access so that anybody could go and check and say what's wrong and what's right about it. It's a really cool topic. Then we would know the principle according to which they work. Another thing about their algorithm, all their artificial, all the AI. How does AI function? For it to function properly, it needs a big mass of data for trainings, and they are in English. I don't think they collected the data in Ukrainian and Russian.
Because their audience is mostly English speaking. So these mechanisms are better trained in English. This is a question of money. If they do not invest money into disinformation spread in Ukraine, they won't have results. So they do not want to invest a lot of money. That is why in Ukraine we have to raise awareness. In the US, we need to reach out to allies in order to influence Facebook. However, while we are fighting with Facebook, TikTok will rise strong. After TikTok, there will be someone else. So in TikTok, I carried out a research using the hashtag vaccination, and not a single video which I saw was, how to say, normal. Everything was about conspiracy theories. I felt bad, I lost consciousness, and so on and so forth. So if we can control something on Facebook, then TikTok is something different. There is a case with attack from China. Their ministry, the ex-hacker, one of the top hackers in the world, and they streamlined the system of early warning of fakes in social media. It works. So when they see there is a fake information spread, they use this tool. When they see that there is one fake distributed, the principle is that within the 3 years after the government needs to release a press release to, for example, say people that this news was fake. And then the media and average citizens, they react. If this information is refuted, if nothing happens within the first 3 years, then this information will be spread. In Ukraine, for example, if we catch a fake which was spread by the Russian propaganda machine, they inform the law enforcement agencies. However, our authorities thought for 72 hours. Can you imagine what happens in these 72 hours? This response wasn't efficient. Unfortunately, our state doesn't work properly in this area. We need their activities to be coordinated. However, there's a huge problem with it in Ukraine. Once I was at some kind of a meeting dedicated to anti-propaganda, and it was complete chaos. They only made noise, they justified their actions, and so on and so forth. In order to fight the propaganda, we need to have a strong state, we need to cooperate with our international partners, and last but not least, we need money. I agree with you. Communication, intra-agency communication, inter-agency communication, cooperation with civil society organizations and international partners is of utmost importance. As for the information campaigns, this is exactly what we can do. This is what can work. Our research shows that it helps. This information campaign, they need also to be distributed in traditional professional media, which are still valued, which still have a high reputation. Because now, I don't know, according to the current research, most people get the information from social media. As for Facebook, as an example of this, Facebook enters the territory of the traditional media. In September this year, they have announced a second experiment when they are working with 25 regional local editors to prepare so-called bulletin of events. This is kind of a service provided by Facebook or kind of a new project of regional news. Before that, in the US in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, Facebook announced the list of American media which they included into their news feed. So these were the media that they will support and show in their news feed. As for the other countries, not only Ukraine, then the situation is quite sad. I follow Facebook pages of different media, civil society organizations, but I don't see their post in my newsfeed. Instead, I see advertising of TSN TV channel, which I don't want to see. I'm not their target audience. The traditional media become invisible. Their role is just diminished by the social media, which appeals to people's emotions, to some kind of hype or trash. So how traditional media feel in this area? Have you noticed that Facebook is trying to enter your territory? I see a lot of tactical decisions. I see that the media tries also to jump on this wagon of hype. They ask the journalists to change the headlines. But what is your strategic approach to this? Yevgenia Maturevska, who is chief editor of Громадське TV channel. Thank you, Oksana. Well, first, you said that traditional media are competitors with social media. So I felt that in 2019, when Zelensky won the presidential elections, I worked at an agency of journalist investigations. And back then, there was a boom of anonymous Telegram channels. I think all of you remember this Dark Knight, Legitimate, Zealandia, and many others. Part of those channels were blocked by the decision of a court on the request of the Security Service of Ukraine, as such, which were moderated in the Russian Federation. However, part of those channels work. Back then, it was kind of frustration because journalists could dig up a topic related to abuse or corruption and fail because of this Telegram channel. There was a vertical of power of Volodymyr Zelensky. All of those Telegram channels contained a huge number of so-called exclusive information. These were different information which is harmful. It was very difficult to compete because you can dig up someone that Mr. Komarnitsky, who was called Great Cardinal of the development market in Ukraine. However, at one moment there were a lot of photos when he came to the presidential office, and you feel completely frustrated because that's what Oksana has said. People want these confidential hot information because thanks to these Telegram channels, they kind of get access to confidential information. This is they said this is what you won't see over the on the TV. It creates an effect of getting access to something classified, to something elite, because if you join this community, you will get exclusive information. These Telegram channels have a huge number of subscribers. Maybe part of them are bots. However, the TV channels of Hromadske, which is quite strong, in social media, we have about 30,000 subscribers. As for Zealandia and many others unofficial channels, they have more than 100 subscribers. It's very important for our media not to play with those anonymous channels, because if an information appears in these TV channels, you as a journalist, you want to refer to these channels because you see the documents, you see the videos, and our task as journalists is try to resist this temptation, because there was a trend recently when big Ukrainian media referred to these anonymous channels. Yes, that happened 2 years ago, when even now I see that traditional media or they refer to, for example, telegrams of ministers, someone like that. So we shall not support that. We as journalists, we give our audience a sign that they also might trust these telegram channels. We at Hromadske had some kind of a minor conflict when there was a fire put to the Gothic Cathedral in Ukraine. Everyone wrote in the Telegram channels about it, and my colleague said, let's write something faster, let's not spend any minutes. And the head of our news feed said, no, until we have official confirmation from the State Emergency Service or until our photographer has visited the place, we won't have links to those channels. And it was quite difficult because, of course, we know that we lost part of our audience who visited those channels to get fresh information. However, we couldn't do otherwise. I know that there is a huge amount of disinformation which is related to a vaccination, and it seems to me that under these conditions this situation will be analyzed in a year or two time, because we lose a lot of people, and we will be able to take a look at this. In your opinion, does the media community understand those threats which are posed by these media? We as journalists and editors understand that social media have already stolen our advertisers. 90% of advertising are spread in Google or social media or in Facebook. And we just continue going like nothing happened. In Ukraine, we have a huge market of media. It's 5 times bigger than in Poland, for example. But it seems to me that this is kind of a sore bubble, and it will end sometime in the future. So can we think of any strategic decisions? It also seems to me that this is some kind of a bubble. When we are going through this period of post-truth, the society will have a demand, will have a need for information, for verified information. This is like when you eat in McDonald's, when you eat fast food every day, then sooner or later you will want to eat healthy food. That is why I think that there will be this demand for high quality media. What we can do now, it seems to me that this is our task to develop media literacy. Text.org.ua have done a lot in this area. They analyzed activities of those Telegram channels. They showed about their codependence, about who administrates them. And second, it seems to me that Ukrainian media need to better work with social media to develop TikTok, of course, meeting their standards, their internal standards, to continue developing Facebook, in Telegram. It seems to me that for a long period of time, Ukrainian media disregarded social media. They just copy-pasted what they posted on their official websites. They didn't adapt the format. However, social media are completely different, and traditional media need to work with the content to adapt it for the audience of social media. It needs to be fast, but it also needs to be high quality and verified. So the media needs to become like a salad, healthy food, which will help us fight junk food of the social media. However, now as a media expert, I see this distinction between those media that are high quality and those media who just copy and paste this model, so-called hyper aggregation model. It seems to me that it's more successful. Social media, they will just eat these medias up. I think that the media need to talk to the business circles. It's difficult for us to talk to the politicians. They are populist. However, businesses must be interested in safety and security, in development. So probably business can finally prove that they are socially responsible. It seems to me that what happens in Ukraine, that we have this low trust in media as in the US or in some European countries. and business is also quite conscious of the media, because they think that today you support this media because today everyone trusts it, and tomorrow there will be a scandal, and everyone will destroy this media. So this business is afraid to bear the responsibility for the mistakes of the social media. When we had a situation like that with MP Trukhin, when information about his car accident was removed from the media, and of course it contributes to distrust in the media. This is a vicious circle that it's difficult to break. Of course, we have questions. I just wanted to add that we try to negotiate with the business, but we need more time, because business looks at us for quite a long time before they want to support you. If it's a fair and just business, of course, we need to spend some time to work with them. We want them to trust us.
We have started receiving questions from our audience. I just want to have a brief brief comment. Since the politicians have a very weak, reaction to fight with disinformation, and for the past years we didn't see the promised reform or the law on media. No steps were taken on the legislative base on fighting disinformation and so on. So we can have a bit other challenges. Next year, the parliamentary campaign is going to be launched, but in Komorovsky Instagram has bigger audience than Zelensky does. The audience is asking us, first question, it's September, European Court on Human Rights, the owner of Facebook the owner of the page in the Facebook is responsible for inappropriate comments. So what risks can such practice bear, and can it partly solve the problem with the fake dissemination? Who is willing to reply? May I? I know about this case. I have shared it on my Facebook, but it's not that popular. My Facebook account is not that popular, but nevertheless, it's the political activist account. He shared hate speech, not just fake information. That's why he was seen as responsible, because he's the public activist. And that is, I'm 99% sure that these fakes, if it's bots or just users adding comments near his posts, they shared hate speech and he didn't delete it. I'm sure we will see this during our elections, because they will try to block it using the court's decisions, the political opponents. And going back to my previous message, we have to start regulating it, because even those who make the authorities today, they will get, because of their inactivity, they will have problems themselves, because we are fighting with this fake information only in the mode of some panic attack by blocking it immediately. But where is the state strategy? Or because they started connecting VK via VPN, and what? How does state fights with this? It's not the approach. And what I wrote on my Facebook account, this European Court of Human Rights case is going to show that you have to deal with this effectively. It's not the approach that should be in the democratic state, but Ukraine still doesn't pick up on it. But maybe, very soon, those who are using these tools, now they will actually see that it doesn't work. Or maybe we didn't hit the bottom yet, the rock bottom. Another question. If we speak about such decisions, being responsible for the comments on your page, who is to issue such decisions? And if it's about Belarus or Russia, where can these activists be punished? Not for, trying to cause some aggression, but to be heard. So I would like to hear the opinions of the experts given these realities and this level of trust to the system. Roman, maybe you would like to comment on it. So the question is, can Can we trust now the system of regulating information space? What should it be like? Since in Ukraine we have democracy and we can have Maidan, but there is also a threat of such, not very decent management of system using resources. So there's a question, for the transparency of the system, to the decision-making procedure, and if it's going to be the regulation of the information component, won't it lead, or will it lead, when after some survey, they will say that it's not like it should be. Whatever you write in social media, the Ukrainian state cannot block it. They have no tools. But there were such cases that someone was even imprisoned because he was writing something about Zelensky. We had such cases, and it's very dangerous. I think the media and the public community, they should, of course, fight for not, if the law enforcement agencies are too critical on this account, they have to, of course, stand their ground. But also, how can you prove that this is my account? If I write something or post something in social media, and then I say in the court, it wasn't me, try and prove that it was me. It seems to me another problem about the law on the media, a big part of the citizens, they thought that, for example, they would create some network of journalists and others will be left with no rights, even though the Western donors wanted to support this law and lots of NGOs didn't want it because they didn't trust, and Zelensky then came on the wave on disinformation, and the manager of the Pinchuk channel, he had an image that those were not the channels who were fighting for the freedom of speech to implement this draft law. That's why they didn't adopt it. And when today we see that every, other authority that comes in power, they want to have their block of power. I think that those who are spreading disinformation, they can even open the website in another country, in Malaysia or Indonesia. So they will always win, but such small media as Teksty or Hromadske, they will be forgotten. So here the question is, if we have a stable democracy, we can do it. But if our democracy is dependent upon Maidans, then I don't know. I can't tell you not to do it, but I don't know how to do it. So we are the victims of short-term decisions. We have no way out. It's our culture like this, that we are used to some small, minor steps, or, and maybe this culture is imposing its trace on how we are fighting disinformation. We are just doing it here, and there, but at the same time, it's difficult for us. It's difficult to overcome us because we're like this network or net. Yes, I wanted to comment on it as a human rights defender. When there was a comment that the state would take more powers, as I'm bothered by this. Even though I say that regulation is necessary, I do not like regulation because the state is trying, as we can see now with the draft law on the security service of Ukraine, which is not so bad, but at the same time, not so. We will see all of its advantages when it's voted for. As for regulation in this sector, here it's very important, just like in the draft law on the security service, to make this regulation, with some preventive mechanism. And in this, if the state controls the information sector, there must be some safeguard or protectors like the court. There must be some control. You are mentioning a very interesting thing. So the key to regulation can be the reform of justice, this basic law enforcement reform that could increase transparency and trust to the system, right? And then we could speak more. Yes, but that's for 10 or 15 years. Yes. It would be great if it is reformed, but so far they can't. But we still have to work with it now, and we cannot postpone it. We need to decide now, and then we'll see. One more question we have. Recently, there were publications saying that Facebook is spreading fake more actively about vaccination rather than truth. And there was a scandal when the American media have conducted the internal investigation, and these internal algorithms are boosting the popular information among users, and it's not always true information, or it's seldom true information. Also have read the research that in some group, the information can be brought on the surface about, you know, some critical topics. So what do you do with these things when they try to influence the behavior of people? We are becoming more aggressive in real life as well. How do we follow or trace these patterns? What can we do about that? Maybe Vitaly can tell us. This fall, a nice book about Facebook has been published from two New York Times journalists, An Ugly Truth, and she's tracing Facebook from its establishment up till today. And we can say that the general topic of the book is that the history of the Facebook is the history of mistakes and, you know, some irresponsibility. So 10 years ago, when Facebook was even starting it, they were openly testing it inside how people would interact. So if they go and see news and messages of negative nature or positive nature, and it turned out that people are more actively perceiving the negative information, and moreover they have installed inside that things that are read by people is going to influence the tone of their own posts on that day. But from the point of view of the business, this negative content is more profitable, because it evokes people to spread what they read and maybe even join the conversation somehow. When the person sees that everything is fun, they are happy, but they should like positive posts, ruin the algorithm of Facebook. And another algorithm of this Facebook is the when they see that everybody agrees with them, they feel nice to be part of it. So it's also the problem of the bubble that they create. And if we take a look at Poroshenko, who thought that everybody is supporting him, and then the voters don't vote for him, he was really shocked. I want to remind you about Komarovsky also. Another thing to add to the conversation we had on the moderation. On moderation, it doesn't matter what algorithms are or AI are. The final decisions are made by people, and people can make mistakes. And in Facebook, in this book, Ugly Truth, it shows that on early stages in 2015, they have detected Russian interference, which is going to become of mass nature, American elections. But the analytical report prepared by the team just got lost. It didn't reach the decision makers. And then it turned out, when the Russian information campaign beat Facebook, it turned out the management was not even aware of this problem. They found out about it post factum. So what is it? It's just the negligence, human negligence, but the cost of it is and can be very high. I think that the money for during elections probably blinded them. We speak a lot about Facebook today, but I would like to remind you that we have also YouTube, which is even more which is even less transparent. And we have one more question. In brief, Facebook is going to cooperate with a good quality media outlet, but how Facebook evaluates quality, and it's another question, and is going to even pay for such content. How can you assess this kind of cooperation, or is it the is it also their attempt, to bleach their reputation? I think it's more connected with the hearings in the Senate and this public scandal with Facebook as of 2018, and there is no end to it. Obviously, it's going to continue, and Facebook understands that they either to critically change the algorithms and lose money, or look for some partnerships. But in fact, I see no reason for Facebook to buy content from other media if they can just hire some local editors and produce the same news, the same product with their own efforts, and not spend any money. So this looks like playing with the audience to me. But what if? Yes, what if the big social media become the source of income for local media? That's an unexpected question. We have very little time left, so I would like to ask our participants to use 30 seconds to sum up for our audience maybe some practical recommendations of how we can, oppose to disinformation and propaganda.
Okay, I will briefly ask my colleagues to join our meetings where we can discuss these issues all together. We will discuss topics of disinformation, what to do with that, and how to find a compromise, because I'm not the person who will persuade someone how to do that. However, we'll organize these meetings quite often. That is why I would like to invite all of you, journalists, business, politicians, lawyers. Please join our meetings, because of course it's better to be united. United we stand, disunited will fall. So first, remove social media apps from your phone. If you see messages on Facebook, for example, you can use it on desktop. Do not use social media to read news. Read high-quality media. Громадська ліга, Новое время, тексти, Суспільне. These are my recommendation. Just don't read those crap medias. Read good medias. Spend your time to read good books, to work in the nature. You will feel better, and you will have a better life. I fully agree with my colleagues that we need to consume so-called slow media, because they have enough analysis, and it almost never happens in social media, because it's not the format. And think why social media wants us to consume fast news. And I would also like to invite you to anti-bot trainings by Internews Ukraine, where we tell what to do not to be hooked by manipulations. My first advice would to start from yourself. I know when you read some kind of news, you wanted to share it, you want to send it to your colleagues, but first I would like to tell you that you need to verify it. Second, do not play with unverified sources of information. Do not share anonymous Telegram channels. Support independent media. It is important for our society. In Ukraine, there's enough independent media. They need your support. They need financial support, and they need your attention. Thank you so much, dear participant. Thank you so much, dear audience. And I would like to give you a little piece of advice to end with. This is a question of self-development, using social media and using high-quality sources of information. Learn, grow, try to read high-quality media, try to support high-quality media. And by the way, the Institute of Mass Information creates a so-called white list of social media, and you can support them. I'm really grateful to all of you. I'm grateful to our guests who were with us via Zoom. It was interesting to hear the opinion of European experts, and we saw that it actually similar to ours. So I hope that we will join our forces and that the academia will finally reach spreading of truthful information and to help fight disinformation. Thank you.
Я звоню маме, и мама говорит: Аля, у нас появились блокпосты.
Масштабы людей, которых затронула эта трагедия, они огромные, они исчисляются миллионами.
Війна насправді змінила, війна поділила.
Це була катастрофа, я взагалі був не готовий, враховуючи те, що я не служив.
И, в общем, это был последний мой приезд в Донецк.
Меня просто вытеснили, меня просто выгнали. Я это не выбирала.
Ми зараз живемо як на пороховій бочці, ми не знаємо, що буде завтра.
Ну, до войны я занимался разными культурными проектами. Жили в Луганске, на улице Луганской, 69, возле реки Лугань. Я работал в газетах, верстал разные газеты. Была такая инициатива «Луганда Хаус». Мы устраивали кинопоказы, мы устраивали концерты, выставки.
Мне очень нравился мой город, мне очень нравилась жизнь, которая у меня там. Но я занималась воспитанием своего ребенка, заботилась о том, чтобы у моего мужа было хорошее настроение.
Я жил и работал в городе Алчевске. У нас был медиацентр. Мы выпускали там газеты. Ну, в общем, как информационное агентство работали. Жена тоже была журналист. У нас 3 детей. Работали потом и с обкорами, и потом свои проекты запускали, вместе работали все время. Она критиковала власти, как бы мы никогда не были там провластными.
Мы когда устраивали вообще Майдан, один из девизов, наверное, его был, это ненасильственное сопротивление. И мне всегда, наверное, в жизни было там сложно ударить человека. Вот это во мне поменялось.
Идите отсюда! Не кричим, не кричим.
Там заливали зеленкой экран, заливали чаем ноутбуки, пытались спровоцировать нас на драки. Свои идеалы, их нужно уметь защищать. Иначе ты станешь просто жертвой и потеряешь не только там себя, но и своих родственников, свое имущество. И сейчас я понимаю и готов давать этот физический отпор. Бить, при необходимости убивать.
Моя мама не до конца понимала, что такое Майдан. Мои соседи до конца не понимали, что такое Майдан. И я как бы почувствовала, что мне нужно ехать в Донецк и рассказывать.
Но это вот мой собственный архив или такой музей.
Я нашла потрясающее пространство, дизайн. До сих пор я дружу с этим человеком. Вот просто написала. Может быть, я у вас это сделаю. В темной комнате про Майдан, приехавшая из Киева художница. Я туда приехала в марте, потому что я увидела все эти пророссийские митинги. Я просто туда помчалась, прямо в Донецк. Я хотела это сама увидеть. И мама моя приехала. И было очень тяжело, потому что ей не нравилось, как закончился Майдан. И мы пошли с ней в кино, и мы пошли с ней в Донбас-арену. И это было так важно, что мы с ней увидели эту Донбас-арену вместе. Мама мне тогда задала этот большой вопрос, самый главный. Она мне сказала: разве можно бросать камни в милиционера? И я сказала: нет. И она тогда не могла понять, как же ж так, я с одной стороны поддерживаю Майдан, а в то же самое время я так отвечаю на этот вопрос. Когда человек задает так вопрос, он хочет меня спросить, вы враг или друг? Ну, когда я ему скажу свое мнение, да или нет, тогда мы и останемся в этой парадигме. Я его друг или враг. Но я на самом деле не хотела бы такой полярности. Мы не будем тогда друзьями. И врагами мы будем очень странными. Казалось, я уклоняюсь от прямых ответов. Но это не уклонение от прямых ответов. Это потому, что реальность очень сложная. Для того, чтобы ответить на этот вопрос, почему камни полетели в милиционеров на Майдане, нужно очень много времени. И я понимала, что на этот вопрос нужно ответить нет, конечно, нельзя бросать камни милиционеров. И, в общем, это был последний мой приезд в Донецк.
Ближе к весне такое повисло ощущение того, что в городе небезопасно. Ну вот даже сейчас чувствую мурашки по коже, когда вспоминаю это состояние.
О, пошли, пошли.
Знаковый день, 3 мая был захват областного военкомата. Там стояли ребятки из Черновцов, если я не ошибаюсь, которая занималась охраной облгосадминистрации. Позвонил их командир, говорит, тут какая-то движуха нездоровая собирается, приедь, посмотри. Приехали посмотреть, ну, собственно говоря, я вышел из машины, меня узнали, потому что я был достаточно публичной персоной.
Звонит незнакомый номер, я поднимаю трубку, и там говорят: здравствуйте, меня зовут Наташа. Мне мой муж сказал, что он видел вашего мужа. Ему завязали руки сзади, приставили автомат или там какое-то оружие, увели, посадили в машину и увезли в незнакомом направлении. Номер машины такой-то, машина такая-то. Возможно, в сторону СБУ.
Проси у народа прощения, ты, козел!
У меня вывалился этот телефон из рук, разлетелся на части. Я его дрожащими руками собрала, сама там оделась, села на маршрутку и поехала в сторону СБУ сразу же.
Связывают руки, накидывают петлю на шею, но у тебя руки привязаны к этой петле, поэтому их поджимают вверх, и когда ты их там опускаешь, то ты сам себя душишь. Держать руки вверх за спиной очень неудобно. Поэтому ты в таком состоянии удушья постоянно.
Ну, я провела незабываемую ночь под СБУ. Череда звонков. Мы связывались со всей вообще страной. Дошли до ИО президента тогда.
Ты думаешь только о том, как в данный конкретный момент времени выжить. Чтобы тебя перестали бить, там, чтобы дали тебе одежду, потому что с меня просто срезали. Такой был театрализованная постановка там, со срезанием одежды, с избиением цепью, плеткой там, и так далее. То есть такие очень неприятные болезненные вещи, не только физически, но и морально унижение.
Я следователю этому говорю: вот он в СБУ, он там не хочет находиться, его взяли в плен. Он говорит: ну как же, почему вы пишете заявление, вы же знаете, где он находится. Писала заявление, и вдруг Леша поднимает трубку. А я звоню при этом, пишу и звоню. Леша к тому моменту уже был избит сильно, и по голосу я это поняла. Говорю: ты в СБУ? Он говорит: да. Все в порядке? Он говорит: да. И все, положил трубку.
Там были моменты, когда все готовились к штурму, и было достаточно сыкотно в этот момент, потому что обещали использовать в качестве щита. Ну, все, собственно говоря, там переночевали, потом на утро, часов 12 нас отпустили.
Доехала домой, там Леша не поворачивается. Говорю: Леша, как хорошо, как ты нас напугал, не могла вообще сказать ни слова, хотелось рыдать. Но я так молча, а потом думаю, что он так стоит ровненько. Снимаем футболку, поворачиваю, а спина вся синяя, вся шея, руки, и вообще все в побоях.
Ну и первые 2 дня я вообще просто отлеживался, да, после этих буцаний. 4 мая вышел, 7 мая я уехал. Когда мы выехали в какой-то город на въезде в Днепропетровскую область, в котором уже были развешаны украинские флаги, и вот там именно такое моральное расслабление И я позволил себе даже заснуть в этот момент.
Сегодня, 2 мая, на здании Алчевского городского совета будет снова поднят украинский флаг группой алчевских патриотов. Мы повесили флаг над городом. У нас была там стычка с местными ополченцами, как они себя называли, там народное ополчение. Немножко потолкались с ними, потом мне начали звонить, говорить, что вы засветились, вам теперь тут в городе не жить. Вот он мой дом. 4 мая мне позвонил один мой товарищ, сказал, что будет формироваться батальон, там, что надо выезжать на Сватово. Выехали на Сватово, там начали разбивать лагерь, принимать всех желающих. Так начал формироваться батальон Айдар. Я возвращался в город еще 11 мая, я буквально приехал там инкогнито, чтобы меня уже никто не видел, потому что я уже был в батальоне. Собственно, семья моя не знала, где я. Сказал, что уехал по делам. Я надеялся, что мы очень скоро вернемся домой. Я посмотрел на референдум, как он проходил, проехал по соседним городам, посмотрел и вернулся назад в батальон. Дальше был путь в составе батальона Айдар. Там тоже видел много разного, в том числе отношения к пленным, совсем неадекватные. Меня даже комбат закрыл в подвал. Я там заступился за одного пленного, который все-таки умер в результате чрезмерных пыток. Там начали искать, на кого же это все повесить. Решили повесить на меня. Там широкая общественность уже вмешалась. Начали меня искать. Меня вытащили из батальона. Ну, в общем, спустя какое-то время я оказался уже в Харьковской правозащитной группе.
Но мне было так страшно, просто позвонила своему мужу, говорю, ты знаешь, я, наверное, хочу уехать. Но у меня был очень сильный внутренний протест, мне очень, с одной стороны, не хотелось ехать, вот прям до слез, но с другой стороны, хотелось ехать, потому что я чувствовала себя так неустойчиво как-то. 2 числа, 2 июня, это был день такой, который запомнил весь Луганск. Был взрыв в центре города, и погибли люди от этого взрыва. Это вот самый такой первый яркий момент, который очень сильно напугал. Вот в этой суматохе, как раз когда произошел этот взрыв, где-то через час у меня был поезд примерно.
Когда летом 2014 года я предложил своей жене выехать, поначалу она согласилась, но после того, как меня закрыли там на подвал, почему-то она уже передумала. Она сказала, я отсюда никуда не поеду. На Украине там творятся жуткие вещи. Все, я останусь здесь. У нее был батюшка, так называемый духовный наставник. Она была очень человек набожный, ходила в церковь, принимала участие в работе там, православного центра в Алчевске. Они занимались проблемными детьми. И вот она сказала, что батюшка, этот духовный наставник, сказал, что вот она должна остаться здесь, она здесь нужна. В том числе благодаря этому батюшке, в общем-то, она осталась там. У Мозгового бригада «Призрак», она имела очень странное название. Православно-коммунистическая бригада «Призрак». Скорее всего, в какой-то момент Мозговой появился, наверное, в православном центре. Возможно, у них был какой-то разговор. Вот, возможно, ему требовалась помощь квалифицированного журналиста. Возможно, он ей сделал предложение, от которого она не смогла отказаться. Я этих подробностей не знаю, я о них не спрашивал, но вот. Ну, она пошла работать журналистом к Мозговому. Я еще несколько раз предлагал ей потом выехать уже, но уже осенью. Она мне сказала, что на Украину она не поедет ни ногой. Украина сделала много, доставила боли, горя принесла. И примерно в это же время я сумел там правдами-неправдами забрать свою старшую дочь. Ну, а 2 младших остались там.
Тогда я думаю, ну вот же люди просто уезжают из города, и там им хорошо, ну, например, в тот же Киев там, или Харьков, или другие города. Но потом я постепенно поняла, что меня просто вытеснили, меня просто выгнали. И ну, это большая-большая разница. Я это не выбирала. попала в организацию «Восток СОС». Там работали как раз мои друзья. Я стала помогать на горячей линии. Было очень-очень много звонков. Первое боевое задание было нужно прозвонить по вот этой базе, где мы записывали информацию, и ее актуализировать, то есть уточнить, что-то там изменилось, может быть, человек нашелся там или что-то в этом роде. Вот. И буквально на втором звонке мужчина говорит: мы его уже нашли. И дальше такая пауза, и он говорит: и похоронили. И я была не готова это услышать, и я сказала: ну, героям слава, мне, и все. Вот с этого вот все началось, я поняла, что ну как-то это больно, это серьезно, и нужно быть готовым ко всему.
Жановка была любопытным городом. 14 лето – это было большое количество рисунков, большое количество информации. Я помню, что я звоню маме, и мама говорит: Аля, у нас появились блокпосты. Я говорю: где? А там, где я хожу на огород. Я говорю: и ты ходишь на огород? Она говорит: да. Вот такой сценарий, Аля. С утра постреляли, вечером начали. Уже громче. Каждый день все громче. И я думаю, что нужно готовить подвал. И она соглашается, и мы его готовим. Вот этот подвал, где она пряталась. Вот Ирма, дом. А это вот там, где женщина погибла. Мама 23, а это 3, значит, где-то через 10 домов. Мой глупый вопрос ей: мама, с какой стороны стреляют? Моя мама мне отвечает: Аля, ты хочешь, чтобы я вышла из подвала и посмотрела для тебя, с какой стороны стреляют? Честность.
Добрый день, мы продолжаем.
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue Donbas Media Forum. Today with us we have our speakers. My name is Andrei Romanenko. I'm journalist and coordinator of the Center for Public Control. In this panel discussion, we are talking about the draft law on media, threats and opportunities for the industry. We have with us Alexander Tkachenko, Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Alexei Pogorelov, President of the Ukrainian Media Business Association, Alexander Burmagin, a lawyer, and Diana Dutsik. And we hope that Nikita Poturayev, chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Humanitarian Information Policy, will join us later. My first question is to Alexander. Alexander, so do we need this draft law? Because there are several documents which kind of regulate the area of mass media and communication. Why do we need vaccination? This is about strengthening the health of the media sphere, because there are about from 5 to 6 documents which were adopted in the mid of the 1990s. These are the laws on media, on printed media, on TV stations. They were relevant 20 years ago. However, we don't have a law which would correspond to the current challenges. When we had a discussion about this draft law, colleagues from different spheres expressed their opinion. The key provision was: why do you provide so much responsibility of the regulator, and why do you need to regulate internet? However, I would start this discussion between the vaccinators and anti-vaxxers, because if we are for the healthy lifestyle, for the healthy cooperation and interaction and development of our industry, which might be fair and transparent, we need to plan our activities for the years to come. We are speaking of the opportunity, of the need to have this draft law, because most people around us get information online, in social media, in from websites, and in big cities they mostly consume news in social media. We see a decline in the number of people who watch TV, and this sphere of online media is not regulated at all. That is why there are challenges related to Russian propaganda and we do not have a document, we do not have a law that we would base our advice upon. This draft law specifies in a delicate matter of measures of counteracting Russian propaganda. On the other hand, there are rules of samoregulation. This draft law has gone through a series of very hot discussions with different communities. What is very important that it has gone through discussion in the Council of Europe. Experts of the Council of Europe did their best, so this draft law is amended so it corresponds better to the European standards. The discussion around this draft law during all this time, there were a lot of legal acts adopted in the EU and in the US. They were much more serious, judging their impact on the society than what is stipulated in this law on media. Then, so it's like comparing those who are pro and contra vaccination. Well, maybe that's not the best comparison between pro and contra vaccination. So my next question is the following. Is it a threat to the freedom of the media? Because I often hear that internet in Ukraine is the place where people feel more or less free, and when this law is adopted, it will change. Well, I would like to state our conceptual position. I can say that I'm on for vaccination, and I think that this law needs to be adopted despite several discussions that are related to it. I agree with Mr. Tkachenko that our legislation in the sphere of the media is outdated. In any case, we need to adopt a new law which will introduce new concepts, new terminology which is related to online media. It is very important. So here in this question, I don't even have any arguments. I also belong to those people who think, those experts, who think that there shall be some kind of regulation of. And you know, to me it was one more sign that we need to speak of a civilized approach and civilized understanding of our responsibility for what we do. Because, you know, we were speaking of freedom. Many people understand the freedom as anarchy. However, it's not anarchy. Being free means being responsible for what you do personally. It is responsibility for what you say, for what you do. Because in a globalized world, every word has an impact. This is a so-called butterfly effect. When a butterfly flaps its wings on one part of the planet and something terrible like a storm happens on the other hemisphere of the planet. So today, when going to this meeting, I took a look at the updated version of this draft law on the website of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Of course, there are some aspects which need to be discussed. There are things that we will need to get back to and to amend. However, as of now, we need to adopt this law. So, question to Alexander Burmagin. If we are speaking of the existing legal framework which regulates the media, so what are the key differences of this draft law? What does it change? I know that it regulates internet and it makes all the internet media enter the legal, legitimate market, because not all of them were legal before. It's different. It's an absolutely new foundation for regulation in this area, not only in this area, but also in other neighboring areas, because of the topic of media and regulation of the media according to the new terms, according to the new philosophy which exists all over the world. It is related not only to the area, to the sphere of media. Last week, we worked as part of the working group with the election code. We worked on the articles which were related to campaigning. And I would like to say that those election issues, it's impossible to write in the election code something good about the internet, because as soon as we think who will regulate, we stop there.
And then who do we put it on? On the National Commission? Then we have to rewrite all of the moments that touch it. So who should it be? So we have the level of regulation is such that you are not just, media. It's all very outdated, and it is not in line with today's current realities. So without good foundation, we cannot, move forward in any neighboring also spheres, not only the media sphere, but in the project itself. There are new institutes, there are norms on destating the regional radios. This is the obligation in front of the Council of Europe. There is a big institute of co-regulating when it concerns difficult questions and content limitations, when it's about hate speech, propagating hatred, so such things which are very painful for the industry because there are no clear criteria and they can't be per definition. So the Institute for Co-Regulation allows to solve these problems in the civilized way, because the regulator together with the industry creates the common teams developing the codes on the different arguable matters, so the market could develop and the regulator would have certain restrictions and wouldn't abuse it. There are also matters of counteracting Russian aggression. As of 2014 we are at war, but our legislation has changed only 1 to 3, and it seems like in media there is no information aggression or information war. If we take our legislation, there is a chapter dedicated to these matters. Very liberal regulation of online media, because it's upon consent, and secondly gives more possibilities in opinion of developers than limitations. And the new terminology itself, one of the key questions is why this project is awaited by telecom, because this sphere is also in the gray zone, and those who work in Ukraine on the white zone, they lose those who go under the black flag to cinemas, and including from Russia. And if our subjects, Ukrainian national subjects, they have lots of liabilities and so on, though all those who work in the black or gray zone, they ignore it, they get the audience, they get money. Forget about the possible negative influence through some TV series, films, and so on. So now we have many outdated gaps which are not regulated, or it's a total gap, and this is the foundation. And another thing, this project, it's a foundation, but it's not full mechanism, because a lot will have to be done on the secondary legislation, other laws, which would close all of these issues that I have mentioned. So are you for vaccine or anti-vaccinator? I don't want to play this game. What do you think about this law? Do we need it? And what are the questions and warnings about it? As a business representative, industry representative, these are the positions I shall speak on behalf of. What we mentioned, the positions on the law on the media haven't changed, and Alexander has outlined the main needs which the regulator in the face of the state thinks necessary to decide, and that's okay. I have been saying a lot in the industry, and the industry itself has been saying that let's, apart from playing the game of responsibility and fines and accountability and other things, let's not forget that apart from the negative motivation, there is a positive motivation. Any businessman, any CEO of the company can tell you that positive motivation is a lot more effective than the negative one. Unfortunately, the law doesn't envisage the positive motivation. It doesn't say anything about self-regulation. There's only co-regulation. But in the sphere of content, self-regulation works very effectively. So unfortunately, there's still some injustice. Article 32, they still haven't eliminated it. I will quote, Article 32 declares possibility of financing. So, item 3, audiovisual materials can be financed from the budget, from the state budget, local budget, which actually contradicts the destated press. I have the right for my opinion. I'm communicating. So my opinion lies in it being discrimination of one industry in relation to another one. And unfortunately, it's still in the law. So my thesis is about motivators. That's what I want to hear about during this discussion. I can say, from the point of view of motivation, there are two replies to this question. It's not a game. Vaccine, it's something very serious. Secondly, on the one hand, we're saying for us to have transparent rules for all, and on the other hand, there's a decision of Security Council which fill in these gaps. If we want to move in the direction of the decision of the Security Council, this is a very positive motivator, a very powerful one. So we have two ways. We go along the law, because the Security Council is obliged to make some, laws, because some of the things are quite obvious and they have to be solved somehow. Second is about positive motivation in the form of funding. We have started a discussion with our colleagues about creating very powerful, drivers so that the TV series could be filmed and the regional newspapers could get additional funds from the state. And also initiating the campaigns against anti-vaccine. And of course, there must be funds presupposed to help the media by the state, including internet sphere. On the other hand, giving the possibility to give a positive motivation. But this solution or the decision it doesn't necessarily have to be made by the law. It's something that can be discussed by the cabinet of ministers, and they can implement such measures. For example, there's a decision on creating really powerful opportunities of development, of promoting our information, positive narratives abroad. It's also a positive motivator, which in this way or that way is to be solved. But this is not the norm of the law. It's the concept, the strategy that has been approved, for example, on the level of the information safety. But the base that we can be based on, it doesn't exist. When we communicated with the media, the thesis that we heard, don't touch us. We won't touch you, the National Council won't touch you, but there are many good examples when any other bodies can touch you and you can say nothing. When there is the law in place, you can use it. And these are different rules of game then. During today's discussion, several times, many people said that we in fact lose the information war with Russia. This law, does it give any additional, guns that we can, using which we can counteract the Russian aggression? Right now you can check the Russian OTT platforms in Ukraine, and there you will see all of those TV series which are officially banned for television, but you can watch them there. This law regulates this question, just like it doesn't regulate what is propaganda, what is hate speech by Russia aggression. So creating normal legal base, so using court you could refute the decisions. Now the National Council doesn't have the the steering. So on the one hand, there are so many discussions we had about this law, and I didn't hear so many discussions about any other law. It seems to me we can get to the point when this is going to be solved in this way, you know, just small minor amendments to the old laws, which will look like you are you know, sewing in the hole on your pants, but they may even either look good or they can be arguable. But these amendments will pass very fast and there will be no time to comment on it, but the general picture is not going to change, and they can be even more decisive than it is envisaged by the law, because we can play this game for as long that these amendments can appear. I want to speak about the stimuli and motivation. I would like to actually argue with Alexei. When I spoke about responsibility, I didn't only mean fines. From has the freedom for and freedom against. So responsibility is in the context of freedom for. So I mean, it's not only about that we can do something responsibly only when the fine is hanging over our head. So it's so in a wider understanding, and I suppose it's necessary to promote this culture of responsibility, because otherwise it won't appear. As for motivation, Mr. Minister has mentioned the strategy of the national information security, and it seems to me that the law on media is to be communicated in the context of general media policy of the state as a comprehensive one. Because when we speak about the motivation system, especially during or in conditions of war, it is necessary to speak not only about some benefits. We have a wonderful tool, Ukrainian Cultural Fund. There are other funds that can give grants. The Ukrainian Cultural Fund started giving grants for media literacy. When we speak about stimulating national producer, I mean information product, perhaps the state could stimulate and support and motivate and give grants for media which work per standards, which produce good quality product and do not undermine the system of national security, right? So it is important. And when we speak about responsibility per some law, we have to say in general, look, we have these such stimuli. And if the state could promote this, that would be a wonderful thing. It's the bike that doesn't have to be invented. It just has to be enhanced. The incentives, maybe you have just to make it go better, because now it's on the brakes. So you ought to look for the incentives in this sphere. So as for the co-regulation, I have checked this chapter of the law and I have a critical attitude to it, because I am also convinced that in some way we are to fix the question of self-regulation. Because, you know, our industry says, what is self-regulation, what is commission, what is the media council? We don't know them, they're not in the laws. They are making some decisions on the ethics, but what do we have to do with these decisions? We work here and you make decisions. That's when we speak about some ethical platform. I'm not saying that you are to include in the law certain institutes working in the self-regulating system today, but I'm saying that in the law you are to include the principle of self-regulation, which is the sign for the industry that it needs to look in that direction, and I think it's an important aspect, and that's what we lack. Sasha will argue with me. I'm not going to argue with you. we have a very civilized and good discussion, in my opinion. I just want to comment on self-regulation, regulation, and co-regulation to pay attention of our colleagues. Me, as a representative of the working group that has been working with the text, we've always been between 2, 3, or 4 fires, because we all understand that self-regulation in Ukraine requires additional incentives and development. But on the other hand, all the international standards, and that's just naturally so, and international standards say that self-regulation should develop from the downwards, and due to norms or laws and norms which are imperative. That's Verkhovna Rada, that is regulation.
We need to have those provisions in this draft law. However, it will raise other questions from international institutions, because all stations by OSCE, Council of Europe, say that self-regulation must happen in parallel with state regulation. These processes must be different, because different norms of legislation must act here. If we try to write about it in detail, it can be regarded as a limitation of self-regulation, because these norms, these limitations can be regarded as such in different spheres. As for the co-regulation, experts of the Council of Europe also had complaints, because we are some kind of limiting responsibilities of the regulator. In all countries of Europe, regulators are very powerful. Their scope of activities is different from that of Ukraine. We cannot compare their scope activities. In Latvia and Litva, regulators banned Russian TV channels and media outlets for promoting heroin as the way to treat COVID. This is the recent decision by the regulator. We don't have this opportunity just to ban some outlets because we have a liberal legislation. When we're speaking of the co-regulation, which is a compromise, then we have these complaints from our colleagues from the Council of Europe, because it limits the scope of the regulator. Because they will intervene in what regulator decides on its own about the propaganda, about the hate speech, and so on and so forth. I just want to explain what is now described as a co-regulation. This is a compromised model between the industry and the regulator. It has already raised some question. If you discuss it in the context of self-regulation, it will also raise some question. Of course, Ukraine can do what we want. We just need to explain what we want to do. As for the motivation, I can quote an example. As for the online media, I personally know a lot of journalist projects that work online in YouTube, and they are waiting for this law to be adopted, because they want to work efficiently. They don't want to register an information agency, because they don't want to be an information agency. We are a media outlet. We just work online. Registration will provide them with proper status. As for the co-regulation, there is a lot of motivation to do that. Of course, we can improve that. Question about the regulation. If one of the complaints to this draft law that there is a new regulator in Ukraine which comprises a lot of areas, if you compare that to international practice, at which stage on the international scales we are there? It is called convergent regulator, which unites several areas of regulation. However, models might be very different. There are countries where these activities are combined. In other countries, there are different convergent regulators. For example, Ofcom in the UK is such an example of a convergent regulator. It also has the responsibility to regulate transport, so it has quite a large scope of activities. They can make decisions on whether to ban particular websites. They can limit access to internet by some media outlets. So there are different ways regulators can work. The most important is that it works properly. This law is a living body. It's not a sentence. In order for the law to live its own life, it must be born. Now it looks like that we have a lot of repairs to the roads, and it seems like this draft law is going through these new roads, but the car is very old. Discussion around responsibilities of the regulator might last forever. What I want to highlight is that we need to understand that we need to change this car that we are traveling in because it's too old. We cannot drive it any longer. However, if we try to upgrade a car, we can do that. But we need to start with something. We need to start somewhere. In Western Europe, you are quoting Ofcom, it was a long tradition. The world is now very different. We see that there are a lot of legislators that make decisions very slowly. However, they understand that the internet area is very important, so they adopt draft laws which are based on a legal framework. Here in Ukraine, we don't have this legal basis, legal framework. I mean, it's flawed. It's not perfect. For example, the situation with the ban on channels belonging to Medvedchuk. This process lasted so long. This decision was reviewed many times, though there was a case when regional licenses were united. I'm not even talking about the content or terror finding. We need to give the regulator the mandate. The regulator might be good or bad. If it is bad, the society will protest, and if there is a bad regulator, they will find ways to influence this regulator. So, in this condition, when this draft law might be adopted? Recently, I talked to my colleagues from the parliament. Mikita wants to review this draft law very fast. Then we wanted to divide this law into two: audio-visual part and another part. So, but it seems to me that it needs to be submitted to the Parliament of Ukraine. And new Speaker of the Parliament knows about this draft law. So I hope that thanks to joint forces, we will submit this draft law and we will hear it in the first reading. Alexei, you know very well about the media landscape of Ukraine. So what do we need to regulate right now? Because we are used to living the paradigm where newspapers, magazines, radios and a couple of websites. However, how does this market looks like? What do we need to regulate? Don't ask the business what needs to be regulated. Nothing, nothing. I agree with my colleagues. The basis that we work on, the legal framework must be contemporary, must serve to the benefit of the society. So my philosophy is the following: we don't need to make those minor repairs. The problem is not at those details. The problem is So what we need to regulate? Nothing. Everything works. The problem is in the balance between the stimuli. I agree that we need that we need to have this strong framework. We understand that companies that work on the market want to have this law. As for the market, it's very varied. There are different companies playing on it. I know my market very well, and this is publishing houses which are multi-platform. They have digital department, and some of them also publish print media, because the world is different. So it's not like during Soviet times when there was only one media outlet, Pravda newspaper. There are national companies, there are publishing houses, there are audio-visual companies, and on top of that there are local companies which employ 3 people. Those 3 people at the level of community, they create content which might cover 54,000 of people. This is fantastic situation for a small community. Those media, they have printed version, they have online version, they have online radio, they have several Facebook groups. They have a lot. They work for this audience. What they say, what Mr. Tkachenko has said, what is not discussed verbally here, if the National Council will have this mandate to say that this content is not right, we have gone through that before. This is a classic manipulation. I'm sorry, we cannot say what is right, what is wrong. There's nothing about that. There is only one article, number 9, which is related to Russian aggression. It is only happening in this context. That's all. Well, there are other articles about children, for example. These are some of very important things, but it's not the only one. If you want to say about the pedophilia, then it's one thing. If you want to raise the issue of the hate speech, then it's different. However, Article 103. For the check, it is necessary to get a request from a legal or natural person, from a state authority, from local government, which is related to possible crimes, or possible violation of the legal framework or conditions of a license. Do you know how many public requests the ministry receives every day? 30% of the work of our employees is dedicated to responding to those public requests, because we need to follow the law. We need to be open and transparent. And this is exactly why we are open. Ministries are open, and media organizations shall also be open. It's not because we want to go there. This is additional work for the National Council. Well, Mr. Tkachenko, I'm talking about this mistrust. The society doesn't trust anyone. And there are conditions for that. We're talking about mistrust, that this concrete provision might be the basis for snap check of a media outlet, and then violations might be identified. But we cannot avoid having this provision. What I want to say, this is what Alexander wants to say about the details, that some things can be explained in one sentence. I'm not a lawyer, I don't know how to do that, because there are experts who do that. So I represent here the stance of the business. We need to have a zone which might be self-regulated. So let's discuss how we can write that in one short provision. Well, I told you, as for the self-regulation, how do we write it? I discussed it with Tatiana Lebedeva. I told her that personally I'm not against it. However, it must be a very delicate feature. We need to discuss that. As for the those evaluation, those audits, it was my personal pain because I took part in those discussions. The part which is related to the sanctions of audits was the most difficult for the working group because the working group consisted of the regulator of the industry, and in the industry used the word phantom pains, and there were representatives of civil society organizations. We spent a lot of time. We fought for every comma, for every dot. We had very hot discussions. And it seems to me the way it looks like now, this is the result of a very serious compromise, a serious balance. Of course, there are a lot of mechanisms which might be safeguards for the business and the industry.
Secondly, the mechanism of warnings has been introduced for some minor violations. They will warn and say, you cannot do like this. And as you, Alexei, said, for some severe violations, the most serious sanctions, but there are not so many grounds for that, plus the abolishment of is only on the decision, so on the sanctions and inspections. I don't want to give so many details for the audience, but indeed a lot is liberalized there as compared to what we have now, both for the industry and for the regulator itself. Alexander, one more time, not to be heard incorrectly. I'm not saying I'm against. I'm saying there are phantom pains. We have to prepare the law, of course. You cannot drive the old car, but I don't know how to do it. We have to go, we have to drive. But if you're saying that there are some, I would like to give example from my own example. I worked at the 1+1 channel. They didn't want to proceed our license, to prolong our license, and they had very serious grounds. If there was a political will, they wouldn't. So even at this regulation, you can use this law very easily, but for this law, it's going to be to do it difficult. I also have the phantom pains, and I think it's better to have clearer rules rather than not to have them at all. And these rules, just like we're driving in our car along the road, we have to learn to drive. You are acquiring new skills, or you're changing your skills, and they need to be corrected. But the phantom pains, they do not disappear until you discuss this question, until you talk it up and go through the natural culture of dialogue. Because we have gathered together a lot, and we were discussing in this correct format like we have now. But another thing, when it is transformed into some public accusations, it's a dictatorship. With on this level of discussion, it's hard to argue, because when you are told that your daughter is this and that, but indeed I have a son, then you cannot have a good discussion. 2 more words. A bright example of why it was a compromise and the order of inspection that is now in the draft is very important and interesting for the industry. Because today the entire order, the entire procedure of an inspection is decided by the National Committee. Now it's in the law. The procedure itself is in the law, and the regulator was against it a lot. It said, you don't need these 6 articles, how the inspection starts, how long it has to last. But this procedure includes lots of, protectors. This is a good example of a compromise, because now the procedure for inspection is in the law, not in the secondary legislation, well, in the draft law. And the second thing I would like to remind you of, there was a civilized discussion on the basis of Aspen Institute, And Mr. Rahmanin from Holos, from The Voice, said, we speak a lot about this project for over a year. You need to vote for it, and then it's clear it's not perfect. Then you have to, review it, because implementation of the law will also take some time, and it will require, as I said, the secondary legislation, and clearly that when the practical use starts, it will be all the flaws will become visible. I would like to ask you a question. If we look at the feedback by the media community to this law, then those who are regulated now, the broadcasters, they feel positively about the law because the level of regulation decreases and they get clearer rules and less options for some abuse by the regulator. But those who didn't regulate or not regulate, like internet, they perceive it worse, right? Is it correct observation? Yes. But there is a number of media outlets who are convergent. They even moved to online format, but they are registered as information agencies. So we have a number of them which are registered as online agencies. And they say that we are not in equal conditions now. But it seems to me that we are registered and that we are to comply with some laws, but part of the market doesn't work per any rules. They have anarchy. And in fact, these are not equal conditions to a certain extent, but they are to be the same for all the players of the market. Big, small, doesn't matter. It's an important moment. So for those who work online, who's registered as information agency, they asked, why did we do this and others don't? And another important thing for a consumer, and I would like to emphasize on it, not a lot has been said about this. Me as a consumer, I want to understand who feeds me information. For example, now you go on some website, you can check who's the editor, who's the journalist, but now it's nothing is clear, and I think we are to demand, and this is the obligation for all the editorial staff members is to be mentioned. No, I don't mean with private phone numbers, but we are to know who the journalists are in this editorial office. Why do printed media indicate this? But when I watch some story on some channels, there's a last name of the journalism, but online it's not clear who did this, who prepared this. It's like always anonymous. Why is it like that? Me as a consumer, I'm not satisfied with this. I want this process to be transparent for me as a consumer of information. But another thing about phantom pains, it's an important matter for all of us, and indeed all of us have certain fear that there will be censorship because we all went through it to a smaller or bigger extent, or to a different degree, because that's why that fear is here. So this is the question of communication with entire media environment to understand or explain or show if those risks are in place or not. And even more urgent question is the question of fair refute of any decisions of National Council in the court. And that's a problem because our court system, and we all understand that, I know it's not the question on this law on the media, but it's another question that can refer to many others, and it's a fair appeal because fair is the important part of it. That's why many questions asked by Oleksiy, because media journalists, especially the smaller editorial offices who have no chance to get professional lawyers and so on, they always have a fear that someone will come to them, somebody will put pressure on them. This is the context that we're living in. 2 words. I just forgot to mention in the previous discussion as for National Council, Alexander Vladislavovich mentioned a bit about this, but imagine that the National Council will sit and try to monitor how they monitor the TV broadcast, they will do the same online. It's obviously absurd. In my opinion, the National Council will only regulate the applications on certain articles, stories, and so on. It will not be the thorough monitoring of the entire online space. So, in this context, if I'm wrong, please correct me. I think it's not in the law. In this context, on the part of co-regulation, when we talk about these, how do you call them, these commissions, it's important for us to maybe grow the good institute of experts. Because the question is, who will these commissions comprise of? How they will evaluate content, from which, prism, political or not. It's an important question. And we ought to think about it as well, because the quality of expert is going to influence the quality of decisions. I'm sorry, I have to leave. But I wanted to thank you for raising this topic again. I'll be happy if sooner or later, rather sooner, we adopt this law, stop arguing, and work for new norms of the law. Please vaccinate, because we need you alive. Yes, and thank you for participation. But we will continue, because there are several more questions, and I'm reminding all of our audience that you can ask your questions in the comments. On Facebook, there are several pages that are broadcasting in it of the Donetsk Institute of Information, and many of our partners are taking this broadcast too. And one of the questions, the law on the media is to stimulate the establishment of new media that are not going to be dependent upon big media groups. So the question for the speakers: can you solve the monopoly situation of the of the state media by creating online media? It was a bit confusing. Well, I think internet monopoly is impossible. There will be competition of resources. But according to experience of influencers of new media, not always big capital wins such competition as compared to bloggers, popular bloggers. Because every person today can become a media, spending not so much money, and have an influence and popularity more than the regional TV channels or local outlets, printed outlets. So it's hard to even comment on which monopoly you're talking about on the internet. The question is not about internet, but it says that a big information market is controlled by big media holding, and the main source of information for population remains what is broadcast from Kiev and big nice studios. Maybe Oleksiy will continue, but my own observations: top 10 sites, media holdings only 2-3 positions. Ukrainian Pravda or Truth and other outlets out of top 5-10, but they're not only representatives of big media groups. I think here the question is to be asked from a different angle: who controls the ad market? And there big sales houses work, which control this market, and the smaller ones cannot get through. And that's the question of the antitrust legislation and looking for the other decisions in another sphere. But here, I don't have statistics or data right now, but there is such a problem here, I think. I will make you all very upset. Well, first of all, recently I have spoken with my friend who is the head of the digital ad agency, and she says that she hasn't been working with media for 2 years. She says all the flow of commercial ad is placed on Google or Facebook when there is targeting, when there's reporting, transparency, and small price of contact, and so on. And I asked her, and what do you go with to media? She says, I go with to get trust from them. So she says, my customers go to media when they need to associate the brand name of what they communicate with the trust to media. And here I go back to the first part of the question about the local media, about or how it all seems to us in Kiev that national media took everything and everywhere, but it's not like that. Maybe in Kiev, because the editorial offices are here. But if we look at Ukraine, at communities, that in some of the communities, the relevant information, the leaders of information market are privatized editorial offices, which used to be communal, because 700 of editorial offices we had before this dating, and it was like 20 or 30 per one oblast. Now there are less of them, 500 and something, but in half of these communities, and they are the leaders of information market, and in another one is the leaders are the communities themselves.
Some of them didn't went with this local media, so they created their own media, Facebook groups or websites. They work there quite efficiently. They communicate with inhabitants of the local community, because inhabitants don't need information from Kiev. They need local verified information. For example, about timeline of local buses or when doctors work. So this is local information which is necessary for the local population. So this law works as a physics law, and people need local information. Leaders are those editors' offices which provide this information very fast. They are opinion leaders. They organize different discussions. They are contemporary boys and girls who have a lot of work. There are 3 people like that working in this office, and they control 10 media, and they have enough time to work everywhere. Just a short remark. This is a theory, however. Results of the opinion poll, which was carried out by Detector Media, 75% of Ukrainians get their information from the central TV channels. So it seems to me that our viewer has a question. It seems to me that this question... So what was the question? Can you please read it out? So the question is... the question in this opinion poll was, it's important what kind of question was asked. I saw that most people got information on big TV channels, big media holdings. It seems to me that this question was related to this fact. Let me add to that. Maybe what I will tell now will be the answer to this question. We do have a problem. This is problem of the anti-monopoly regulation and committee in Ukraine. It was discussed in the working group whether we need to add to this draft law possible monopolization and concentration of the market and media. So these are 2 parts of this provision. As for the concentration in one hand, because we had quite a powerful working group, we'll understand that no matter how we write this, no matter what we do, it will be difficult, because we have a lot of oligarchs and their companies are registered to just other people. As for the monopoly, it was something new to me. Anti-monopoly committee doesn't know how to regulate, how to inform, how to take into account the media market. How do you fight monopolization without having instruments to define who is a monopolist? To me, it was a surprise. However, this is what we have. That is why we mention in this draft law that this is the responsibility of the anti-monopoly committee. Well, you see, we discuss a lot that the law is, how good is this law. However, Aren't we afraid that before this draft law becomes a law, all of this will be irrelevant? Because as it has already been said, bloggers, influencers, and many others are now taking over. How will we regulate social media that even American authorities cannot regulate? Oleg, so your question is valid. Even those directive of the European Union of the Audiovisual Services or Media Services, which is obligatory to Ukraine, what is written in this draft law doesn't correspond to the contemporary requirements. It seems to me that until this law is adopted, it will get old very soon because new technologies are developing and we need to catch on that. So our regional media are different from the old methods of having just a website. So Sasha has already answered that question. What is media? Media is a service for the audience. The audience is the king. If they say we don't want to read your paper, we want to read news in your smartphone, then you do that. So this is a very fast developing business. Today business is built the following way. You need to launch projects very often, and only one of these projects will be successful. All the 9 others will fail. You need to launch them fast, you need to fail fast, and so on and so forth. This is a very fast developing market. Why I told you about this small media where only 3 people worked. However, their audience is several 100,000 people. They have a printed newspaper, they have a website, so they bought their own printer and they are printing this newspaper themselves. They also have a radio station, they have a page in social media, so there are only 3 women working. There are a lot of media outlets like that. So it depends. Wow. In such case, I always ask, what about the quality? 60,000 audience. Well, I think that the media, traditional media, won't disappear. Question of the format is very important. This is flexible. It might change. Format might change because technologies are developing very fast. However, there is something very basic which shall not change. This is that there is the key task of the journalist is to act as a filter to verify information. Because in social media, I can write whatever I want without verifying this information. However, the basis of the professional media, this is checking the content checking, fact checking. This is the criteria which says whether this media is professional or not, or whether this is just a group of people who want to write no matter what. So this is what differentiates good media from the bad. As Yana, I'm working with journalists, with students, and here I saw my audience. So I tell my students the same. I say to them, what is a blogger? This is one actor blogging. This is some kind of a corporate media. I'm a corporation and I want to publish this media just as I need as the head of this corporation. The same goes with bloggers. They create medias that they consider to be proper. And there are standards of journalism. There are needs to check information. There is a code of ethics and all the things which journalists are taught to work with. And there are media where there are people who work there. This media encompasses different topics, different points of view, so they cannot provide everything on behalf of one blogger. So this is one story. This is how it shall be like. However, there is one story from behalf of the audience. The audience has different needs. For example, this day on Friday, I don't want to read analytical materials for 10 pages long. I just want to relax, so I read a blogger's article Probably this is an emotional article. However, this is what I need right now, just to relax after a hard work's day. In media, it is called different formats. That is why, because our life is very different, then I think everyone will have their own place to do what they want. I would like to say that as for the internet and platforms of shared access to information, there is a tectonical shift in this area. Before, international community said that Facebook, social media, they do not create content themselves. So that is why let us not regulate them, because they are just a tool. They are just like transport. However, after the latest election campaign in the US, after accounts of the president of the US was blocked, so this approach is different. Everyone understands that it can be used by huge media companies. Some of them, they can exclude a group of people without any right to do so, without any regulation. But it will be efficient only if there will be international treaties, because internet is about jurisdiction and this is international. When we have international treaties, for example, there is a normative act being developed in Europe, Elon Musk, internet will provide us with internet just falling from the skies, from a satellite. So there will be new ways which are not yet regulated. The question is, do we try to follow suit, or will we lag behind? Will we work on the basis of a previous law from 1996? So the question is a little bit different. How justified in this situation is adoption of these big law, almost a code, where it is written that everything is regulated? Maybe we should follow the way of smaller bylaws, secondary legislation, which regulate specific areas. Because we're talking about internet, about printed media, and while we were discussing this, it turned out that our life has changed significantly. In my opinion, we have gone through this long way. The question would be to hear position of Mikita about what is happening in the parliament of Ukraine, because these discussions have been there for many years. This version of the draft law is a compromise, and it can be improved, of course, but it seems to me that the importance of this document is that it will become the foundation for many spheres. All of this legal framework, even in those areas where it exists, it is morally old. If we change one part of it, for example, we will have one part of the law on audiovisual services, then probably part of the internet will be excluded from the draft law. If you talk to experts in election campaigns, they will say that this is a huge challenge, because campaigning is also happening online and there is no regulation at all. These are interconnected areas. That is why to make concrete decisions to adopt smaller laws, I think it will be much more efficient if we have this one consolidated law. Platform of shared access, for example, in Facebook, they say Ukraine provide us with someone who will be responsible for maintaining this dialogue, developing memorandums, rules during election campaigns, and we don't have such a party that would be responsible for that. So who would be responsible in Ukraine to work with Facebook, for example, to sign a memorandum with Facebook about how this platform might work during the election? The National Council, the Central Election Committee don't have this responsibilities. So Facebook says, let's work ad hoc on concrete crimes, just as many other platforms. We don't have a body at the level of Ukraine. We are lagging behind. Let me suggest something. It's a pity that Mr. Tkachenko left us. I would like to tell you about the case of Denmark, which is by far the only country in the world which has its own ambassador to the Silicon Valley. So this position is called Tech or Technological Ambassador. This is an officially appointed person which is located in the Silicon Valley. He or she supports communication with the tech giants such as Facebook, Google, and many others. I was present at a meeting with representatives of this new institution, which help make sure that it runs smoothly. They told interesting things. They don't say that they have changed the world. However, they say that it is necessary to maintain this communication which lacks now in Ukraine.
And it's very important. They realize that they have to go there, that they need to speak and represent the interests of their country and communicate the position of their country to these, important persons, and think why not to follow their example and create such a position. I think it would be very normal and very civilized and very contemporary. This is a good example and we need to follow it by these giants. Yes, it could be. So we have the question with broadcasting from Oleg Jos, who is the constant actually participant of all of our formats. So what are the perspective for creating some local TV companies or radio stations? The opinion of Oleg, this tool will allow to break the monopoly of the private media on local level. I don't understand why they will not be private. Probably it's about community media. So this is the media which are financed or funded by media. In the draft law on media, there's a separate chapter dedicated to the broadcast of media, but LXC wants it to be funded by from the budget. So there are no other warnings as far as I understand. But these norms are absent our legislation today, and this is something I have already mentioned about. This is the part of the reform, and this is the question of privatization of the local media, and creating local media networks on the basic of the universities, and so media communities. Yes. Because broadcast of communities, it's radio and television, and media is both internet and press. And 32 article from this law, it says that these can have it from the budget and these cannot have, because there's another law about privatization that doesn't allow to do it from the budget. And TV radio, yes, okay, go ahead. So it's a principle, but institutionally it is in the draft law. I don't know if you have answered his question, because I didn't understand his question, actually. It's the conversation about the world changing rapidly, and while we are building some, low capacity stations, this broadcast can happen in social media. But that's what happens. All of the all of the villages that have their own Facebook groups where the main communication takes place between the members of this or that community. It's interesting for research what they disseminate there. They exchange some local information there. Somebody's selling the cow, someone is buying it, or they offer some services, or maybe some garbage problem. So it's some urgent problems which this community has. And they decided to do it free of charge. They have created their closed group on Facebook, and that's where they communicate. That's all. And no need, they don't need even state budget. On that optimistic note, I think I shall sum up our live discussion. I hope it's useful. I'm reminding all of our audience that we have been discussing the draft law on media that is, according to Alexander Tkachenko, is going to become the law, as we have found out during this panel discussion. And maybe till that time the world is going to change so much that you will have to adopt new law. I'm reminding you, this is Donbas Media Forum 2021, and after a small break we'll have one more panel discussion. Stay with us, it will be interesting.
Обычный день, и мне начинают писать мои друзья в смс-очке. Ты видела, что Порошенко написал? Еще одно местечко стало украинским, место Жданевка. И у меня просто все опустилось. Я подумала, боже мой, что вы меня поздравляете? Вы не понимаете, что это такое? Конечно, связи с мамой нет. Я не выпускаю телефон. И в 4 часа дня она мне звонит. Алька, Ждановку обстреляли. Я звоню с кладбища. В Ждановке прекращается мобильная связь по всему городу, и они могут звонить только с кладбища, и они ходят туда. Потому что только там есть связь, там, где мертвые лежат. Там не было тихо, там была вся Ждановка. Там была вся Ждановка, они все на кладбище звонили своим родным. И мама мне рассказывает то, что говорит. Один человек сказал это, другой сказал это, третий сказал это, а четвертый сказал, знаешь, ДНР еще нет, пока не возвращайся. Загремело, мы все побежали прятаться, оказался самый простой гром.
Конечно, жалобы у жителей прифронтовых территорий, они одни и те же, потому что ситуация, в которой они находятся, кардинально не меняется, временами еще и ухудшается. И жить в постоянном состоянии такой тревоги, когда непонятно, сегодня будет спокойно там, или не очень спокойно, это, конечно, очень влияет на людей. И поэтому одного раза, одной какой-то там встречи, это всегда очень мало. Вот. Кроме того, у нас не совсем принято и непонятно, зачем нужен психолог, какая от него польза, чем он может помочь. Но в Луганской области чаще всего люди жалуются на такой очень высокий уровень стресса. Тема такой профилактики, тема того, что вот происходит с этими людьми, это настолько важно. И когда это людям объясняешь, это уже очень такая большая психологическая помощь. И это поможет людям впоследствии самим учиться справляться со своими трудностями, сложностями без помощи психолога, когда они понимают процессы, которые в организме происходят, и как на них реагировать, и как с этим справляться. Скорее всего, сложнее будет тем, кто как-то не привык в своей жизни справляться был с трудностями, которые в какой-то такой рафинированной какой-то, обстановке рос. Не всем атошникам, грозит ПТСР, просто об этом так много как-то говорилось, просто нужен такой момент постепенной реинтеграции от того состояния, когда находился человек в экстремальном стрессе, к мирной жизни. У нас так принято, что человек вернулся, нужно тут срочно шашлыки закатывать, гостей приглашать, а человеку нужно как-то вернуться к самому себе, потому что тот опыт, который он пережил, тот опыт, который он получил, он уже стал чуть-чуть другим.
Я була волонтером, я дізналася, що мій знайомий в батальйоні Чернігів. І тоді, дякуючи одній волонтерці, я знайшла їм форми. Можеш його на вулиці покатати? Можу. Ну то давай його на вулицю виводь.
Я Софії не знав. Тільки знав, що ми коли приїхали в Чернігів голі босі, то нам прислали 5 комплектів форми такої новенької, літньої, хорошої. І то якась була така міфічна Софія, волонтер, яка нам то передала. На учебці нам дали постріляти з ПМа. Це була катастрофа, я взагалі був не готовий. Враховуючи те, що я не служив, автомат показали на малюнку. І сказали, стріляти ми вам тут з автомата не дамо, а поїдьте туди, там настріляєтесь. Так виглядало моє навчання перед тим.
Ми дуже багато переписувалися просто про життя. І він мені дуже імпонував, мені було дуже цікаво з ним переписувати. Він якийсь такий був. Це той момент, коли ти відчуваєш, що це востаннє, може бути, що ти з кимось спілкуєшся, і ти якось так все вивалюєш на чистоту. Ми приїхали, ми стояли на балконі розбомбленого будинку, гради били, він мені показував заріво, казав, дивись, як гарно. Ну і це був, і от тоді ми почали зустрічатися. Тобто так.
Жена говорила о том, что она собиралась от него уходить, что там понимает прекрасно, что это все очень опасно, потому что, ну, собственно, у нас 3 детей. Она там содействовала через командира, вот, содействовала тому, что там отпустили 2 ребят. Через нее мы договаривались, забирали пленных, раненых. Мы друг другу не могли сделать никакой там подлянки. У нее половина моих детей, образно говоря, у меня. То есть как бы семья разрезанная пополам. То есть мы друг друга делать это, ну, просто было что-то нереально. То есть мы не могли бы этого сделать.
Ты нормально, согласен, на дороге, только говорит, не туда, чтобы вооруженный обстрел был совершен. Примерно в 17 часов 50 минут 3 автомобилей, в котором двигались представители подразделения батальона «Призрак», непосредственно сам мозговой погибли на месте, сам командир бригады «Призрак» погиб на месте от огнестрельных ранений. Его сопровождающие лица – охранник, водитель и пресс-секретарь.
Мне позвонили там минут через 20, наверное, один из товарищей моих, который там остался, один из местных. Все. В общем, все трагично, прими соболезнования, все. Вот я позвонил ее отцу, сказал об этом, он поехал. Ну, в общем, она в руки оружие не брала. Вот то, что она там, скажем, ну, писала, ну да, как бы это, кто-то скажет, что это даже хуже, потому что информационное оружие стреляет мощнее, чем стрелковое. Может быть, но я смотрел, читал все, что она писала. Ну, в чем-то она была права, в чем-то я не могу с ней согласиться. Дедушка с бабушкой, они категорически не хотят приезжать сюда. Общаемся по скайпу вживую. Нет, старшая дочь живет со мной. Вот она, мандёнка, сидит. Младшим я не могу, они... Ну, самый младший еще только вот 9, только 2 дня назад исполнилось, Деме 11, то есть они еще... Это дети пока еще. Похоже, девочка.
Похоже, да.
Не, ну правда, я ж... Не, ну слышишь, видеть детей вот таким вот макаром, ну как-то тут... Дедушка с бабушкой за это время ни разу не приезжали. И не приедут. То есть у них большая обида, то есть на Украину и такое, то есть они не хотят. Я туда поехать по понятным причинам тоже не могу.
Я говорю, мам, я к тебе приеду. Она говорит, приезжай. То есть она не понимала, что это может быть опасным, а потом я стала понимать, что, ого, если она не понимает, что это опасно для меня, это значит, наверное, она обижается, что я к ней не приезжаю. И никогда ей честно не сказала, мама, я боюсь к тебе приехать. А я еще так злилась, когда мне некоторые говорили, а что ты за время войны в Жановке не была? Да, я не была, я трусиха, я боюсь. Потому что это очень маленький город, и моей маме, я помню, она мне рассказывала, подходила женщина и говорила, а мы знаем, твоя дочка выступает против нашей ДНР.
У нас в селе разные люди. Нельзя было разговаривать, ну как, что ты хочешь сказать. Отголосовали, спрашивают, ну за кого, за кого? Так, за кого хотел, за того. Люди боятся. Лишнее не говорили. Есть такие, что да, ну, всякое было. На одной улице все разные. Мы вот на эту тему старались меньше разговаривать. Только так, вышли, живые. Вот за бомбежки, сразу по крышам. Кого целый, кого не целый. Воронки эти фотографировались. Тут у нас одна, ну, она сама маленькая тетка. Воронка. Для нее она глубокая, для меня было меньше. Фотографировались, в воронку залезли. А сейчас за войной и врагов наживали, и перескандалили все между собой. У того свое мнение, у того свое мнение, и пошло-поехало. Гуманитарку тому дали, ну, тому не дали. Всем же не могут сразу всем дать. И пошло-поехало скандалить. Из-за ерунды, можно сказать. Вот сейчас дали на дрова, да. Кому дали, кому не дали. Уже начинается война и мир. Уже скандал. Ну так, подъехали 1+1. Она ко мне 3 раза приезжала. Спрашивала за референдум. А я говорю, ну, кто ходил? Мы же как бы послушные, как овцы. Сказали идти. Ну, говорю, кто и ходил, кто не ходил. По телевизору пока. Телевизор включал, поглядел. Ничего хорошего, да и легло. Украина перший, потом какой так Украина написано, домашний, Д написано, домашний, этот, потом ТЦВ, чи как, ТЦН, я уже не помню, Луганский ловит. Это мне поменяли плату, так стали ловить, а то вообще что-то, они же там что-то делают, перекрывают, может, то полоски пойдут. Сейчас немного уже лучше. И вот смотрим, это передавали же Украина за пенсии. Добавлять будут только не нам. Может, по 9 гривен добавят. Было и такое.
Я помню, как это случилось, когда мне позвонили, как он представился, работник пункта обогрева ДНР.
Greetings all, we continue our program of Donbas Media Forum, and now our panel is in full understanding international, not just international. Usually Ukrainian journalists and viewers are used to having guests from Europe, maybe from post-Soviet space or from Asia, but today we have Latin America with us, and we are going to discuss a very important topic, which is exile journalism. And now we'll have to switch to Russian, because we're going to discuss not only with our colleagues from Belarus, one of which who's here with me in the studio, the majority, not the majority, but half of our guests are now in countries. We'll find out in which countries, because they're all in exile, not in home countries. That's why we will speak in Russian and discuss our topics. So greetings to all of you, our dear colleagues. Today we're going to discuss journalism, exile journalism. It just happened so that in Ukraine we have been dealing with this topic for 7 years now, and we are in exile in our own country. And I speak about me. My name is Andrei Dikhtarenko. I'm editor-in-chief and the owner of the news service of UAPBC Public Broadcasting, and editor-in-chief of the online media Realnaya Gazeta. In the beginning of the occupation, we were in our own country, in different cities, in exile. We still write about our home country, on the situation, the contact line of the situation in Donbas, but we're doing it remotely. We can't go back to our motherland, because although we have ears and eyes, and we'll speak how to do the exile journalism, how we can exercise the journalistic activity. I would like to introduce our guests. So I'm the only one from Ukraine here. 2 guests from Belarus. One of them is here with me, is Pavel Sverdlov, chief editor, Euro Radio. Hello all. Hello. I will introduce everyone. He came here from Warsaw, and he will have to go back there for the indefinite time. And we have managed to discuss this with Pablo already. Also together with us on Zoom is Alexei Dikovsky, deputy director of Belsat TV, who this week was acknowledged by the channel or by the media as non grata in Belarus. And as far as I know, Alexei now is in Warsaw, Poland, is based in Warsaw, Poland. Also we have El Convencial journalist from Nicaragua, Cindy Regidor. Unfortunately, I don't know where Cindy is. Maybe we will ask her about that in several minutes. And as I already have communicated with some of our experts and guests today, in the beginning of our discussion, we will tell a bit about us, the story of our exile, in brief. And Cindy, I would like to give you floor first, since we all are curious to know what's happening in a completely different part of the world and why the journalists have to work on exile on all the territory of the earth. So Cindy, please tell us, viewers, where you are and for how long have you been there?
Hi, thank you for having me. I am in Costa Rica right now, neighboring Costa Rica. I have to say that I am not a journalist who had to flee the country because of the socio-political crisis occurring since 2018, but I do work for Confidencial, and our director and some of our colleagues, they have had to flee the country because of political persecution. And it's also the situation for at least 35 Nicaraguan journalists who have had to flee the country since this crisis began. What happened was that there was a huge, massive protests against the government in that year. And because the media was reporting on human rights issues and the crackdown on the protests, we became a target also. And since then, we've had a lot of, we've endured a lot of very serious situations, like the killing of one of our colleagues who was reporting in the streets in 2018. We had 2 colleagues who were arrested by the Ortega Murillo government in 2018 and were charged for supposedly inciting terror. They spent 6 months in solitary confinement. And then since then, what happened was that we had dozens of journalists who decided to flee the country because they were being persecuted by the police and by government loyals. And they came to mainly Costa Rica because we're close, but they are also in the United States and in Spain. Basically, the government has decided that we are one of their adversaries in their main goal, which is to retain power at any cost.
Спасибо, Синди. Я передам слово следующему нашему.
Thank you, Cindy. I shall give floor to our next expert. We should have the representative of Belsat TV channel, who is now in Poland, the deputy director of the TV channel, Alexei Dziekowski. Alexei, are you here? Yes, I can hear you. So I wanted to talk to you about the following. We here in Ukraine as of 2014 are living in the reality when the existing of journalists in exile and a big wave of internally displaced persons connected with the prosecution, with the war against our own people, not even our own people, but the type of collaborators who moved to the side of Russia and Russian specialists, they made journalists flee, from their homeland. But we're used to this already. And here we have somehow, having our routine, and we continue to work. And many of those probably have changed to different outlets. And this situation for you is fresh. It's only second year in Belarus. So how many journalists right now in Belarus who had to flee and continue to work? And the first half of my question, please tell me about your situation. Given the Belsat TV channel has recently started, he's prosecuted now. So what has changed for this last week for you? It's a very wide question, but I'll try to answer. So dear colleagues, Belsat was founded in 2007 on the Day of Human Rights. And we have broadcast from abroad always because we were already in exile in certain sense. And since in Belarus you have to understand that in Belarus there is no such a notion as freelance. We just don't have the definition in the law. So if you want to work as a journalist, if you want to be the journalist, you have to be part of some editorial office. If this editorial office is in Belarus, then you're a part of some newspaper or internet portal that is registered in Belarus, and you get the document from it, and then you're the journalist of this outlet. But if you work, or if you want to work, if some mass media wants to, some foreign mass media wants to work in Belarus, it means that they have to register their core point there, some correspondence point. And then and if the government allows, you can have journalists in this correspondence point. So we started broadcasting from Belarus in 2007. For several times we addressed the Belarus government to have accreditation, but they refused us. That's why all these 14 years our journalists have been working in Belarus without accreditation. So this means we were arrested constantly. Our colleagues were arrested, and they seized and confiscated equipment, cameras, and so on. They fined us all the time because according to Belarus legislation, the situation was like this. If you didn't have accreditation, then you are fined. For the past 5 years, we have paid 150,000 euros of fines for our colleagues, approximately. But fine is one thing. Seizure it can all be replaced. But last year, when the COVID pandemic started in Belarus, the Belarus authorities, they were actually denying existence of the pandemic. Even the president himself, he said that COVID doesn't exist. Take a look. There is no bacteria of COVID in the air. And we spoke about this. And then before the election, the electoral campaign was launched, and then our colleagues they started arresting our colleagues and bring them in the court. Sometimes it was 10, 15, 30 days of confinement, and then after elections themselves, when there still was, some unclarity in the regime, they didn't know if they win or not. But then when they already, were standing on the firm ground, they started arresting our colleagues for just participation in some mass events. There was one court proceeding, and they had the proceeding for one of our cameramen, and they just asked him, "Did you visit this place?" Because there's a photograph that you visited this protest or this demonstration. And he said, "Yes, I was there." So if you went there and you managed it because you were ahead of the column. So but when the cameraman wants to have a good shot, he goes in ahead of the people to shoot them, to film them. And they started accusing our journalists that they are the leaders of these protests. And then on the 15th of November last year, a very awful thing happened when on the Square of Changes there was a protest in commemoration of the murdered Belarus citizen Bondarenko. And there was the protest, and two of our girls, Katya Andreeva and Daria Chuntsova, were arrested because they were streaming this campaign on the level of the 8th floor. So they were accused of they were coordinating this protest, and that they were encouraging people, inviting to protest, which was absurd, of course. But nevertheless, in February this year, they got 2 years of imprisonment each. So those were not just arrests, when you just you are detained for a day or 24 hours, but you know that you will leave it. But they got 2 years of imprisonment. After this, things only got worse. They broke into our studio. They arrested people. So they started, my colleague from your radio will tell you that it was like a hunt for independent journalists. Many of our colleagues decided to leave Belarus, and they were leaving Belarus being shocked because they knew that you were hunted for. So you have to get your things, pack your things in several hours and just leave. Go buy a ticket for the plane. And we know that after Belarus took the plane of EU in the air, the EU doesn't fly. So Belarus planes don't go or to EU, and their planes don't go to Belarus. So we had to leave Belarus using Tbilisi, Istanbul, and or maybe some green border. And significant part of our journalists, they did leave Belarus. We understood that it was best leaving than to be in prison. And clearly, not everyone left. We still have a network of correspondents in Belarus, but I'm not going to tell you in which cities or who they are, because they are in such a state now that like they are hiding, so to say, like partisans. So you asked me how our work has changed. It didn't change much because we didn't have accreditation ever, unlike those colleagues, who are like Euradio, or we have never had accreditation. We've always been like some, the undesirable source of information or outlet. Of course, it's unpleasant, but we are analyzing, our lawyers are analyzing what this means. As Belsat is recognized as the extremist formation. What does it mean for our readers?
For us, nothing changed, almost nothing changed, because when we started working, we understood if we didn't have accreditation, we couldn't fight our rights, we couldn't care for our colleagues. Today in Belarus, there are no laws because the country is in default. That is why we cannot protect our colleagues. However, our colleagues, these are young, very brave people who are doing their best, who are loyal to what they do. They are real independent journalists. They understand that if not they, who will fight for the freedom of speech? So they continue their work. Fortunately, in this case, well, you see, we're not in Belarus. Our office not there, so they cannot carry out a pogrom in our office. They cannot close our doors. Alexei, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to tell our viewers that Kasia Andreeva, a journalist from Belsat, who got behind bars by the regime of Lukashenko, she did a lot for Ukraine, in particular for telling about the situation in Donbas. I worked with her personally. We told our audience about the you mean the book? You mean the book? Yes, the book, but not only the book. We worked to produce several videos about terrorists who belong to the Wagner unit. It was an international project, and Katya herself traveled all around Belarus. She found her relatives. She talked to their wives. And it was something which very important that she wrote about in a book which she co-wrote with Igor Ilyashev. It is called Belarus Donbas. It is published in Ukraine, and I had the honor to edit it. She says that the regime of Lukashenko didn't pay too much attention to those people who took part in the military actions in the east of Ukraine. They were paramilitaries, they were mercenaries. However, there were no investigations, no prosecutions. However, those people from Belarus who took part in the revolution of dignity and who fought in the war on the side of Ukraine, they were prosecuted in Belarus. So she told a lot about how KGB is putting a pressure on Belarus journalists. I was impressed when editing this book how difficult was the situation, and I was surprised that Belarus journalists managed to balance on this thin line under this difficult condition of really totalitarian regime. Despite that Ukraine flirts with the West and Ukraine, he was quite talented in balancing between different interests. However, it seems to me that this regime has been totalitarian all through these years. I know that Pavel Sverdlov and Euro Radio worked inside the country, and I would like to ask them about that. So until recently, until the recent elections and an attempt to organize a revolution in the country, so was it difficult for you to work? Didn't you want to leave the country? No, I didn't want to leave my country. I was in my country 1 year after the elections. I left in August this year. I'm not an immigrant. I went to Lviv Media Forums and I had a couple of meetings in Kiev. Then I went to Warsaw to help my colleagues who got there after the elections. And then my bosses said, Pavel, okay, don't come back. If it wasn't for them, I would go back, because the logic of repressions by Lukashenko is based on the fact that you don't know what you are guilty of. And when you don't know what is allowed, what is forbidden, the instinct works this way, that you do nothing. If you don't know if there is a lawsuit against you or not, you would rather leave, because 2 years as a journalist for this journalist of Belsat, 2 years behind bars, that's too much. There are a lot of other journalists who are put behind bars in Belarus. You can compare that for the statistics of Nicaragua, and we have 29 people behind bars and several hundreds people left the country. A lot of those people are now in Ukraine. I'm part of the Ukrainian chat of Belarus journalists, and there are about 100 journalists from Belarus now living in Ukraine. We told a lot about Katerina Andreeva, who is from Belarus. However, she is closely related to Ukraine. There are a lot of people like that here. I first came to Ukraine in 2014 during the revolution, and since then I came back and forth to Ukraine. So many colleagues, some of them are behind bars, so they relocated to Ukraine or to other countries. They also visited here 2004, 2014. Our countries are closely interconnected. At least in the area of journalism. That is why it comes as no surprise, as Ukraine one of the capitals for Belarus relocation, in addition to Warsaw, in addition to Vilnius, to Tbilisi. Though Tbilisi is a little bit far and there are less Belarusians there. However, Kiev, Lviv, these most popular Ukrainian cities among Belarus journalists. As for the Euro Radio, Alexei Kavinsky were right to say that he said that there is a difference between Euro Radio and Belsat. We were founded in 2006, Belsat in later. However, Belsat has never obtained a license to work in Belarus. As for the Euro Radio, we received this license in 2009. We opened our studio. We bought the frequency before each elections. There is some kind of a moment when for a year or so Lukashenko is good friends with the West. After the elections, when Protestants are dispersed, there is a moment of crisis which lasts for about a year and a half. And then this cycle repeats once again before the next election. So this is the policy of Lukashenko. First being friends, then dispersing the protests. So in 2009 we had the opportunity to open our headquarters. For 12 years we have worked in Belarus. We worked officially, legally. Our journalists attended press conferences by Lukashenko. One of three, he also made interview with Lukashenko. We exercised all the rights of journalists in Belarus. Of course, it was very convenient when you can ask questions, when people need to reply to them, when you have the right to attend press conferences. However, after the last elections, everything changed. when the authorities understood that journalists started being more active, they even jumped over their heads. They understood that hundreds, thousands of people watch streams from the protest, that it is impossible to ban or block information. So internet all over Belarus was blocked for 3 days. People from the regions called us by phone and said, "Can you please tell us what is happening in Minsk? Probably Lukashenko was removed. We don't have internet, so we don't know what is happening." So they understood that it is impossible to stop information. First, the authorities just rounded up all journalists, then all those who looked like journalists, and then they set them free, then they stopped setting them free, and then in a couple of days criminal cases, criminal lawsuits started appearing. Then first we lost our accreditation as journalists that we had, and that we lost our accreditation as a station in July 2021. If I take a look at the media products that we do, it doesn't mean a lot to us because we haven't stopped for a moment all of the programs that we were working at. We did them and we continue our work. Of course, it means that there are a lot of daily psychological problems, inconveniences. For example, now I live in Warsaw for a second month, and I don't quite understand what is happening in my life, for how long I will stay in Poland, what I expect. For example, what if I think that I will be there for 1 year and in a month something happened to Lukashenko and I will have the opportunity to go back? And I think that this is the situation with hundreds of journalists, with thousands of Belarus inhabitants. I don't know what to do. We can set up an editorial office here, or we tried to remove all journalists from Belarus, and we now have journalists in 5 different countries. This is not convenient at all, but thanks to the pandemic, we understood how to work remotely, and this is exactly when we need those skills. But we also need several problems related to, for example, taxes, to registration, to residence. In Lithuania, in Georgia, Ukraine and Poland, all of these requirements are completely different. As for the psychological aspects, we need to think what to do with our families. Some of the relatives didn't want to relocate. Some of them went but cannot because their older relatives are sick. There are a lot of psychological pressure. For example, what if you leave and your parents are left in the country? What if they got COVID and you cannot do nothing? You cannot help them. You just call them every day and you hear that it's very difficult for them to talk because they lost their voice because of the COVID, and you know that terrible. That's what we go through every day. It seems to me that in comparison to what happened in Ukraine in 2014, 2015, this is a light version. Well, I don't know. A lot of people were killed, a lot of people were put behind bars. So I don't know what is the criteria behind the comparison of our sufferings. No, I'm talking about the situation of journalists, of course. The general situation in Ukraine with the occupation and the war, of course, is much more difficult. One of my fellow journalists was killed in the east of Ukraine. We were friends with him, and it came as a shock to me. Bolinio, he was a combatant. He fought as part of the Phantom unit on, so most probably he died as a combatant who was fighting on the side of the separatists. So he didn't die as a journalist, he died as a member of the military unit. So that's a difficult question. As for you say, for what you say. I remember when we left Luhansk, when shelling started, explosions started, we removed our families from there, and I gathered the editorial office of our media outlet. We planned our last edition. We understood that it makes no sense to stay there. So most of our teammates they left the Luhansk Oblast, and we try to forecast where we will be able to return. And the most pessimistic journalist said that we would come back to Luhansk was December 2014. So we thought it would end by December 2014. I must say that our journalist had attempts to get back to Luhansk. Our deputy editor tried to reach Luhansk in September 2014, after which he spent several weeks in a cellar held by separatists. He managed to escape, but he understood that he shouldn't try to get there. Most of our teammates continue working in Luhansk. They continue sending us photos and videos. They risk their life. And unfortunately, the situation when journalists from time to time get to cellars, get behind bars, continues all these years. So I don't know what I could advise here. However, we have gone through many difficult times. We sold our flats through intermediaries, through our relatives, and now we try to continue working there.
The question I would like to ask now, well, we'll go back to Cindy again. Cindy, tell me please, and after you and part of journalists had to flee, how did the media landscape change in Nicaragua? So what I mean is, I'm speaking about freedom of speech. Can journalists write freely there? And second question, why do you continue your work? Why don't you start your life anew in Costa Rica and maybe neutralize completely and become the citizen of Costa Rica and write about problems of your new motherland? Why do you keep on highlighting situation in Nicaragua? What for?
The situation is very, very difficult, very risky for our colleagues who are still in Nicaragua, reporting from Nicaragua, because in Nicaragua there is a authoritarian regime in place, and it has implemented since 2018 a police state. This means that nobody can protest in the streets, and we have several media who have been confiscated, who are censored, and we have political prisoners. The ones that protested in 2018, the political adversaries of the regime are also imprisoned. And basically, we have no civic liberties at all, no constitutional rights. And many of our colleagues have been personally persecuted with the judiciary system. It's the case of our director. He left the country first in 2018, right after our office was illegally raided and then confiscated. He came to Costa Rica for the first time and spent a few months here, and we were doing what we do from here, from Nicaragua. And then he decided to go back to claim his rights in 2019. But then the government decided that he would have another crackdown and another wave of repression, and that included a accusation against our director, who is now supposedly being charged allegedly for money laundering and other crimes, which these are all false statements, of course. But this is a way for them to prevent my boss to go back to Nicaragua. They want as less eyes on the ground as possible. We have what was supposed to be an upcoming election this Sunday. And what happened was that the government put in prison all the presidential hopefuls right before the election. All the opposition parties were canceled. And also they don't want any international journalists coming to the country. and they have been also harassing the colleagues that are still in Nicaragua by summoning them to the General Prosecutor's Office and the Public Ministry. They have been interrogated about what they do, who their sources are, what topics they decide to cover, and they basically want to harass journalists so that they don't keep reporting on what's going on in Nicaragua. And this has led to journalists having to decide not to sign their articles. There are no bylines. The bylines right now are by La Prensa, by Confidencial. They can't use their names because that would mean that they would be a target of any kind of persecution, including these interrogations in the General Prosecutor's offices. So it's very risky. And if you go outside, and if you go to the street and you want to go with your video camera and do some interviews, do some footage, you won't be able to do that. And if you find the police, they will question you. They will probably confiscate your equipment. It's really hard. This Sunday will be a very difficult challenge for the journalists who are still inside because they can't be near the polling centers. There's also the fanatics, the government loyals who support what's happening in the country, and they think that the press is an enemy, basically. That's the situation for our colleagues who are still working from Nicaragua. And the ones that are outside, like my boss, my other colleagues at Confidencial, and other media outlets, they have decided that we need to stick together and we need to keep doing what we are doing because we need to be part of a system where we can work together with the ones, our colleagues who are inside Nicaragua and the ones who are in countries where we're safe. And we have the possibility of doing things like this, being on forums, speaking about what's going on in Nicaragua, knowing that we are safe. And I think that there is a deep commitment, knowing that this regime has curtailed all civil rights, that this is like the last thing that we have. And so we have to hold on to it. And as much as the government wants to establish a complete informative shutdown, we're not gonna let that happen. We are still fighting for this last chance where we can do things from inside and from outside and still inform our audiences. We also do it because we know that even though people in Nicaragua can't speak their minds, they are reading us. They want to be informed. They want to know what's going on. They don't want to consume only propaganda, which is what the government does through all the media stations that they own and all the radio stations. They want to see what is really going on and not just what the government wants them to know. And so we're deeply committed to our audiences.
Можно я ворвусь между тобой и Синди? Вот с разными странами всегда сравнивают Беларусь, но чаще с Россией, с Украиной. Но
Belarus is often compared with different countries, but Belarus regime turned out to be like the, twin brother with another country like Nicaragua. Everything that Cindy has just mentioned and described, it's all happening in Belarus. Starting with that it's impossible to protest, that no constitutional rights, and everything that happens in the journalistic area. They're being hunted for. They can't take their camera out in the street, and sometimes it just happens that they seize their cameras from the street because some patrol was passing by. They saw someone with a camera and they just seized it just to check what it was. So Belarus and Nicaragua now like two twins regimes. I don't know how it happened or how it's possible. If I were a Belarus regime, I would think about this. Even though Lev Tolstoy mentioned that every happy is unhappy in its own way, but it's the feeling that every unhappy country is similarly unhappy, unfortunately. So I would like to talk about the following, what Cindy has mentioned, that in fact the journalists in exile, they are trying to fill in this journalistic gap that is in that totalitarian territory with a authoritarian regime when there is no free journalism. And we are journalists in exile. It's more difficult for us to highlight the situation of our homelands, but we are at least trying, and we're trying to compensate. So, I mean, media are not going, the media controlled by this totalitarian regime, they will not say that they have enough people to put them in the basement, but we will. And on the rights of the person who has been in the situation for 7 years, the further we work in this conditions, we try to fight this regime, because first of all, it's pointless, and second of all, we don't want to be the fighters of the information war. We want to help people who are there, who remain there, to give them truthful information, tell them about the possibilities on the way out, solving their everyday problems, to do everything that the real true media does. But the regime perceives us as enemies, and the regime is at war with us, and tells in the channels, by the way, they dedicate a lot of time on the TV channels and call us like the members of propaganda. Alexei, I would like to ask you a question. Do you think that you are this information warrior? And if not, then how, or in where is the difference? How, in such a terrible situation in which Belarus journalists are, when they want to help their country, they want their country to be happy, democratic, and free, how to pass this very thin line of propaganda or objective journalism? It's a complicated matter that you have just touched upon. The thing is, when we started working 14 years ago, many offered us to follow this way. So in Belarus television, there is a program, Panorama. It's the evening program with a news bulletin. It's a big program, and they told us, guys, you should do this way. You should take this program, Panorama, record it, and then every bit of this program in your tomorrow's program, you have to refute it, saying that that's where they lie, here they lie. But we decided we won't do it, because first of all, we will always be number two, like we are following someone. And secondly, we decided to create our own narrative. So our program, main program, Information Objective, it also goes off at 9 p.m., just like Panorama. And we create our own narrative, our own agenda. And those who want to watch us, they watch us. And they see about the condition in the state with our eyes. Those who want to watch propaganda, they can watch it. There are people who watch propaganda and they want to watch us and to compare. That's okay. That's one thing. But if we speak about whether we are fighters or warriors, I have thought a lot about this, because I wouldn't want to be any kind of warrior on any front. I haven't been to the army even. But the situation in which we are today, yes, there is war in Belarus, and it's time to move away from the term authoritarian. We have a totalitarian regime now that doesn't allow people to go abroad, who interrogates, tortures, and shoots their people. And in this situation, in your country, you can't say that I'm wearing, white gloves. And there are, when we see that someone is beating up the civilian, because when we interview the victim that was beaten up, we also have to interview the guy who was beating his up. I mean, maybe a representative of the LIAs, maybe law enforcement agent. And so I think that we are the fighters at the information war, because the regime is against their own people. Us as journalists, we bear information to our citizens. And in this meaning, yes, I guess we are fighters of this information front. Thank you, Alexei. I would like to say it's easier for us in certain way because you have been working in exile a long time, and you were initially created as the that kind of media. Cindy is in this situation for a long time, but Pavel for a while. It's a recent thing for him. Pavel, what do you think? Your radio that now transferred its capacity to Poland, will it use interest in the audience that's left in Belarus? And what is your concept? How do you build your work in new conditions? I'm curious because such problems, we were facing such problems too, and we are still solving them. Well, mainly we would like to dwell on many things and discuss many things. I don't think it's necessary to be a soldier now, but it's important to inform and inspire people to make right decisions, to inform them to make those decisions right, and to inspire them for some deeds, something that you can do independently from where you are, Poland, Belarus, or someplace else, or in Ukraine. And that's what we are working for. We invite to the studio of Warsaw some experts via Zoom, or those who have just moved to Poland, they come into the studio.
We have a lot of support in the country, because when journalists became targets, people understood that at once, and they started sending us video recordings. This is what they do, because when they, for example, become witnesses of different events, because they understand that journalists cannot be everywhere and they need help. So back then, this civil journalistics started developing, and still we get this feedback. Of course, we all have our relatives, we have our friends. They help us a lot. They not only tell us about what is happening, they also share their emotions, they convey their emotions. So Alexei said that we needed to, for example, to take a commentary from the Ministry of Interior or from the law enforcement. But what could we do if we're thrown away from our country? Probably they don't want us to do that, because they deprived us of the right to ask legally about what is happening there. So why shall we propose our services? Why shall we intervene? And what we also need to do, we need to develop our own narrative. That is why Lukashenko, for several months in a row, he kind of disappears from Belarus independent media. And of course, we have a lot of his memes about coronavirus on our YouTube channels. And we know that this is quite an easy way to be successful. When Lukashenko says something, you can just publish this video on YouTube, and right away you have a lot of likes, dislikes, I don't know. But by doing this, we are promoting his narrative. We don't want to take part in his propaganda, in any propaganda. We do not want to publish lies when we know that this is lie. In the Ministry of Health of Belarus, statistics is published every day. Statistics on how many people got sick with coronavirus. We know for sure that this statistics is completely false. These are just numbers. I don't know who generated these numbers. Probably artificial intelligence generated those numbers. We don't know. They have some kind of a table with calculations for 5 months in advance, and they just share it with us. We won't publish this information, though this is official information. However, we don't want to take part in this. This is our strategy now. You reminded me of a story in my native Luhansk. This is what happening there. such a funny manipulation of statistics related to COVID-19. Recently, there was an investigation by our newspaper before a big interview of the head of Leonid Pasechnik, who is head of a local paramilitary unit. Before that, there were several hundreds people sick. However, on this day, the day before, there was 0 people who got sick, because he didn't want anyone to say, why you have so many sick people. So this is just like in Northern Korea, and those regimes, the population is some kind of an illustration of some kind of achievements or so-called ideological unity. It seems to me that journalists in exile, in my experience, don't only have disadvantages, because we don't have the opportunity to see something with our own eyes. However, there are advantages. This distance, which because we are a little bit away from our native country, that is why this distance help us take another look at the situation. We can see how the situation changes. I would also like to say, and then I will ask you, dear colleagues, even if you are in exile, you still have a lot of attention. You still have these regimes fighting with your media, part of which work in the areas that you left. As an example of our newspaper, of course, we relocated, we moved all of our work online. In 2 years, of course, we were blocked on the territory of Luhansk Oblast because we were a threat. So now we work mostly in social media. So I would like to ask Cindy. Cindy, can you please tell us what are the key mechanisms that you use to reach your audience in Nicaragua? And what people write to you? What kind of feedback do you receive? How do they evaluate your work?
Well, ever since we were confiscated and censored from national TV, we have gained a lot of support from our audiences in our social media channels, or YouTube channel, where we now publish our 2 TV shows, on Facebook, on Twitter, our website. We have a growing audience, and that tells us that we are doing things right. But like you mentioned, yes, it is a challenge to be outside, knowing that you can't be a witness to many of the things that are happening inside the country. But I think that we have managed to work with that first with our sources, our reliable sources who are telling us what's happening. I think that it's very important to gain the trust from regular citizens who wants to tell us what's going on, who are sending us evidence of things that they want to report. For example, and it never ceases to amaze me how these authoritarian regimes are very much alike, as our colleague was saying, because with the pandemic, it was the same. Since they think that they can control all the discourses and all the narratives, they also wanted to control the narrative around the pandemic. And they are still saying that officially we only have a couple hundred deaths from COVID-19. And well, citizens, they know that that's not true, because they have family, they have friends who have died. They know that the people who have been infected with COVID-19 is way higher than what the government is saying. And so they became our biggest ally in reporting what was going on in Nicaragua. They wanted to share their testimonials about what they were going through. So I think that's like the best thing that you can do. Work very, very closely with your audiences, with your sources. We also have to protect them, because talking to us publicly can mean that they will face some consequences, unfortunately. So we're also very careful about how we deal with that liability. And I also think that being outside, like you said, is an opportunity, because, like you said, we can see other things that the people who are inside and are dealing with repression can't, you know? Like, for example, in Confidencial, we saw how, well, Nicaragua is a country of migrants. It has always been a country of migrants. But with the social political crisis in 2018, we saw a very significant flux of people who were leaving the country. And there are more than 100,000 Nicaraguans who have left the country since 2018, mostly to Costa Rica, where we are right now, and the US. And so what we decided is to come up with a project that would give a permanent coverage to this audience. There is a large, important audience of Nicaraguans in the United States, in Costa Rica, who also want to know and understand what's going on in Nicaragua. They are also very relevant to Nicaragua because they send remittances every month, and that is like a huge part of the GDP of the country. And so this is a very important sector of the country who is trying to get involved also and trying to understand what's the situation politically. How can they help a transition to democracy so that their families and friends who are still living in Nicaragua can have a better life? So I think that that's one of the opportunities that this whole experience has given us to come closer to this other audience who was outside of Nicaragua and who are still very relevant to the country and to the media outlets.
Спасибо, Синди. Я пока хочу зачитать то, что нам пишут наши зрители. Во-первых,
So, Cindy, thank you. So, what our audience wrote, I would like to express gratitude to our journalists from Belarus. An important question from our online audience. I don't know exactly who shall answer this question about the situation of Belarus inhabitants in Ukraine, how we can change the situation for the better, and who can do that. So probably this is the question to the state of Ukraine, to the government agencies of Ukraine. I know for sure that there are a lot of people, refugees from Belarus, not only journalists, but IT specialists, designers, representatives of any other professions. They are looking for a job because it's very difficult to find a job in Ukraine, by the way. I even talked to representatives of the Belarus community in Ukraine, and they say that, and now I'm thinking about employing someone from Belarus, some of those who was forced to flee the regime of Lukashenko. And I would like to urge not only representatives of the government, but also other media managers and other people who watch us now. There are lots of Belarus journalists who would like to work in Ukraine. So that's interesting how the state takes a look at those Belarusians who now live in Ukraine. Of course, there is some part of the GDP, there is a new workforce. But on the other hand, it is a problem because after Belarusians started coming to Ukraine, there were no conditions for them to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. So there is this problem. They can get a vaccination, however, it's difficult to get a certificate. You need to do a lot. In Poland, they understood it very quickly, and all vaccines in open access in Warsaw and in other cities around Ukraine, where not only people from Belarus, but also from Ukraine and Russia can get a jab. So there is an initiative to employ someone from them. You know, migrant is a difficult term. I would call them refugees, even if don't have this status because they were forced to flee the country. Some of them had 2 hours to get their belongings, and they fled to Ukraine with having just 1 bag of belongings. And we need to do something to help those people to solve the situation if these people do not have, when these people do not have any status. Maybe we can offer them social benefits to those who help our country overcome that. This is the question to Ukrainian authorities who might make those decisions. I don't think there would be many cases like that, and I don't think that Ukraine will lose a lot of money to help those people, those refugees from Belarus. Probably they can provide benefits to the employers who employed refugees. And I think that the situation quite strange. On one hand, we have support from of the opposition on the diplomatic level. Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, always writes something positive on Twitter. But on the other hand, there are no open meetings by, for example, the President of Ukraine and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, and Ukrainian government continues buying oil products which are cheap in Belarus. And of course, I know that there are a lot of schemes. Maybe some of them are corrupted. So it looks quite ambiguous. It's like double standards. I'm very grateful for what has already been done for the citizens of Belarus. As far as I understand, they can be in Ukraine without registration for 180 years. There are some developments in getting the local registration or to get a job. However, it seems to me that there are a lot of problems on the other hand, or there are different directions who are responsible for helping those Belarusians. We in Belarus are not used to that because our policy is this way. One person says it needs to be done, and the next day it will be done. Probably in Ukraine it's different. Of course, it's difficult just to stop buying oil products from Belarus. Zelensky cannot say that. But because you see the situation, because you see this problem, that there are thousands of people from Belarus who came to Ukraine. They came to Ukraine not because they wanted to leave their flats, their relatives, their families. They came here because they had a reason. We all know this reason. However, we need to do something to that. There are a lot of documents which were signed yesterday between Belarus and Russia. Lukashenko most probably will visit Crimea. At least he said to Putin, "Why don't you invite me to Crimea?" So it was like a very fat hint. But on the other hand, you continue buying products from Belarus.
Here, I think you need to think very thoroughly. Well, Pavel, we have been here along. We buy from Russia coal that is we don't have now because Donbas is occupied now. So it's possible that the schemes are still working, and they were working during the war. I mean, procuring coal from non-controlled Donbas. We wrote a lot about it, and gas is still Russian too. So I am used to this already. And as for the Belarus refugees, so we encourage all of those who watch us, please, let's create good conditions for those people who can bring good use for Ukraine too, and not only in journalism. So I wanted to ask one more question from our audience to Alexei. So from your experience, how can safety of correspondence can be covered? I'm asking the representative of Belsat, deputy director, because journalists in exile have big problems with this. From time to time, journalists, and you also have such recent experience when our journalists get in prison and get some sentences with some not clear accusations. Usually it's espionage, undermining the state integrity. But in your condition, it's participation in legal campaigns. So how can work can be organized in such a way so that to obtain information, because we said that it's a necessity for the residents of the territory of your motherland, but at the same time to have a minimum risk? Well, you see, you can approach this from two sides. First of all, if it was 2007 now when we started working, we would have no information from Belarus at all, because to shoot some video in 2007 you had to have a big television camera. Because there were no phones back then, or of good quality at least. Video couldn't be made with them. On the other hand, it's 2021 now, and we can use other devices to collect, film information, and to send information. Now here is cybersecurity, most important. If we can organize for those people who still remain in Belarus, in the totalitarian Belarus, if we can protect them, I mean their cybersecurity, so that they could send us some information. Well, for example, Pavel mentioned, by the way, about the civil journalism. We also get lots and lots of photos, videos too. And if we manage to do it in the way so that our colleagues were not caught on this, and it's possible to arrange it, because despite a widespread opinion that special services, that they are very powerful, that's not like that, because people are working for them too. And we'll see what cyber partisans in Belarus do. We see that these systems, they are not very, very well protected in Belarus. On the other hand, to break some codes or ways that we could use to send information, they can't really. So you shouldn't underestimate your opponent, but you shouldn't overestimate him either. So to organize some secure structure is possible. It requires, first of all, efforts, and second of all, trust. If there is trust between the Warsaw office and the journalist working in Belarus, then I think this can be done. And you shouldn't panic and say that they are so powerful that we found all of us, they will trace us down by telegram message. No, it's not like that. Pavel, what do you think? Your situation is a bit simpler because radio is radio. People speak, you can change the voice. Those who work with the picture, it's difficult, more difficult. So as for the security, I wanted to tell one story. Quite often, journalists who work undercover on the not controlled territories, or who are against totalitarian regimes, they can find them through those people they interview. Those who are on the other side of the microphone can wrap them up. So did you have such stories when your correspondents took that risk, or people who were communicating with who just wanted to tell this through you? And this confirms what Alexei just mentioned. To catch a man, usually it happens when the law enforcement agents, they have the control over device, not remote control, but if the person is detained, his phone is seized, they press his phone, made him to unblock it, and then people can get caught. Who he sent messages, what he sent, only then they can find out about this. The same refers to you. If you had some contact and that person who contacted, he was caught by Elias, of course you can, torture him and he will tell you who he was speaking with. So there are no supernatural ways to get into all the phones in the country and to know from which phone it was sent. But in order to secure oneself, you need information hygiene, of course. If you are inside of the country, you have to clear your history of messaging. You have to have 2 phones maybe. Now you can introduce one code, one profile, another PIN code for another profile. So there are measures that can be observed. On the other hand, all of such measures, they end where they start being problematic for this man, when your comfort zone is already, not good. Well, VPN is not not comfortable. But if you have to use some weird operational system you're not used to, but because you have been working with Windows, that's difficult. But still, this game is worth it. and all of the ways to preserve your anonymity are in place. Another thing, the Belarus propagandists, they started throwing the fake news reasons to the journalists, and the journalists sometimes, they are on the hook, they buy it, and someplace it's just no chance to verify when some information is fed, and when it is published it becomes obvious this whole, path, route. That's what I wanted to tell you. Yes, that's true. When we have a Telegram channel where we ask our viewers, readers to send the information, and when regime is already well grounded and strong, we always thought that it's not well developed, concerning technologies. But now we also can observe this. You get 10 messages from some about some protests, and then you get one weird message you don't really understand. Somebody, some XYZ is sending you a message to your Telegram channel saying that we did this, or information about some explosion. And now, for us independent journalists, we need additional forces to check it all the time, to verify it, because they have become not that silly anymore, and they are, throwing some bones at us, and then they say, I remember it happened, there was some piece of news, everybody spread it, they waited for an hour and then made the screenshot from all independent mass media and showed, look at it, they bought it, they're not journalists, they are just doing some, bad work. I agree. Alexei and I both agree with each other here. It can't be. Well, it is like this, at least right now. It's just that the authorities, they made big progress for the past year too. They learned to work on Telegram, to buy the subscribers. They have somehow mastered the language, the hate speech, but still it's popular among some audience. And sometimes what they do, it's very, up-to-date things, and I'm surprised how they even thought about it. For example, they have added a piece of news about subscribers of Telegram channels who are announced as extremists, and that's a fashion in Belarus. They announce everyone extremists, all the opponents of Lukashenko. Some of them are terrorists, yes, and some of them are extremists. And Telegram channel Your Radio is extremist, and by Mirror is extremist. Belsat is on another stage. It's extremist formation. So it's a group of people, some group of people, nobody understands. So they it said that it's going to be a criminal responsibility of the subscribers to this Telegram channel. So we couldn't, ignore this, and it provoked the big, outflow from the independent media Telegram channels, and it is still ongoing. Outflow. So, but when we understood that, it was too late. Of course, we can speak a lot about them being in propaganda. They use some Soviet times, guidelines, but they are growing and developing. Yes, but it cannot even be called propaganda. I have seen the Telegram channel Ozarionok. Oh yes, it's a nightmare. With no breaks. The journalist was showing filming of the Belarus KGBs who were breaking into the houses of some housewives, showing their phones, which looked like she was just a woman, but she was subscribed to some extremist channel, and they made her repent, and it was shown on the channel. I can't even call it that this man is a propagandist. It's not the worst example. I can imagine how fearful and cynical it is for people. But I would like to move from the topic of Belarus to the topic of Nicaragua, because it's very interesting. These regimes try to interact with us very actively. They're trying to deceive us. I know one journalist who has become in Donetsk Oblast, he became the prisoner after he was written by the partisans who were at war with the regime of Donetsk Oblast, Donetsk Republic, Donetsk Republic. Did they try to have this half spy game? The government of today's government of Nicaragua.
Or like trying to grab you, to ask you to visit maybe secretly to Nicaragua, and after that capture you?
Well, the fake news situation is, yeah, it's real. And there is a huge system in place that was recently dismantled. There was a trans-government system in social media that were producing not only propaganda, but also hateful comments against the opposition. And also they were also spreading fake news. So that's, yeah, it's like a huge risk, and we have to be very careful about that. And there is also, I wanted to say, some laws in place since the end of 2020, when the government passed 3 repressive laws, and one of them is the cyber crimes law, who is allegedly established so that they can punish fake news. They can also punish inciting terror, and they can also punish people for leaking public information to journalists. So it is a huge risk, and I think that has created a wave of intimidation in the population, and also within our colleagues, I would say. And we have also seen how the government also can throw in jail anyone who speaks their minds and criticizes the government. We have the case of one of our colleagues, Miguel Mendoza, who was very, very active in social media, and he was a blogger. He commented about like everything that was going on in the country, and he was very, very critical of the government. And what this mob did, this pro-government mob on social media did, was first accusing him of being a spreader of fake news, and that they were gonna charge him for that. And then ultimately, a few weeks later, he was actually put in jail by the government. So it is, it's not a risk, it's like an action happening in Nicaragua, and we have to be very careful, especially with the upcoming voting process on Sunday. I think it's going to be quite a challenge. We have to find balance between trusting our audiences and our sources, but also being very careful and fact-checking everything that that comes to us.
Синди, у нас остается не так много времени. Я хочу задать последний глобальный.
So Cindy, thank you so much. We don't have much time, so I would like to ask our final question. I would like to ask each of you to answer my question, and start with you. We have discussed what we have lost because we are in exile. Can you please tell us, are there any things, are there any new knowledge or skills which you obtained thanks to working in exile? So probably your situation has some kind of an advantages for your media. So what you can list as an advantage of being a media in exile?
Say that we definitely have the ones that are here, the colleagues that are working from here in Costa Rica. We have the peace of knowing that we're not going to be detained by the police at any moment. And that gives you the clarity to think about our editorial agenda and to keep doing what we do in the most professional manner. Our colleagues inside Nicaragua from different media outlets are doing a great job, but it is very, very hard emotionally and mentally to deal with this constant fear of being detained or being harassed by the police. And I think that ultimately affects your work, you know, and how much you can do, because you spend a lot of time thinking about everything that you need to do to protect yourself, from small things that have been mentioned here, like what do you do about your security online and your phone and your computer, to even thinking about like maybe in your neighborhood there is a pro-government person who might attack you if he thinks that you are doing something wrong, you know. So I would say definitely that's one of the advantages. We have also all the civil guarantees that the government can provide. In the case of Costa Rica, this is a country that respects human rights, that believes in democracy. Also, from Costa Rica, we're being able to pull out official data about Nicaraguans, which we can't do from the Nicaraguan government. So I think that's also an advantage that, like you said, like you have the different perspective about what the reality in your country. And so you have to find ways, you have to be creative and think about how you can report about Nicaragua from outside of Nicaragua. But ultimately, I think that the best thing is that we can also help our colleagues who are inside. We have to complement each other, being outside, being inside, and also being all independent media outlets who are being harassed by the government who doesn't want a free press.
Короткий вопрос о проблемах Коста-Рики.
So a short question. Do you write about the problems of Costa Rica? Because it seems to me that Costa Rica is a perfect country, but I wonder if that's really so. Do you write about the problems in Costa Rica?
Well, yeah, we'll have an upcoming election, and the problem, I think, is that we have 27 presidential candidates. That is too much for a 5 million inhabitants country. But I think that Costa Rica has done very well on thinking about the future. And so right now, I think that one of the problems that we have, because we're a little bit ahead in like the climate change situation, we do have renewable energy, which is amazing, and we're being praised by it. But the next step is to how to solve and how to have a clean transport system. So that's the kind of problem that you have to deal with here in Costa Rica. But it's really nice, especially if you compare it with the situations in our countries where we are still fighting for democracy and for human rights and institutionality.
Спасибо большое. Хочу сказать, что вот у нас вообще нет проблем с...
Thank you so much. I would like to say that we don't have any problems with criticizing the place where you live, despite all the advantages of the freedom of speech and expression. I know for sure that many internally displaced people still fight with all the disadvantages of Ukraine. What I really like that Pavel started criticizing Ukraine. I think it's not bad. Well, I will leave tomorrow and you will stay here. Well, it's okay for us. We are used to criticizing everyone and everything. So, Alexei, we don't have much time. Alexei, can you please tell us? We are all in exile. We discuss the pros and cons of this situation. It seems that the countries are different. Journalists are different. Ukraine, Russia, I think that a lot of journalists have fled Russia. Belarus, Latin America, Asia. There are a lot of journalists in exile. We have been in exile for many years. So, do you think, shall we unite our forces, and what these kind of unions can bring to our countries? Of course, it makes sense to unite, to join our forces, because we are stronger together. However, I would like to answer your previous question. You said, what are the advantages of working in exile? To me, this is quite obvious. When we started creating Belsat in 2007, we needed to prepare for that, and I fully understood that by creating this TV channel, we are growing the future elite of the Belarus TV journalists. Because as of now, in Belarus State University, there is a faculty of TV journalism. However, those people who graduate, they can only join state television, because in Belarus there are no commercial TV channels. And unfortunately, after working for a couple of years in those propaganda channel, their brains start thinking differently. They start thinking like that. They think that they can continue working with the state. So today we have Lukashenko, tomorrow we have Tikhanovskaya. We will praise them, we will do what we did, and it's not journalism at all. In my personal opinion, we have several hundreds people who have gone through our so-called school of working at an independent TV channel, which is based at normal European traditions, European standards of TV broadcasting. And I think that this is a huge advantage, because if the situation changes, I don't know if all our colleagues will buy a ticket to Belarus, and tomorrow we will come to Minsk and start creating everything anew. I think it's very important. I would also like to answer this question. First, I would like to comment what you said before, that Euro Radio is a radio, and because of that, it's easier for us. Not radio is no longer only a radio. We are all present in social media, and representative of Hromadske say that they are not only a TV channel, they also have YouTube, their pages in TV, in social media. As for the advantages of working in exile, then I think that relocated to another country is some kind of a shock, and when you have everything sorted out, you have this huge bonus that you are in safety and security, and your work becomes even more interesting. A lot of new people, those people have friends, those friends have friends in Belarus, so it means that we have a lot of new contacts, so there is a network. There are a lot of advantages. However, I would choose to be in Belarus. Taking into account all the advantages, I would rather be in Belarus. Pavel, me too. I agree with you. We would rather be in Belarus. I do agree very well, and I often dream of Luhansk at night, so I think that part of myself is still there. But I would like to say that it seems to me that as a journalist who have worked many years in exile, and even before that I have been working at home, I understood the value of our profession, because it was very difficult to work as a journalist in a peaceful, comfortable Luhansk, when all people said, "Why are you doing that? Go in PR, go into politics, you will earn a lot of money. Start working at a press office of some kind of a politician." And nobody valued journalists. They said that journalists are corrupted, and now we work under the current situation, when people who are located in your native city need not only some kind of they need to use VPN to read your articles, and if they are in Belarus, they risk their life or their health just because they follow your channel in Telegram. It means that your work is really important, because people are ready to take the risk to read what you write or to listen to what you speak of. I don't know how the situation will change in 5 or 10 years, because unfortunately I'm quite pessimistic. I've been here for many years, and I'm not sure that Pavel, Alexei will get back home very soon. Well, no pessimism. Belarus, Ukraine, Nicaragua, everything will be okay. Okay, we agree, but when? When exactly? That's the question. If repression continue, if they become even harder, it means that the fight goes on. The anti-repression in Belarus will mean that there are no protests, there are no people, so the government has no more people to arrest, but it seems to me that we do what we do, we inspire other people. Yes, we will continue our good work. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for such an exciting and important discussion. Cindy, thank you so much. We don't often have the opportunity to listen to journalists who work in the other hemisphere of our planet. So as for our colleagues from Belarus, we hope that you will get back to your native country soon. And I would like to say to our viewers that tomorrow we'll have second day of our panel, and tomorrow we will have discussion how media landscape of Ukraine changed within the past few years. So stay with us. Thank you so much, and see you later.